Introduction. Robert Lynn Asprin. It had been a long time since Hakim, Sanctuary's oldest storyteller, had visited that section of town known only as the fishermen's quarters, but he still knew the way. Not much had changed. The stalls with their flimsy awnings to keep the sun off the day's catch, the boats bottom up along the pier, and, on the beach, a few nets hung for drying and mending. All was the same, only more faded and worn, like the rest of the town. Hakim had watched Sanctuary's decline over the years, watched the economy dry up as the citizens became more desperate and vicious. He had watched and chronicled with the detached eye of a professional tale spinner. Sometimes, though, like this, when a prolonged absence made the deterioration more apparent to the eye than the day-to-day erosion of his more favored haunts, he felt a pang of sorrow, not unlike that he felt the day he visited his father and realized the man was dying. He had cut that visit short and never returned, preferring in his then youth to preserve the memories of his sire in the joyful strength of his prime. Hakim had always regretted that decision, and, now that the town he had adopted and grown to love was in its death throes, he was determined not to repeat his earlier mistakes by abandoning it. He would stay with Sanctuary, sharing its pain and comforting it with his presence until either the town, or he, or both, dead. Having renewed his resolve, the storyteller turned his back on the heartbreaking sight of the docks, once the pride of Sanctuary, now a ghastly parody of their own memory, and entered the tavern which was his objective. The wine barrel was a favorite haunt of those fishermen who wished to indulge in a bit of socializing before returning to their homes. Today was no exception, and Hakim easily located the person he sought. Offutt was sitting alone at a corner table, a full tankard held loosely in his lone hand as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. For a moment, Hakim hesitated, reluctant to intrude on the one-armed fisherman's self-imposed isolation, but then curiosity won out over discretion, and he approached the table. "May I join you, Offutt?" The fisherman's eyes came into focus, and he blinked with surprise. "Hakim, what brings you to the docks? Has the vulgar unicorn finally run out of wine?" The tale spinner ignored the jibe and sank down onto one of the vacant stools. "I'm tracking a story," he explained earnestly, "a rumor which can only be fleshed out to audience-satisfying proportions with your assistance." "A story?" Offutt repeated, his gaze suddenly evasive. "Adventures only happen to your rich merchants or shadow-hugging cutthroats, not to us simple fisher folk, and certainly not to me." "So?" Hakim asked, feigning surprise. "It was some other one-armed fisherman who this very day told a garrison captain about the disappearance of the old man and his son?" Offutt favored him with a black glare. "I should know better than to expect secrecy in this town," he hissed. "Bad news draws curiosity seekers like the prince's gallows draw ravens. As they say, you can get anything in Sanctuary, but help." "Surely the authorities will investigate?" the storyteller asked, though he already knew the answer. "Investigate!" the fisherman spat noisily on the floor. "You know what they told me, these precious authorities of yours? They say the old man must have drowned, he and his son both. They say the old man must have fallen overboard in a sudden squall. Do you believe that? The old man fallen overboard, and him as much a part of his boat as the oarlocks, and Hort, who could swim like the fishes themselves before he could take a step. Drown? Both of them? With their boat still afloat?" "Their boat was still afloat?" Hakim pressed eagerly. Offutt eyed him for a moment, then leaned forward to share the tale at last. "For weeks now the old man has been taking Hort out, teaching him the tricks of deep-water boating. Oh, I know Hort will never be a fisherman. I know it, Hort knew it, and so did the old man. But it was a handy excuse for the old man to show off a bit for his son. And to Hort's credit, he played along, as patient with the old man had been with him. It warmed us all to see those two smile on each other again." The fisherman's own smile was brief as the memories crowded in on him, then he continued. "Yesterday they went out far out, beyond the sight of land or the other boats. I thought at the time that it was dangerous, and said as much to Heron. She only laughed and told me not to worry. The old man was more than a match for the sea at this time of year. The fisherman took a long pull at his drink. But they didn't return. I thought perhaps they'd come ashore elsewhere and spent most of the night roaming the other piers asking for them. But no one had seen them. This morning I took my boat out. It took till noon, but I finally spotted the craft floating free, with its oar shipped. Of the old man and Hort, I couldn't find a trace. I towed the boat in and sought out the city garrison to report the disappearance. You already know what they told me. Drowned in a squall? And us still months away from the storm season. Hakim waited until the fisherman had lapsed into silence before he spoke. Could it have been some creature from the deep? I don't pretend to know the sea, but even a storyteller hears tales. Omot regarded him steadily. Perhaps, he admitted carefully. I wouldn't risk the deep waters here in daylight, much less at night. Gods and monsters are both best left untempted. Yet you risked them today, the storyteller persisted, cocking his head to one side. The old man was my friend, the fisherman answered flatly. But if it's monsters you want for your stories, then I suggest you seek after the two-legged kind that spend gold. What are you saying, Omot? Although they were already sitting close, Omot shot a furtive glance about the room to check for eavesdroppers. Only this, he murmured. I saw a ship out there. A ship that shouldn't have been there, shouldn't have been anywhere. Smugglers? I've seen smuggler ships before, storyteller, the fisherman snarled. We know them, and they know us, and we give each other wide berth. If the old man were fool enough to close with a smuggler ship, I'd have found him dead in his boat or floating in the water beside it. Then who? The storyteller frowned. That's the mystery, Omot scowled. The ship was far off, but from what I could make out, it was unlike any ship I've ever seen, or heard of. What's more, it wasn't following the coast or making for the smuggler's island. It was putting out straight into the open sea. Did you tell this to the authorities? Hakim asked. The authorities? Snorted the fisherman. Tell them what? That my friends were stolen away by a ghost ship out of legend that sailed off over the horizon into uncharted waters? They would have thought I was drunk, or worse, added me to the collection of crazies that Kitty Cat's been gathering. I've told them too much as it is, though I've told you even more. Beware, storyteller. I'd not like losing another day's fishing because you put my name to one of your yarns and stirred the curiosity of those do-nothing guards. Hakim would have liked to inquire further about the ghost ship out of legend, but it was apparent he was on the verge of overstaying his welcome. I tell no story before I know its end, he assured his glaring host, and what you've told me is barely the beginning of a tale. I'll hold my tongue until I've learned more, and even then I'll give you the first telling for free, in payment for what you've given me now. Very well, Omot grumbled, though I'd rather you skipped the tale and bought a round of drinks instead. A poor man must guard his coinage, Hakim laughed, rising to go. Then he hesitated. The old man's wife? He asked. Omot's eyelids dropped to half-mast, and there was a wall, suddenly, between the two men. She'll be taken care of. In the fisherman's quarter, we look after our own. Feeling awkward, the storyteller fished a small pouch of coins from within his robes. Here, he said, setting it on the table. It isn't much, but I'd like to help with what little I can afford. The pouch sat untouched. Shall not take charity from city folks. For a moment, the diminutive storyteller swelled to twice his normal appearance. Then you give it to her, he hissed, or give it to those who are supporting her, or rub it in a fish barrel until it reeks. He caught himself, suddenly aware of the curious stares from the neighboring tables. In a flash, the humble storyteller had returned. Omot, my friend, he said quietly, you know me. I am no more of the city than I am a fisherman or a soldier. Don't let an old woman's pride stand between her and a few honest coppers. They'll spend as well as any other when pushed across the board of a fish stall. Slowly, the fisherman picked up the pouch, then locked eyes with Hakim. Why? The storyteller shrugged. The tale of the old man and the giant crab has paid me well. I would not like the taste of wine bought with that money while his woman was without. Offutt nodded, and the purse disappeared from view. It was dusk when Hakim emerged from the wine barrel. Lengthening shadows hid the decay he had noticed earlier, though it was also true that his outlook had improved after his gift had been accepted. On an impulse, the storyteller decided to walk along the piers before returning to the maze. The rich smells of the ocean filled his nostrils, and a slight breeze snatched at his robes as he digested Offutt's story. The disappearance of the old man and his son was but the latest in a series of unusual occurrences. The war brewing to the north, the raid on Jubal's estate, and the disappearance and later reappearance of both Tempus and One-Thumble were like the rumble of distant thunder heralding a tempest of monumental proportions. Offutt had said the storm season was months off, but not all storms were forged by nature. Something was coming. The storyteller could feel it in the air and see it in the faces of the people on the streets, though he could no more have put a name to it than they could have. For a few moments, he debated making one of his rare visits to a temple, but as always, the sheer number of deities to be worshipped or appeased daunted him. With petty jealousies rampant among gods and priests, it was better to abstain completely than risk choosing wrong. The same coins he could have given as an offering might also buy a glimpse of the future from a bazaar seer. Of course, their ramblings were often so obscure that one didn't recognize the truth until after it had happened. With a smug grin, Hakim made up his mind. Instead of investing in gods or seers, he would quest for insight and omen in his own way, staring into a cup of wine. Quickening his step, the storyteller set his course for the vulgar unicorn. Exercise in Pain, Robert Lynn Asprin. There must be trouble. Solomon had been gone far too long for his mission to be going smoothly. Some might have had difficulty judging the passage of time during the period of time between sundown and sunrise, but not Jubal. His early years as a gladiator in the Rankin capital had included many sleepless nights before arena days, or blood days as those in the trade called them. He knew the darkness intimately. Each phase of the night had its own shade, its own texture, and he knew them all, even with his eyes blurred with sweat and tears of pain, as they were now. Too long. Trouble. The twin thoughts danced in his mind as he tried to focus his concentration, to formulate a contingency plan. If he was right, if he was now alone and wounded, what could he do? He couldn't travel far, pulling himself painfully along the ground with his hands. If he encountered one of those who hunted him, or even a random townsperson with an old grudge, he couldn't defend himself. To fight, a man needed legs, working legs. He knew that from the arena, too. The oft-repeated words of his arena instructor sprang into his mind, crowding out all other thoughts. Move! Move, damn you! Retreat! Attack! Retreat! Circle! Move! If you don't move, you're dead. If I don't kill you myself, your next opponent will. Move! A still fighter's a dead fighter. Now move! Move! A half-heard sound wrenched Jubal's fevered thoughts back to the present. His hand dropped to his dagger hilt as he strained to penetrate the darkness with his erratic vision. Solomon? Perhaps, but in his current state, he couldn't take any chances. As his ally knew his exact location, the information could have been forced out of him by Jubal's enemies. Sitting propped against a tree with his legs stretched out before him, Jubal cast about looking for new cover. Not 2 paces away was a patch of knee-high weeds. Not much, but enough. The ex-gladiator allowed himself to fall sideways, catching himself on one hand and easing his body the rest of the way to the ground.
Then it was reach, pull, reach, slowly making his way towards and finally into the weed patch. Though he used his free hand to maintain his balance, once one of the broken arrow shafts protruding from his knees scraped along a sheet of red agony through his mind. Still, he kept his silence, though he could feel sweat running off his body. Reach, pull, reach. Safely in the weeds now, he allowed himself to rest. His head sank completely to the ground. The dagger slipped from its scabbard, and he held it point down, hiding the shine of its blade with his forearm. Trembling from the efforts of his movement, he breathed through his nose to slow and silence his recovery. Inhale, exhale, wait. 2 figures appeared, patches of black against deeper black, bracketing the tree against which he had recently lain. "Well?" came a voice, loud in the darkness. "Where is my patient? I can't treat a ghost. He was here, I swear it." Jubal smiled, relaxing his grip on the dagger. The second voice was easy to recognize. He had heard it daily for years now. "You're still no warrior, Solomon," he called, propping himself up on one elbow. "I've said before, you wouldn't recognize an ambush unless you stumbled into it." His voice was weak and strained to a point where he scarcely recognized it himself. Still, the 2 figures started violently at the sound rising from a point near their ankles. Jubal relished their frightened reaction for a moment, then his features hardened. "You're late," he accused. "We would have been quicker," his aide explained hastily, "but the healer here insisted we pause while he dug up some plants." "Some cures are strongest when they are fresh," Alton Stolwig announced loftily as he strode toward Jubal. "And, from what I've been told—" He stopped suddenly, peering at the weeds around his patient. "Speaking of plants," he stammered, "are you aware that the particular foliage you're laying in exudes an irritating oil that will cause the skin to itch and burn?" For some inexplicable reason, the irony contained in this recitation of dangers struck Jubal was hilarious, and he laughed for the first time since the stepsons had invaded his estate. "I think, healer," he said at last, "that at the moment I have greater problems to worry about than a skin rash." Then exhaustion and shock overtook him, and he fainted. It wasn't the darkness of night, but a deeper blackness, the blackness of the void, or of a punishment cell. They came for him out of the black, unseen enemies with daggers like white-hot pokers, attacking his knees while he struggled vainly to defend himself. Once, no, twice, he had screamed aloud and tried to pull his legs close against his chest, but a great weight held them down while the torturer did his work. Unable to move his hands or arms, Jubal wrenched his head about, drooling and gibbering incoherent, impotent threats. Finally, his mind slipped onto another plane, a darker plane, where there was no pain, no feeling at all.
Slowly, the world came back into focus, so slowly that Jubal had to fight to distinguish dream from reality. He was in a room, no, in a hovel. There was a guttered candle struggling to give off light, crowded in turn by the sun streaming in through a doorway without a door. He lay on the dirt floor, his clothes damp and clammy from his own sweat. His legs were bound from thigh to calf with bandages, lumpy bandages, as if his legs had no form save for what the rags gave them. Alton Stolwig, Sanctuary's favored healer, squatted over him, keeping the sun's rays from his face. "You're awake. Good," the man grunted. "Maybe now I can finish my treatment and go home. You're only the second black I've worked on, you know. The other died. It's hard to judge skin tone in these cases." "Solomon?" Jubal croaked. Outside, relieving himself. "You underestimate him, you know. Warrior or not, he kept me from following my better judgment, threatened to carve out my stomach if I didn't wait until you regained consciousness." "Solomon?" Jubal laughed weakly.
"You've been bluffed, healer. He's never drawn blood. Not all those who work for me are cutthroats." "I believed him," the healer retorted stiffly, "and I still do." "As well you should," Salomon added from the doorway. In one hand he carried a corroded pan, its handle missing. He carried it carefully, as if it or its contents were fragile. In his other hand he held Jubal's dagger. When he attempted to shift his body and greet his aide, Jubal realized for the first time that his arms were bound over his head, tied to something out of his line of vision. Kneeling beside him, Salomon used the dagger to free Jubal's hands, then offered him the pan, which proved to be half full of water. It was murky, with twigs and grass floating in it, but it did much for removing the fever taste from the slaver's mouth. "I shouldn't expect you'd remember," Salomon continued, "but I've drawn blood at least 4 times, with 2 sure kills, all while getting you out of the estate." "To save my life? My life was involved too," Salomon shrugged. "The raiders were rather unselective about targets by then." "If I might finish my work?" Stoolwig interrupted testily. "It has been a long night, and you two will have much time to talk." "Of course," Jubal agreed, waving Salomon away. "How soon before I can use my legs again?" The question hung too long in the air, and Jubal knew the answer before the healer found his voice. "I've removed the arrows from your knees," Stoolwig mumbled, "but the damage was great, and the infection." "How long?" This time the slaver was not asking, he demanded. "Never." Jubal's hand moved, smoothly, swiftly past his hip, then hesitated as he realized it was not holding the dagger. Only then did his conscious mind understand that Salomon had his weapons. He sought to catch his aide's eye, to signal him, before he realized that his ally was deliberately avoiding his gaze. "I have applied a poultice to slow the spread of the infection," Alton went on, unaware that he might have been dead, "as well as applied the juice of certain plants to deaden your pain. But we must proceed with treatment without delay." "Treatment?" The slaver glared, the edge momentarily gone from his temper. "But you said I wouldn't be able to use my legs." "You speak of your legs," the healer sighed. "I'm trying to save your life, though I've heard there are those who would pay well to see it ended." Jubal heard the words and accepted them without the rush of fear other men might feel. Death was an old acquaintance of all gladiators. "Well, what is this treatment you speak of?" he asked levelly. "Fire," Stoolwig stated without hesitation. "We must burn the infection out before it spreads further." "No, but the wounds must be treated," the healer insisted. "You call that a treatment?" Jubal challenged. "I've seen burned legs before. The muscles replaced by scar tissue. They aren't legs, they're things to be hidden." "Your legs are finished," Stoolwig shouted. "Stop speaking of them as if they were worth something. The only question worth asking is, do you wish to live or die?" Jubal let his head sink back until he was staring at the hovel's ceiling. "Yes, healer," he murmured softly. "That is the question. I'll need time to consider the answer." "But if I were to answer right now," the slaver continued harshly, "I'd say I'd prefer death to the life your treatment condemns me to." "But that's the answer a healthy Jubal would give. Now, when death is real, the true answer requires more thought. I'll contact you with my decision." "Very well," Alton snarled, rising to his feet. "But don't take too long making up your mind. Your black skin makes it difficult to judge the infection, but I'd guess you don't have much time left to make your choice." "How much?" Salomon asked. "A day or 2. After that, we'd have to take the legs off completely to save his life, but by then it might only be a choice of deaths." "Very well," Jubal agreed. "But in case I'm wrong," Stoolwig said suddenly, "I'd like my payment now." The slaver's head came up with a jerk, but his aide had forereached him. "Here," Solomon said, tossing the healer a small pouch of coins, "for your services and your silence." Alton hefted the purse with raised eyebrows, nodded, and started for the doorway. "Healer," Jubal called from the floor, halting the man in mid-stride. "Currently, only the three of us know my whereabouts. If any come hunting us and fail to finish the job, one or both of us will see you suffer hard before you die." Alton hesitated, then moistened his lips. "And if someone finds you accidentally?" "Then we'll kill you, accidentally," Solomon concluded. The healer looked from one set of cold eyes to the other, jerked his head in a half-nod of agreement, and finally left. For a long time after his departure, silence reigned in the hovel. "Where did you get the money?" Jubal asked, when such thoughts were far from his aide's mind. "What? The money you gave Stoolwig," Jubal clarified. "Don't tell me you had the presence of mind to gather our house funds from their hiding places in the middle of the raid?" "Better than that," Solomon said proudly. "I took the records of our holdings." From the early beginnings of Jubal's rise to power in Sanctuary, he had followed Solomon's advice, particularly when it concerned the safety of his wealth. Relatively little of his worth was kept at the estate, but was instead spread secretly through the town, as both investments and cashes. In a town like Sanctuary, there were many who would gladly supplement their income by holding a package of unknown content for an equally unknown patron. Jubal forced himself up into a sitting position. "That raises a question I've been meaning to ask since the raid. Why did you save me? You placed yourself in physical danger, even killed to get me out alive. Now it seems you've got the records of my holdings, most of which you've managed. You could be a wealthy man if I were dead. Why risk it all in an attempt to pluck a wounded man from the midst of his enemies?" Solomon got up and wandered to the doorway. He leaned against the rough wood frame and stared at the sky before he answered. "When we met, when you hired me, you saved me from the slave block by letting me buy my freedom with my promises. You wouldn't have me as a slave, you said, because slaves were untrustworthy. You wanted me as a free man, earning a decent living for services rendered, and with the choice to leave if I felt my fortunes might be better somewhere else." He turned to face Jubal directly. "I pledged that I would serve you with all my talents, and that if I ever should leave, I would face you first with my reasons for leaving. I said that until then, you never doubt my intentions or loyalties. You laughed at the time, but I was serious. I promised my mind and life to the person who allowed me to regain my freedom on his trust alone."
"Where? At the time of the raid, I had not spoken to you about resigning, and while I usually content myself with protecting your interests and leave the protecting of your life to yourself and others, I would have been remiss to my oath if I had not at least tried to rescue you. And, as it turned out, I was able to rescue you." The slaver studied his aide's face. The limbs were softer and the belly fuller than the angry slaves who had once struggled wildly with the guards while shouting his promises. But the face was as gaunt as it ever had been, and the eyes were still bright with intelligence. "And why was that resignation, Solomon?" Jubal asked softly. "I know you had other offers. I often waited for you to ask me for more money, but you never did. Why? I was happy where I was. Working for you gave me an unusual blend of security and excitement, with little personal risk, at least until quite recently. Once I used to daydream about being an adventurer or a fearless leader of men. Then I met you and learned what it took to lead that sort of life. I lack the balance of caution and recklessness, the sheer personal charisma necessary for leadership. I know that now, and am content to do what I do best.
risking someone else's money, or giving advice to the person who actually has to make the life and death decisions. A cloud passed over Solomon's expression. That doesn't mean, however, that I don't share many of your emotions. I helped you build your web of power in Sanctuary, helped you select and hire the hawk masks who were so casually butchered in the raid. I, too, want revenge, though I know I'm not the one to engineer it. You are, and I'm willing to risk everything to keep you alive until that vengeance is complete. Alive like this? Jubal challenged. How much charisma does a cripple have? Enough to rally a vengeful army? Solomon averted his eyes. If you cannot regain your power, he admitted, I'll find another to follow. But first, I'll stay with you until you've reached your decision. If there's anyone who can inspire a force, it's you, even crippled. Then your advice is to let Stoolwig do his work? There seems to be no option, unless you'd rather death. There is one, Jubal grinned humorlessly, though it's one I am loath to take. I want you to seek out Balustris, the Metal Master. Tell him of our situation, and ask, no, beg him to give us shelter. Balustris? Solomon repeated the name as if it tasted bad. I don't trust him. They're those who say he's mad. He's served us well in the past, whatever else he's done, the slaver pointed out. And, more important, he's familiar with the sorceress element in town. Sorcery? Solomon was genuinely astounded. Aye, Jubal nodded grimly. As I said, I have little taste for the option, but it's still an option nonetheless, and perhaps better than death or maiming. Perhaps, the aide said with a grimace. Very well, I'm off to follow your instructions. Solomon, the slaver called him back. Another instruction. When you speak to Balustris, don't reveal our hiding place. Tell him I'm somewhere else in the charnel houses. I trust him no more than you do. Jubal bolted awake out of his half-slumber, his dagger once again at the ready. That sound, nearby and drawing closer. Pulling himself along the floor toward the doorway, the slaver wondered, for the first time, just whose hovel Solomon had hid him in. He had assumed it was abandoned, but perhaps the rightful owner was returning. With great care, he poked his head out the bottom corner of the doorway and beheld goats. A sizable herd meandered toward the hut, but though they caught the ex-gladiator's attention, they did not hold it. Two men walked side by side behind the animals. One was easily recognized as Solomon. The other's head came barely to Solomon's shoulder, and he walked with a rolling, bouncy gait. Jubal's eyes narrowed with suspicion and puzzlement. Whatever Solomon's reason for revealing their hideaway to a goat herder, it had better be a good one. The slaver's mood had not been improved by the time the men reached the doorway. If anything, it had darkened as two goats strayed ahead of the rest of the herd and made his unwilling acquaintance. Jubal, Solomon declared, hardly noticing the goats that had already entered the hovel. I want you to meet a goat herder, the slave spat out. Have you lost your mind? Not a goat herder, the aide stammered, surprised by Jubal's erupting anger. He's a lizarane. I don't care where he was born. Get him and his goats out of here. Another goat entered as they argued and stood at Jubal's feet, staring down on him with blandly curious eyes. Allow me to explain, my lord, the little man said quickly and nervously. It's not where I'm from, but what I am. The Order of Lizarane, a humbly order devoted to the study of healing through sorcery. He can mend your legs, Solomon blurted out, completely. You'll be able to walk or run if you wish.
Now it was Jubal's turn to blink in astonishment as he absently shoved one of the goats aside. "You? You're a wizard? You don't look like any of the magicians I've seen in town." "It's a humble order," the man replied, fussing with his threadbare robe. "And then again, living with the goats does not encourage the finery my town-dwelling colleagues are so proud of." "Then these are your goats?" Jubal shot a dark look at Solomon. "I use them in my magic," the Lizarane explained, "and they provide me with sustenance. As I said, "I know," Jubal repeated. "It's a humble order. Just answer one question. Is Solomon right? Can you heal my legs?" "Well, I can't say for sure until I've examined the wounds, but I've been successful in many cases." "Enough. Begin your examination. And, Solomon, get these damned goats out of the hut." By the time Solomon had gotten the animals into the yard, the Lizarane had the bandages off and was probing Jubal's legs. It was the first time the slaver had seen the wounds, and his stomach rebelled at the sight of the damage. Not good at all," the magician mumbled. "Far worse than I was told. See here, the infection's almost halfway up the thigh." "Can you heal them?" Jubal demanded, still not looking at the wounds. "It will be costly," the Lizarane told him, "and with no guarantee of complete success." "I knew that before I sent for you," the slaver snarled. "Your profession always charges high and never guarantee their work. No sellsword would stay alive if he demanded a sorcerer's terms." The wizard looked up from his examination. His expression had gone hard. "I wasn't speaking of my fee," he corrected his patient, "but of the strain to your body and mind. What is more, it is your strength and not mine which will determine the extent of your recovery. Strength of muscle and of spirit. If I and others have fallen short in our heals, it is because most arrogant warriors have greater egos than skills, and are also lacking." He caught himself and turned again to the wounds. "Forgive me, my lord. Sometimes being of a humble order is wearing on the nerves." "Don't apologize, man," Jubal laughed. "For the first time, I begin to have some faith in your ability to do what you promise. What is your name?" "Vertan, my lord." "And I am Jubal, not my lord," the slaver told him. "Very well, Vertan. If strength is what's needed, then between the two of us we should be able to renew my legs." "How much strain to the mind?" Solomon asked from the doorway. Jubal glared at his aide, annoyed by the interruption, but Vertan had already turned to face Solomon and did not see. "A fine question," the Lizarane agreed. "To grasp the answer, you must first understand the process." He was in his own element now, and his nervousness melted away. "There will be two parts to the healing. The first is relatively simple, but it will take some time. It involves drawing out the infection, the poisons, from the wounds. The true test lies in the second phase of the healing. There is damage here, extensive damage, and to the bones themselves."
To mend bone takes time, more time than I'd venture my Lord Jubal wishes to invest. I would therefore accelerate the body processes, thereby shortening the time required. While in this state, you will consume and pass food at an incredible rate, for the body needs fuel for the healing. What would normally require days will transpire in hours, the processes of months compacted into weeks. "Have you ever used this technique before?" Solomon asked. "Oh yes," Vertan assured him. "In fact, you know one of my patients. It was I who healed Balustras. Of course, that was back in the capital before he changed his name." "Balustras," Jubal scowled, an image of the crippled metal master flashing in his mind. "I know what you're thinking," the Lizarine injected hastily, "but I have done much to perfect my skills since then.
I was surprised, though, that he recommended me. At the time, he was not at all pleased with the results of my work." "I see," the slaver murmured. He shot a look at Solomon, who nodded slightly, acknowledging that the metal master would have to be investigated more closely. "But if I follow your program, I will be able to use my legs normally?" "Oh yes," Vertan assured him confidently. "The key factor is exercise." Balustris remained abed throughout the process, so his joints fused together. If you have the strength and will to work your legs constantly, you should regain full mobility. Do that for me, and I'll pay you double your fee, however large, without question or complaint. When can you begin?" "As soon as your man there takes his leave of our company," the sorcerer said. "What?" Solomon exclaimed, rising to his feet. "You said nothing about—" "I'm saying it now," Vertan cut him short. "Our methods are generally known, but our techniques are guarded. If one undisciplined in our order were to learn them and then attempt to duplicate our efforts without complete understanding of the signs and dangers, the results would be not only disastrous, but demeaning to our humble order. None but the patient may witness what I propose to do. The laws of our order are most strict about this." "Let it pass, Solomon," Jubal ordered. "I had other plans for you. I get no pleasure or support from having others see me in this weakened condition, even you. If I am to rebuild my force, I will need two things: my normal physical health intact and current information of happenings in Sanctuary. The healing is my task, one you cannot help me with. But for the information, I must rely on you, as I have so many times in the past." He turned to the Lizarine. "How long will your healing take?" The healer shrugged. "The time is not exact. Perhaps 2 months." Jubal spoke again to Solomon. "Return to town and don't come back for 3 months. You have access to most of our hidden funds. Use them and live well. Anyone hunting hawk masks will not think to look among the wealthy. That hunting should serve as a weeding to test the fitness of our remaining swords. Learn their whereabouts and watch them, but let none know I'm still alive. After 3 months, we'll meet and decide who is to be included in the new organization." "If you are as wealthy as your words," Vertan interjected cautiously, "might I make an additional suggestion?" Jubal cocked an eyebrow, but indicated the wizard should continue. "There are several wizards in Sanctuary who have the power to ferret out your location. If I were to provide a list of their names and estimates of their bribe price, you could ensure your safety during the healing process by paying them not to find you." Solomon snorted. "That way they'll take our money and still sell their services to the first hunter that asks. How trustworthy do you really think your colleagues are, healer?" "No more or less trustworthy than a sellsword," the Lizarine countered. "Every person has weaknesses, though some are weaker than others. While a few might be unscrupulous enough to accept double service, at least you can eliminate the danger from the honest practitioners." "See that's done," Jubal instructed Solomon. "There are 2 other things I'll want when you return. Find Hakim and let him accompany you to witness my recovery." "The storyteller? Why?" "He has amused us with his tales in the past," Jubal smiled, "as well as providing occasional bits of timely information. Sharing this story with him will guarantee that all will hear of my return to power." Solomon frowned, but did not protest further. "What else?" "A sword," Jubal stated, his eyes suddenly fierce. "The finest sword you can find. Not the prettiest, mind you, the best steel with the keenest edge. There will be some who will be less than happy at the news of my recovery, and I want to be prepared to deal with them." "That's enough for today," Vertan announced shakily. Like a drowning man encountering a log, the healer grabbed the goat tethered nearby and clung to it while the animal bleated and struggled to free itself. The slaver averted his eyes, nauseated by the now familiar ritual.
The first day he had watched intently, and what he had seen was now branded into his memory. Though he had always loathed magic and its practitioners, he now admitted a grudging admiration of the little wizard who labored over him. He would rather face 100 swords than subject himself to what the Lizarine endured voluntarily. Vertan drew the poison from Jubal's legs as promised, but what the ex-gladiator had not realized was that the wizard drew it into his own body. He had seen Vertan's hands after the first session, swollen and misshapen, dripping pus from deep cracked skin, caricatures of hands in the flickering candlelight. The poison was then transferred to one of the goats, whose body would then undertake to heal the invading infection. Over a dozen of the herd now had swellings or sores from taking part in the treatments. Jubal was astounded, frightened by the volume of poison in his ravaged legs. While several animals now coped with his infection, thereby lessening its power, it had all passed through Vertan. Rather than being annoyed with the little wizard's frequent recuperative rests, Jubal was amazed at the Lizarine's tenacity. "A few more days will complete this phase of the treatment," Vertan said weakly, releasing the goat. "Then the real trial begins." Jubal gagged at the smell wafting from Vertan's kettle. He had known odors before which others found revolting. The rotting smell of blood and entrails which the wind carried from the charnel house to his estate, the stink of unwashed bodies alive or dead, the clinging aroma of the excrements of penned animals, the acrid bite of the stench of the swamp at low tide. All these he had suffered without comment or complaint. But this, whatever bubbled in Vertan's pot, was an abomination. No such odor had ever been generated by nature or civilization. Of that Jubal was certain. "Drink," Vertan ordered, thrusting a ladle into the slaver's hands. 2 swallows, no more. The contents of the ladle were still bubbling. They had the appearance and texture of vomit, but Jubal drank. The first swallow was surprisingly cool on his tongue, but the second had the warmth and pulse of something alive. Jubal took it down with the same detached resolve he had used to kill his first helpless, crippled opponent, and handed the ladle back to the wizard. With a satisfied nod, the Lizarine tossed the utensil back into the kettle, then extended his hands palms down until they were each a few inches above Jubal's knees. "Brace yourself, swordsman," he ordered. "You're about to begin learning about pain." Something moved under the skin of the slaver's right knee, sending a quick stab of agony along his leg. Another piece moved, grating against the first. Then the movement began in his left knee. Despite his resolve, an animal howl of pain escaped Jubal's lips, a wordless note that rose and sank as the pieces of his shattered kneecaps shifted and realigned themselves.
Where the world had faded from knowledge when Vertan's voice came to him through the red mists. "Now move your legs, move them. You must flex your knees." With a giant effort, Jubal bent his right knee, sliding his foot along the dirt floor. The pain was beyond sound now, though his mouth strained with silent screams. "More. You must bend it completely. More, swordsman. Do you want to be a cripple? More. The other knee. More. Move it." Spittle ran down from the corner of the slaver's mouth. He soiled himself from the agony, but he kept moving, bending first one knee, then the other. Right knee, straighten. Left knee, right knee. He was disoriented in time and space. His entire world had been reduced to the effort of repeating the simple exercise. "Where's that will you bragged about?" the torturer taunted. "More. Bend those knees completely. Move." He was growing used to the taste of Vertan's vile potion. It still disgusted him, but the repeated doses had made the nausea familiar and therefore acceptable.
"Today you stand," the wizard announced without fanfare. Jubal hesitated, a piece of roast goat meat halfway to his lips. As promised, he was now eating 5 meals for every one the Lysarin ate. "Am I ready?" "No," Verton admitted, "but there's more involved here than your knees. Your muscles, especially your leg muscles, must be worked if you are to keep any strength in them. Waving your feet in the air isn't enough for your legs. They must bear weight again, and the sooner the better." "Very well," the slaver agreed, finishing the last of the meat and wiping his hands on his sleeves. "Let's do it now, before I've got to relieve myself again." That function, too, had increased 5-fold. Seizing the wall with one hand, Jubal drew his feet under him, then pushed with his legs. Standing up had once seemed so simple, nothing he ever thought about. Now sweat popped out on his brow, and his vision blurred. He kept pushing. By now, agony was as familiar as the Lysarin's face. Slowly, his hands scrabbling against the walls, he rose until his weight was on his feet. "There," he stated through clenched teeth, wishing he could stop the waving motion of the floor and walls around him. "As you said, nothing is impossible if the will is strong enough." "Good," Verton said with a malicious laugh. "Then you won't mind walking back and forth a bit." "Walking?" Jubal clutched at the wall. A wave of dizziness washed over him. "You said nothing about walking." "Of course," the wizard shrugged. "If I had, would you have attempted to stand? Now, walk, or don't you remember how?" The thunderstorm raged, giving added texture to the night. Jubal practiced alone, without Verton's supervision. This was not unusual now that his mobility was returning. He slept and woke according to the demands of his healing body, and was often left to exercise by himself. The rain had driven the goats away from the hut. They sought and usually found better shelter, so even his normal audience was absent. Still, the slaver practiced, heedless of the sucking mud at his feet. He held a stout branch in one hand, a branch the length of a sword. Block, cut, block behind, turn and duck, cut at the legs, move, move, move. Over and over he practiced a death dance he had learned as a gladiator. The pain was a distant ache now, an ache he could ignore. He had something else on his mind now. Turn, cut, move, block, turn, block, cut. Finally he stopped, the raindrops collecting in the wrinkles of his forehead. Slow, all of it, slow. To the untrained eye, his sword work might seem smooth and expert, but he knew he had a mere fraction of his old speed. He made to test his suspicions. He stooped and picked up 2 clods of dirt with his left hand, and tossed them into the air. He swung at them with his improvised weapon. One clod splattered as the limb connected with it, but the other splashed into the mud with a sound Jubal heard as a death knell. 1. There had been a time when he could hit 3. The healing was going far too slowly, taking too much of his strength. At times he felt his reflexes were getting worse instead of improving. There was only one solution. Moving quietly, he crept back into the hut, listening carefully to the unchanging rhythm of the wizard's soft snores. The kettle of vile potion was bubbling vigorously, as always. The slaver carefully dipped the ladle in and lifted it to his lips. For a week now, he had been sneaking extra swallows, relying on the Lysarin's growing fatigue to blind that normally watchful eye. Still, a few swallows had not made a difference. Ignoring the smell and taste, Jubal drained the ladle, hesitated, then refilled it. He refilled it a second time, then he crept back into the rain to continue his practice. "Jubal, are you there?" The slaver rose from his pallet at the sound of his aide's voice. His counting had been correct. It was 3 months since Verton's arrival. "Don't come in," he cautioned. "I'll be out in a moment." "Is something wrong?" his aide asked in a worried voice. "Where's Verton?" "I sent him away," the slaver responded, leaning heavily against the wall of the hut. He had been anticipating this moment, but now that it was here, he found himself filled with dread. "Is the storyteller with you?" "I'm here," Hakim said for himself, "though just the news that you are indeed alive is story enough for a dozen tellings." "There's more," Jubal laughed bitterly. "Believe me, there's more. You won't regret your trip." "What is it?" Solomon insisted, alerted by the odd tone of the slaver's voice. "Wasn't the cure successful?" "Oh, I can walk well enough," Jubal grimaced. "See for yourselves." With that, he stepped through the doorway and into the sunlight. Solomon and Hakim each gasped at the sight of him. Open astonishment was written large on their faces. If the slaver had any doubts of his recent decision, the confirmation was now before him. He forced himself to smile. "Here's the finale for your tale, Hakim," he said. "Jubal will be leaving these parts now. Where so many others have failed, I myself have succeeded in outwitting Jubal." "What happened?" Solomon stammered. "What the Lizarin said would happen, if we'd had the wit to listen to him closely. He healed my legs by speeding my body's processes. Unfortunately, he had to speed them all, not just those in my legs." Jubal was old. His hair was white, and his skin had the brittle, fragile texture of parchment, once wet, then left to dry in the sun. Though his muscle tone was good, there was none of a young man's confidence in his stride or stance. Only the careful, studied movements of one who knows his natural days are nearing an end. "It's as much my fault as his," the ex-gladiator admitted. "I was sneaking extra doses of his potion, thinking it would speed the healing. By the time he realized what was happening, the damage had been done. Besides, he filled his part of the bargain. I can walk, even run, just as he claimed. But as a leader of men, I'm finished. A common merchant with a cane could beat me in a fight, much less the swordsman we had planned to challenge." A silence fell over the group, one which Jubal felt with ever-increasing discomfort. "Well, Hakim," he said with forced cheerfulness, "you have your story. Tell it well, and you'll have wine money for a year." The old tale spinner sank slowly into his favored squat and scratched absently. "Forgive me, I had been expecting a better ending." "So had I," snarled, his carefully rehearsed poise slipping before Hakim's insolence. "But I was given little choice in the final outcome. Am I not right, Solomon? Look me in the eye and tell me that at this moment you are not pondering where you may go now in search of someone who can give you your revenge? Or are you going to lie and say you think I still have a fighting chance against Tempus?" "Actually, that was one of the things I meant to speak to you about," Solomon admitted, looking away. "I've done much thinking in the time since we parted, and my current feeling is that under no circumstances should we pursue Tempus at all."
What? But he did nothing anyone else wouldn't have done had he the strength, Solomon said over Jubal's objections. The fault was ours. We were far too open at the end, flaunting our wealth and power, strutting through the streets in our hawk masks, an easy target for anyone with the courage and skill to oppose us. Well, someone did. If you issue enough challenges, someone, sooner or later, is going to call you. Gladiators know the penalty of pride, of displaying strength when it isn't necessary. A wise opponent will listen quietly and use knowledge against his enemy. Tempus has done what we should have done. Jubal listened with growing astonishment. Then, you're saying we just let him go unmolested? Our goal has always been power, not vengeance, Solomon insisted. If we could ever seize power without confrontation, that's the route we'd take. Is confronting Tempus the only way to regain control over Sanctuary? If not, then we should avoid it. You keep saying we. Look at me. What good is a leader who can't fight his own battles? Like Prince Kitty Cat? Like Molin Torchholder? Solomon asked with a dry chuckle. Or the Emperor himself? How often have you used your sword in the last 2 years? Hakim interrupted. I may have missed some accounts, but as near as I can figure, it's only once, and you could have avoided that fight. I used it the day of the raid, Jubal replied, unimpressed. And it didn't help you then, when you were at the peak of health and skill, his aide picked up the thread of the argument. There are ways to fight other than with a sword. You've been doing it for years, but your gladiator's brain won't let you admit it. But I can't fight alone, the slave insisted, his greatest fear finding voice at last. Who would join with an old man? I would, Solomon assured him, if that old man were you. You have your wealth, you know the town, and you have a mind that can use power like your hands used a sword. You could run the town. I'm sure enough of it to stake my future on it. Jubal pondered a moment. Perhaps he was being hasty. Perhaps there were others like Solomon. Exactly how would we build a secret organization? How could we be unseen, unknown, and still be effective? He asked carefully. In many ways, it would be easier than working openly as we have in the past, Solomon laughed. As I see it, excuse me, Hakim got to his feet, but I fear you are getting into matter not safe for a tale spinner to hear. Some other time I will listen to your story, if you're willing to tell it to me still. Jubal waved farewell to the storyteller, but his mind was already elsewhere, carefully weighing and analyzing the possibilities Solomon had set forth. He just might be able to do it. Sanctuary was a town that thrived on greed and fear, and he was well versed in the usage of both. Yes, barring any major changes in the town, he could do it. Pacing thoughtfully, he called for Solomon to brief him on everything that had happened in Sanctuary since the raid. Downwind, C.J. Cherryh. There was enterprise among the sprawl of huts and shanties that was the downwind of Sanctuary. Occasionally, someone even found the means of exacting a livelihood out of the place. The aim of most such was to get out of downwind as quickly as possible, on the first small hoard of coin, which usually saw the entrepreneurs back again in a fortnight, broke and slinking about the backways, sleeping as the destitute immemorially slept, under rags and scraps and up against the garbage they used for forage, thin pickings in the downwind, for the warmth of the decaying stuff. So they began again, or sank in the lack of further ideas, and died that way, stark and stiff in the mud of the alleys of downwind. Mama Betcho was one who prospered. There was an heir to Mama Betcho, but so there was to everyone in downwind. The stink clung to skin and hair and walls and mud and the inside of the nostrils and wafted on the winds, from the offal of Sanctuary slaughterhouses and tanneries and fullers, and, on days of more favorable wind, from the swamp to the south. But on the rare days the wind blew out of the north and came clean, the reek of downwind itself overcame it, so that no one noticed, least of all Mama Betcho, who ran the only tavern in the downwind. What she sold was mostly her own brew, and what went into it, or fell into it, in the backside of her shanty tavern, not even downwinders had courage to ask, but paid for it, bartered for it, and, sometimes in the dark maze of downwind streets, knifed for it, or died of it. What she sold was oblivion, and that was a power in downwind, like the real sorcery that won itself a place, and palaces across the river that divided Sanctuary's purgatory from this neighboring hell.
So her shanty's front room and the alley beside was packed with bodies and a reek with fumes of brew and the unwashed patrons who sprawled on the remnants of makeshift furniture, itself spread with rags that had layered deep over unlaundered years, the latest thrown to cover holes in the earlier. By day, the light came from the window and the door. By night, a solitary lamp provided as much smoke as light over the indistinct shapes of lounging bodies and furnishings and refuse. The back room emitted smoke of a different flavor and added a nose-stinging reek to the miasma of the front room. And that space, and that eventually fatal vice, was another of Mama Betcho's businesses. She moved like a broad old trader through the reefs of couches and drinkers, the flotsam of debris on the floor. She carried clusters of battered cups of her infamous brew in stout red fists, a mountainous woman in a tattered smock which had stopped having any color, with a crazy twist of grizzled hair that escaped its wooden skewers and flew in wisps and clung to her cheeks in sweaty strings. Those arms could heave a full ale keg or evict a drunk. That scowl of deep-set eyes like stones, of jaws clamped tight and mouth lost in jowls, was perpetual and legendary in the downwind. 2 boys assisted her, shadow-eyed and harried, and the subject of rumors only whispered outside Mama Betcho's. Mama Betcho had always taken in strays, and no few of them were grown, like Tygoth, who might be her own, or one of the foundlings, and lounged now with half-crazed eyes following the boys. Tygoth was Mama Betcho's size, reported half her wit, and loyal as a well-fed hound. There was, besides, Haggett, who was one of Mama's eldest, a lean and twisted man with lank, greasy hair, a beggar, generally, but some mornings he came home, limping not so badly as he did in Sanctuary streets, to spend his take at Mama Betcho's. So enterprise brought some coin to the downwind in these days of unrest, with Jubal fallen and the stepsons riding in pairs down the street, striking terror where they could. And coin inevitably brought the bearer to Mama Betcho's, and bought a corner of a board that served as a bench, or a pile of rags to sit on, or for the fastidious, the table, the sole real table with benches, and a draught of one of Mama's special kegs, or even, ceremoniously wiped with a grimy rag, a cup and a flask of wine. Mrod and Viss occupied the table this night, as he had many nights, alone. Mad Ellid had tried him again with her best simper, and he had scowled her off. So she had slunk out the door to try her luck and her thieving fingers on some drunkard prey. Thoughts seethed in him tonight that would have chilled Ellid's blood. Vague and half-formed needs. He wanted a woman, but not Ellid. He wanted to kill someone, several someones in particular. And he was no small part drunk, imagining Ellid screams. Even Ellid might scream, which he would like to hear, which might ease his rage at least so long as he was mildly drunk and seething. He had no real grudge against Ellid, but her persistence and her smell, which was nothing which deserved such hate.
It was perhaps because, looking at her, with her foolish grin that tried to seduce and disgusted him instead, he saw something else, and darker, and more terrible, and smelled behind her reek a delicate musk, and saw hell behind her eyes. Or he saw himself, who also had traded too much of himself, and sold what he would have kept if he had had the luxury. But generally the whores and the bullies let Mrod Viss alone. That was tribute of a kind in Mama Betcho's, to an outsider, and not a large man. He was foreign. It was in his dark face and in his accent. And if he was watched, still no one had seriously tried him, excepting Ellid. He paid for the special wine. He maintained his solitude through a slice of gritty stone-ground bread and some of Mama Betcho's possible bean soup, and kept his surreptitious watch over the door. Night after night he spent here, and many of his days.
He lodged across the alley, in space Mama Beccio rented for more than it was worth, accepting her assurance that it would stay inviolate, that the meager furnishings would always be there, that there would never be some sly opening of the door when he was out or while he was asleep. Tygoth made his rounds of Mama's properties all night with stick in hand, and if anything was not what it ought to be, then corpses floated down the white foal in the morning. That was good so long as his small hoard of coin lasted, and it was running low. Then the reckoning came. The woman mountain rolled his way and loomed beside him, setting down a second cup of wine and repossessing the empty. "Fine stuff," she said, "this." He laid down the coin she wanted. Fingers the match of Tygoth's picked it off the scarred table with incongruously long, curved nails, ridged like horn. "Thank'ee," she said sweetly. Her face in its halo of grizzled hair, its mound of cheeks, grinned to match the voice. But the eyes in their suety pits were black and almond and glittered like eyes he had seen the other side of Sword's Point. She fed him on the best, gave him sleeping space like a farm wife some fatted hog. He knew. She would be sure she had all the money first, and then go on to other things. Mama Beccio dealt in souls, both men and women, and she named the services when the coin was gone. She had him in her eye, a man who could be useful, but having weaknesses, a man who had tastes that cost too much. She scented helplessness, he reckoned. She smelled blood, and made sure that he bled all he had. And oh, she would be there when he had run out of money, grinning that snake's grin at him, and offering him his choices, knowing he would die without, because a man like him did die in the downwind when the money ran out along with any hope of getting more. He would not beg, or sell what sold in the downwind. He would kill to get out, or kill himself with binges of downwind brew. And Mama knew what a delicate bird she had in her nets. Delicate though he had survived half a dozen battlefields. He could not survive in the downwind, not as downwinders did. So it was possession that gleamed in Mama's deep-set eyes, the way she regarded one of her treasured pewter cups, or looked at one of her boys, assessing its best use and on whom it was best bestowed. She kept a private den backstairs, that rag-pile, perfume-stinking boudoir with the separate back door, out of which her boys and girls came and went on her errands, out of which wafted the fumes of wine and expensive curfew. He lived opposite that door, like the maw of hell, had been inside once when he let his room. She had insisted on giving him a cup of wine and taking him to her room when explaining the rules and the advantages her boy's protection afforded. She had offered him curfew, a small sample, and given him to know what else she could supply. And that den continued its furtive visitors, and Tygoth to walk his patrol, rapping on the walls with his stick, even in the rain. Tap, 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 tap in the night, keeping that alley safe and everything Mama owned in its place. "Come backstairs," Mama would say when the money ran out. "Let's talk about it." Grinning all the while. He knew the look. Like Elid's. Like... He drank to take a taste from his mouth, made the drink small, because his life was measured in such sips of his resources. He hated, gods he hated women, hated the blood-sucking lot of them, in whose eyes there was darkness that drank and drank forever. There had been a woman, his last employer. Her name was Ishade. She had a house on the river. And there was more than that to it. There were dreams. There was that well of dark in every woman's eyes, and that dark laughter in every woman's face, so that in any woman's arms that moment came that turned him cold and useless, that left him with nothing but his hate and the paralysis, in which he never yet had killed one, whether because there was a remnant of self-will in him, or that it was terror of her that kept him from killing. He was never sure. He slept alone now. He stayed to the downwind, knowing she was fastidious, and hoping she was too fastidious to come here. But he had seen her first, walking the alleys of the maze, a bit of night in black robes, a bit of darkness no moon could cure, a dusky face within black hair, and eyes no sane man should ever see. She hunted the alleys of Sanctuary. She still was there, or on the river, or closer still. She took her lovers of a night, the unmissable, the negligible, and left them cold by dawn. She had sent him from her service unscathed, excepting the dreams and his manhood. She called him in his nightmares, promising him an end, as she had seen her whisper to her victims and hold them with her eyes. And at times he wanted that end. That was what frightened him most, that the darkness beckoned like the only harbor in the world, for a man without hire and patronage, for a Nisabisi wanted by law at home and stranded on the wrong side of a war. He dared not become too drunk. The night Mama Beccho ever thought he had all his money on him, which he had, then they would go for him. Now it was a game. They tested him, learned him and his resources, whether he was a thief or no, what skills he had. So he still baffled them, and watched the door. Desperately casual, pretending not to watch. All of a sudden, his heart lurched an extra beat and began to hammer in his chest, for the man he had been waiting for had just come through the door. And Maraudon Vis sipped his wine and gave the most blunt, disinterested stare that he gave to all comers, not letting his eyes linger in the least on this young ruffian, dark-haired, dark-skinned, who came here to spend his money. The man came closer, edged past his back, and sat down at the end of the same table, which made staring inconvenient. Maraudon feigned disinterest, finished his wine, got up and walked away, through the debris and out the open door, where drinkers and drunks took the fresher air, leaned on walls or sprawled against them, or sat on the two benches. So Maraudon took his place, his shoulders to the wall in the shadows, and stood until his knees were numb, while the traffic came and went in and out Mama Beccho's door, until soon Tygoth would take up his vigil in the alleyway. Then the man came out again, reeling a little in satiation, but not that much, and not lingering among the loiterers by the door. 2. The quarry passed to the right, and Maraudon Vis leaned away from his wall, stepped over the sprawled legs of a fellow hanger-on, and went after the young man, along the muddy streets and alleyways. The wine had lost its effect on him in his waiting, but he pretended its influence in his step. He had learned such stratagems in his residency in the downwind. He knew the ways thereabouts, every door, every turning that could take a body out of sight in a moment.
He had studied them with all the care with which in other days he had studied broader terrain, and now he stalked this shanty maze, knowing just when his step might sound on harder ground, when his quarry, turning a corner, might chance to see him, and where he might safely lag back or take a shorter way. He had not known which way this man might go, but he had him now, and knew every way that he might take, no matter which way he might turn. It had been a long wait already for this man, this current hope of his, who visited Bekos with money, who also liked his wine, and bought criff in the back room. He knew this man, who did not know him. Knew him from a place across the river, in the maze, in a place where he had courted Jubal's employ, once in better days. And if there was a chance left to him, it was this. He had tracked this man on another night and lost him, but this night he knew the ground, had set the odds in his own favor in this hunt. And the Manyuth was at least some part drunk. The way crossed the main road, past a worse and worse tangle of hovels, past the flimsy shelters of the hopeless, the old, the desolate, and now and again a doorway where someone had taken shelter against the wind. Eyes that saw everything,
and nothing in the dark. Witnesses whose own misery enveloped them and left only apathy behind. Down a side track and into an alley this time, and it was a dead end. The quarry entered it, and Mrathon knew the door there, as he knew every turn and twist of this street. He thrust himself around the corner, having heard the steps go on. "You," Mrathon said, "man." The youth whirled, hand to belt, with the quick flash of steel in the blackness. "Friend," Mrathon said. He had his own knife, in case. If the young man's mind had been fumed, it was shocked clear now. He had set himself in a knifeman's crouch, and Mrathon measured it as too far for any simple move. "Jubal," Mrathon said, ever so softly. "That name make a difference to you?" Still silence. "I've got business to talk with you," Mrathon said. "Suppose we do that?" "Maybe." The voice came tightly. The crouch never varied. "Come a little closer. Why don't you open that door and let's talk about it?" Another silence. "Man, are we going to stand here for the world to watch? I know you. I'm telling you. I'm by myself. The risk is on my side. You stand there. I'll open the door. You go in first. Maybe you've got friends in there. You're asking the favors, aren't you? Where did I get you on my heel? Or were you waiting on the street?" Mrathon shrugged. "Ask me inside. Maybe I'll talk to you." The voice grew reasoned and calm. "Maybe you just put away that knife and keep your hands where I can see them." The youth inserted his knife in the seam of the door and flipped up the latch inside, pushed it open. The inside was dark. "Go first, about 6 steps across the room. Let's have a light first, shall we?" "Can't do that, man. No one in there to light it. Just go on." "Sorry." "Think I'll stand here after all. Maybe you'll change your living after tonight. Maybe you'll slip me after this. So I'll have my say here. Have it inside." A second figure stepped into the alley out of the dark doorway, and the voice was female. "Come on in, but go first." He thought about it. The pair of them stood in front of him. "One of you get a light going in there." The second figure vanished, and in a moment a dim light flared, casting a faint glow on the youth outside. Mrathon calculated his chances, slipped his own knife into its sheath, and went, with a prickling sensation at his nape, a short step up to the floor with the man at his back. A flash of the eye about the single room, the tattered, faded curtain at the end that could conceal anything. The woman, a single cot this side, clothing hung on pegs, water jugs, pots, and pannikins set on a misshapen brick fire pit at the right, on the rim of which the lamp sat. The woman was the finer image of the man, dark hair cropped close as his, like twins, brother and sister at least. He turned. The brother shut the door behind him with a push of his foot. "Mama Bekos," the brother said. "That was where you were." "You're Jubal's man," Mrathon said, and ignored the knife to walk over to the wall nearest the clothes, where a half-wall jutted out to shield his back. "Still Jubal's man, I'm guessing, and I'm looking for hire." "You're crazy. Out. There's nothing for you here." "Not so easy." He saw one cloak on the pegs. The man wore one. There was some clothing, not abundant. He fingered the cloak, letting them follow his train of thought, and looked at them again, folded his arms, and leaned back against the wall. "So, Jubal's got troubles, and maybe he's in the market. I work cheap to start, room and board. Maybe your man can't support anything more right now. But times change, and I'm willing to ride through this difficulty. Better days might come, mightn't they? For all of us." The woman made a quiet move that took her to the side. She sat down on the cot, and that put their hands on different levels, at different angles to his vision. He recognized the stocking and the angle the man occupied between him and the door, the curtain at his shoulder, so he moved again a couple of paces along the wall, slipped his hands both into his belt, but the one not far from his knife, and shrugged with a wry twist of his mouth. "I tell you I work cheap," he said, "to start." "There's no hire," the man said. "Oh, there has to be," Mradhan said softly. "Otherwise you wouldn't like my leaving here at all, and I've walked in here in good faith. It's your pick, you understand, how it goes from here. An introduction to your man, a little earnest coin?" "He's dead," the woman said, and shook his faith in his own bluff. "The hawk masks are all like us, looking for employ. Then you'll find it. I'll throw in with you. Partners, you, me, the rest of you." "Sure," the man said, and scowled. "You've got the stink of hire about you already. What coin? The prince's?" Mradhan forced a laugh and leaned back again. "Not likely. Not likely the hellhounds or any of that ilk. My last hire turned sour, and a post in the guard? No, not with your complexion or mine. Your man now, so he and you are lying low a while, and maybe I've got reasons for doing the same. There are people I don't want to meet. No better service I can think of than a man who might be building back from a little difficulty. Don't give me that. Jubal's gone to cover, word's around. But one of those hawk masks might suit me, keeping my face out of the sight of 2 or 3. I'm afraid you're out of luck." "No," the woman said. "I think we ought to talk about it." Mradhan frowned, trusting her less, liking it not at all, that it was the woman that took that twist, that looked at him from the cot and tried to demand his attention away from her brother, cousin, with a quiet, incisive voice. Then the curtain moved, and a dark-skinned man in a hawk mask stood there with a sword aimed floorward in his hand. "We talk," the man said, and Mradhan's heart, which had leapt several beats, while his fingers, obeying previous decision, stayed still, began to beat again. "So," Mradhan said cockily enough, "I was wondering when the rest of us would get into it. Look, I'm short of funds, a little bit for earnest, so I can reckon I'm hired. I'm particular about that." "Mercenary," the young man said. "Once," Mradhan said, "the guard and I came to a parting of the ways. It's this skin of mine." "You're not Ilsigi," said the mask. "Half. It was a lie. It served when it was convenient." "You mean," the youth said, "your mother really knew?" Heat flamed up in Mradhan's face. He gripped the knife and let it go again. "When you know me better," Mradhan said softly, "I'll explain it all. How women know." "Cut it," the woman said. She tucked her feet up within her arms. "What would it take," the hawk mask said, "for you to consider yourself hired?" Mradhan looked at the man, his heart pounding again. He sat down on the edge of the fire pit, making himself easy when his instincts were all otherwise.
He thought of something exorbitant, remembered the hawk masks, fallen fortunes, maybe a silver bit, maybe some names, too. "Maybe you don't need them," the hawk mask said. "I want to know who I'm dealing with, what the deal is for. No, Moria, they'll deal with you. You'll have to take your orders there. Does that gall you?" "Not particularly," Mradhan said, and that too was a lie, as long as the money's regular. "So you knew Moram's face, from across the river, from days before the trouble." "I dealt with a man named Stecco. Stecco's dead." The tone put a wind down his nape. He shrugged. "So, well, I suspect a lot were lost, stabbed, on the street, Tempus games, or someone's. These are hard times, Vis. Yes, we've lost a few of us. Possibly someone talked, or someone knew a face. We don't wear the masks outside, Vis. Not now. You don't talk in your sleep, do you, Vis? No. Where lodgings? Betchos. If, the voice grew softer still, difficult for its timbre, if there were a slip, we would know. You see, it's your first job to keep Moram and Moria safe. If anything should happen to the 2 names you knew, well, we'd suspect, I'm afraid, that you'd made some kind of mistake. And the end of that would be very bad. I can't describe enough how bad. But that won't happen. I know you'll take good care. Go back to your lodgings. For now, go there. We'll see about later." "How long?" Mordaunt asked tautly, not favoring this threatening and believing every word of it. "Maybe I should move in here to keep an eye on them." "Out," said Moram. "Money," Mordaunt said. "Moria," the hawk-mask said. The woman uncurled from the cot, fished a bit from the purse she wore, and offered it to him. He took it, snatched it from her fingers without a look, and strode for the door. Moram got out of his way, and he opened it, stepped out into the foul wind and the dark and the reek of the alley, and walked out onto the main way again. Doubtless one of them would follow him. His mind seethed with possibilities, and murder was one. For less than the silver, any one of them would kill. He sensed that. But there was the chance, too, that the hire was real. Their casualties were real, and they could not get too many offers now. He padded as quickly as he could toward his own territory, down the main road, down which the last few stragglers moved, homeless and searching, muddle-minded some, which Cleedle left of one when its use had been too long, or, moving with purpose, it was unwise to stare at. He strode along in a world of faceless shapes and lightless buildings, everything anonymous as himself. Hooves sounded in the dark, moving in haste, and in a moment the streets were clear, himself among the lurkers that hid along the alleys. A quartet of riders passed toward the bridge, stepsons, Tempus men. They were gone in a moment, and life poured back onto the street. So the business out by Jubal's estate continued, and Tempus settled in. A shiver ran down Mordaunt's spine for the inconvenience of the neighborhood. He wanted out, desperately. He thought of Corone if he had had the funds. But they hunted spies. War with Nisibis was on them. Any foreigner was suspect, and one who really happened to be Nisibisi most especially. He avoided the main ways after that, grateful for the anonymity of Mama Betchos, which lay off the main track the carts and the riders took. Something in him shivered, remembering the hire he had just accepted, pay which had set him against the new occupants of the estate. Tempus men hunted hawk masks as they hunted spies, and gods knew it was no prettier way to go. The alleyways unwound, almost home territory now. A beggar or two always huddled near Mama Betchos, one wakeful enough tonight to put out a claw, and one a coin. A true cripple, perhaps, or too sick to make the bridge to richer streets. A dry spitting attended his lack of charity. Then, for one heart-stopped moment, he heard a sound behind, and turned, but there was nothing but the moon on a muddy alley and the tilt-walled buildings leaning together like some fever dream of hell in the dark. Followed, he thought. He quickened his pace, on the verge of home, and came to the alleyway by Mama's, where the drinking continued, and the hangers about the door still loitered, but fewer of them. He walked into that alley, and Tygoth was there, to his relief, a hulking, stick-carrying shadow making his rounds. "It's Vis," Mordaunt said. "Huh," was Tygoth's comment. Tygoth rapped against the wall with his stick. "Walk with you?" Tygoth did, taking his duty seriously, rapping the wall as he went, rapping at the door of his lodgings, opening the door for him like the servant of some palatial home, across from the lighted parchment window that was Mama Betcho's own. "Coin," Tygoth said, and held out his hand. Mordaunt laid the nightly fee in the huge palm, and the sturdy fingers closed. Tygoth went into the room and fetched the little light from its niche by the door, stumped away with it to Mama Betcho's back door, and opened that to light it from that inside, then came back again, shielding the flame with his monstrous hand. With greatest care he went inside and set it in its place. "Safe," Tygoth declared then, a murmurous rumble, and walked off, tapping his stick against the walls. Mordaunt looked after that shambling shadow, then went in and barred the door. Safe. So he had a bit of silver to bolster his dwindling coppers, and a bar on the door for the night, but it was in his mind that this Am and Moria would change their lodgings tonight, and not show up again, he hoped.
It was more surety than he had had the day before. In the safety of his room, he pinched out all but the nightwick and lay down to his sleep, hoping for sleep, but knowing that there would be dreams. There always were. Ishgard, the wind whispered, coming from the river and riffling through the debris outside. He dreamed of her walking the streets of Downwind, this time her black robes unsullied, and the stench became the musk that surrounded her, like the smell of blood, like the smell of dead flowers or old dusty halls. He waked in sweat, more than once. He lay awake and stared into the dark. The draft had put the wick out. It always did. He reminded himself that there was the silver. He felt it in the dark, like a talisman, proving that that meeting had been real. He needed anonymity and gold. He needed power that could put locks on doors. He put fanatic hope in this Jubal, who had once had both. Whenever he shut his eyes, he dreamed. 3. There was silence in the small company, a prolonged silence inside the cramped quarters that had been one of their safe shelters, with Moram sulking in a crouch against the wall and Moria folded in the other corner, her arms about her knees. Achin occupied the cot, cross-legged, arms wrapped about his huge chest, his dark head lowered, uncommunicative. What could be done was done. They waited. And finally the scurrying came in the alley outside, which brought heads up and got Moram and Moria to their feet. No attack, not likely. 2 of their own were on the street now, watching. "Get it," Achin said, and Moria unlatched the door. It was Divyaz, who stepped owlishly into the faint light they afforded inside. No mask, not on the streets these days. All. Divyaz managed was dirt, and the stink that armored all Downwinds unwashed. He went where he said, Divyaz said. He snugged in at Becho's alley. "Good," Achin said, and got up from the cot, taking his cloak across his arm. "You stay here," he said to Moram and Moria. "Use the drop up the way. Keep on it." "You didn't have to give our names," Moria said. She trembled with rage, whether at Achin or at her brother. "Any objection if we settle that bastard outright and leave questions unanswered?" Achin flung on the cloak. He towered, difficult to conceal if one suspected it was Achin. "No, we can't afford that now. You've cost us a safe hole. You live in it, and watch yourselves." "There'll be watchers," Moria said, hoping that there would be.
"Maybe," said Achin, "and maybe not." He followed Diz back out the door and pulled it after him. The latch dropped. The lamped flame waved shadows round the walls. Moria turned round and looked at her brother, a burning stare. Moram shrugged. "Hang you," Moria said. "Oh, that's not what they do to hawk masks lately, not the ones on our trail. You had to go to Becho's, had to have it, didn't you? You let someone follow you. Stinking stooge it off it, hear me? Get off that stuff. It'll kill you. It almost did. When the man gets back, there's no guarantee he's coming back. Shut up." She darted a frantic glance at the door, where one of the others could still be listening. "You know better than that." So they got him good this time, and Tempus mins. And Achin goes on pushing and shoving as if the man was still. "Shut up! Jubal's not in shape to do anything, is he? They go on hunting hawk masks in the street, and none of us know when we'll be next. We live in holes and hope the man gets back. He'll settle with them when he does. If we keep it all together. If. Have you seen that lot that's moved in on the estate? Jubal never go back there. He won't face them down. Can't. Did you hear the riders in the street? That's permanent. Shut up. You're stiffed." Moram walked over to the wall and pulled his cloak off the peg. "Where do you think you're going? Out, where there's less noise. Don't you dare." He slung it on and headed for the door. "Come back here." She grabbed at his arm, futile. He had long ago outweighed her. "Achin will have your head. Achin doesn't care. He feeds us pennies and gives silver out with our names for the asking. You won't go after him. Achin said, stay out of my business." No, I won't cut the bastard's throat. Not tonight. I've got a headache. Just let me alone. All right, I won't talk to you. Just stay inside. He pulled the door open and went out it. More 'em, she hissed. He turned and held up a coin. Enough to get me really drunk, but only enough for one. Sorry. He whirled and left, a flurry of a ragged cloak. Moria closed the door, crossed the room, flung herself down to sit on the cot with her head in her hands and the blood pounding in her temples. She was scared. She wanted to hit something, anything. Since the raid had scattered them with half their number dead, it was all downhill. Aichin tried to hold it together. They had no idea whether he had what he claimed to have, whether Jubal was even still alive. She doubted it sometimes, but not out loud. Moram's doubts were wider. She did not fully blame him. Tonight she hated Aichin and remembered it was Moram himself who had led the outsider to them. Drunk, stoned on kerf, using far too much. And Bichos, any place was dangerous if they frequented it, if they set up a pattern, and her brother had a pattern. His habits led him here and led him there. There was the smell of death about him that terrified her. All the enemies the slaver Jubal had ever accumulated, and they were many, had come to pick bones now that his power was broken. From the days that hawk masks used to swagger in gaudy dress through the streets, now they wore ragged cloaks and slunk into any hole that would keep them. And that was, for all of them, a bitter change. Moram could not bear it. She gave him money, doled it out, hers and his, but he had lied to her, she knew he had, and gotten that little more that it needed for Bichos. Or he had cut a purse or a throat, defying Aichin's plain orders. He was committing slow suicide. She knew. They had come up together out of this reek, this filth, to Jubal's service, and learned to live like lords. And now that it was back to the gutter again, Moram refused to live on those terms. She held on to him with all her wit and talents, covered for him, lied for him. Aichin might kill him himself if he had seen him go, or beat him senseless. She wished she had the strength to pound the idiocy out of him, flatten him against a wall and talk sense to him. But there was no one to do that for him, not for years. Moram flung off down the street, striding along with purpose, none of the sleepers in doorways challenged, getting off the main road as quickly as he might. But something stirred another way. A beggar dislodged himself from his doorway near an alley and shuffled along until he reached Shadows, then moved quite differently, hunkering down when he thought it might serve, and running spryly enough when there was need. Then other beggars began to move, some truly lame, but not all. And one of them had already gone, scuttling along alleys as far as a shack near Mama Bechos, at the back of which the White Foal River flowed its sluggish, black glistening way beneath the bridge. Guards dozed there, about the walls, unlikely as guards as he was unlikely as a messenger, in rags. One a little urchin girl sleeping in the alley, who looked up and went back to her interrupted nap, a huddle of bony limbs. And one a one-legged man, who did the same. But that hulk nearest the door got up and faced the messenger. "Got something," the messenger said, "might want to hear." The guard rapped at the door. In a little time it opened on the dark inside, and a shutter opened, affording light enough to someone who had been inside all along. The messenger went in and squatted down in a crouch natural to his bones, and delivered what he had heard. So Maruth listened, sitting on his bed, and when the messenger was done, said, "Put Squith on it, and Ister." Luthim left, bowing in haste. Mama's latest boarder. Maruth pondered the idea, hands clasped on his knees, smiling and frowning at once, because any link between his home territory and the hawk masks he hunted made him uneasy. There was in the dark, on the backside of the door, a mask pinned with an iron nail, and there was blood on it that had dried like rust in the daylight. But only those that came to this shack and had the door closed on them could see it. It was a joke of sorts.
Maruth had a sense of humor, like his half-brother Tygoth shambling along the alleys by Mama's, rapping his stick and mumbling slack-witted nonsense. He had one now, and ordered Luthim himself followed. The urchin was summoned to the door and given a message to take. So Tygoth would know. "Good night," Maruth told his lieutenant, and the man closed the shutters and the door, leaving him his darkness and his sleep. But he kept rocking and thinking, pondering this and that, shifting pieces on his mental map of downwind alleys, remembering this and that favor owed and how to collect. Hawkmasks died, and either they were loyal, which seemed unlikely, or ignorant where Jubal lay, even in extremity. He had had 3 so far. The one nailed to the door had told him most, where these 2 lodged, but so far he had not pounced. He knew the homes and haunts of others, and suddenly the trail doubled back again, to Mama's, to his own territory. He was not amused. And just the other side of the bridge, in a curious gardened house with well-lighted windows casting a glow on the same black water, Ishad received quite another messenger, a slave and young, and handsome after a foreign fashion, who appeared at her gate disturbing certain wards, who came up the path only after hesitating some long time, and stood inside her dwelling as if he were dazed. He was a gift, constantly held out to her. He had come and gone frequently, sent by those who had offered her employ, and stood there now staring at the floor, at anything but himself. Perhaps he had known in the beginning that he was not meant to come back to his masters, or that his handsomeness was to have attracted her, and offer a reward. He was not stupid, this slave. He was scared, perpetually, sensing something, if only that his mind was not what it ought to be when he was here, and he would not this time look at her, not at all.
She was, on one level, amused, and on another, vexed with those who had sent him, as if she were some beast to take what was thrown to her, even so delicate an offering as this. But they dared not come themselves. They were that cautious, these adherents of Vashanka, not putting themselves within this room. She was untidy, was Ishade. Her small nest of a house was strewn not with rags, but with silks and cloaks and such things as amused her. Her taste was garish, with unsubtle fire-colored curtains, a velvet throw like a puddle of emerald, and it all undusted, unkept, a ruby necklace like a scatter of blood lying atop the litter on a gilded table. A bed never made, but tossed with moire silks and hung with dusty drapes. She loved color, did Ishade, and avoided it for her dress. Her hair was a fall of ink about her face. Her habiliments were blacker than night, her eyes, but the slave would not look at them. "Look up," she said, when she had read the message, and after a moment he must. He stared at her. The fear grew quiet, because she had that skill. She held him with her eyes. "I did a service for one your masters knew lately. They seem to think this obligates me. Nothing does. Do they realize this?" He said nothing, shaped a no with his lips. He had no wish to be party to any confidences, that was clear. Yes or no, or whatever she wanted to hear. The mind, she thought, was unfocused like the eyes. So, "Do you know what this says?" No, the lips shaped again. "They want the slaver. Jubal. Does that amuse you?" No answer at all. There was fear. It bubbled against her nerves like strong wine, harder and harder to resist. But she played with it, stronger than they judged she was, despising them, and perhaps a little mad. At times she thought she was, or might become so, and at others most coldly sane. Humor occurred to her, a private laughter, with this gift so obviously proffered, this bribe. Animal she was not. She knew always what she did. She moved closer, and her fingers touched his arm while she wove a circle round him like some magic rite. She came full circle and looked up at him, for he was tall. "Who are you?" she asked. "Hot is my name," he said, all but a whisper. She was that close. And he managed then to look past her.
And were you born a slave? I was a dancer in Quran. Debt? Yes, he said, and never looked at her the while. She had, she thought, guessed wrong. But not, she said, Qaranese. There was silence. Northern, she said. He said nothing. The sweat ran on his face. He never moved, could not, while she willed, but never tried. She would have felt a trial of her hold. They question you, don't they, about me, each time? And what do you tell them? There's nothing to tell them, is there? I doubt that they are kind. Are they? Do you love them, these masters of yours? Do you know what you're really for? A flush stained his face. No, she said somberly, answering her own question. Or you'd run, even knowing what you'd pay. She touched him as she might some fine marble, and there was such hunger, such desire for something so fine, it hurt. This time, she said, after measuring that thought, I take the gift, but I do with it what I like. My back door, Hot, is on the river, a great convenience to me. And bodies often don't surface, do they? Not before the sea. So they won't expect to find you. So just keep going, do you hear? Serves them right. Go somewhere. I set you free. You can't. Go back to them if you like. But I wouldn't if I were you. This message doesn't need an answer. Don't you reckon what that means? I'd keep running, Hot. No. Here. She went to the closet and picked clothing, a fine blue cloak. Many visitors left such remembrances behind. There were cloaks and boots and shirts, all manner of such things. She threw it at him, went to the table and wrote a message. Take this back to them if you dare. Can you read? No, he said. She chuckled. It says you're free. She took a purse from the table, another relic, and gave that into his hand. Stay in sanctuary if you choose, or go. Take my word. They might kill you, but they might not. Not if they read that note. Do as you please and get out of here. They'll find me, he protested. Trust the note, she said, or use the back door and the bridge. She waved her hand. He hesitated one way and the other, went toward the front, and then fled for the back, for the riverside. She laughed aloud, watching his flight from her doorway, watched him run down the riverside until the dark swallowed him. But after the laughter was dead, she read the message they had sent her a second time and burned it in the lamp, letting the ashes fall and scorch an amber silk, carelessly. So Vashanka's faction went on wanting her services, and offered 3 times the gold. She cared nothing for that at present, having all she cared to have. She cared not to be more conspicuous, no, not if they offered her a palace for her services. And they could. How would that be, she wondered, and how long till neighbors rebelled at the steady disappearances? She could buy slaves, but enter the prince's court, but live openly? The thought amused, the way irony might. She could herself become Jubal in a trade that would well suit her needs. A pity she had already taken higher. But the irony of it palled, and the bitterness stayed. Perhaps the Vashanka lovers suspected what they did. Perhaps they had some inkling of her motives, or the need, and so they sent the likes of Hot, a messenger they expected to have had thus silenced on the first visit, then to supply her with more and more, or a lure they dragged past her with cynical cruelty, to ascertain how much they believed was truth, what she was, and how long her restraint might go on. She thought on Hot and thought, as she had each time he came to her, and that too they had surely intended. The hunger grew. Soon it would be too strong. This, she said aloud. The images merged in her mind. This and Hot, 2 dark foreigners, both of whom she had let go, because she was not pitiless. There was hell in the slave's eyes, like hers. Time after time he had passed that door in either direction, and the hell grew, and the terror that was itself a lure. One could develop such a taste, for the beauty and the fear, for gentility, like a drug. She had more pride. She had no intention of going out at all tonight, but the restlessness grew, and she hated them for that, for what they had done, that now she would kill, the way she always killed, but not in the way they thought. It was the luck that followed her, the curse an enemy had laid on her. She slung on her black cloak and pulled up the hood, as she went out by that back way as well, through the small vine-tangled garden and past the gate to the river walk. Pace, pace, pace along the unpaved way, and pace, pace, pace along the bridge, a striding of small slippered feet, soft against the wooden planks, and onto the wet pavings and then the paveless alleys of the downwind. She hunted, herself the lure, as the slave had been. Perhaps she would find him, lingering too long in his flight. Then she would have no compunction. A part of her hoped for this, and savored the trust there might be at first, and then the terror. And part of her said no. She was fastidious. The first accoster she met disgusted her, and she left him dazed by the close encounter of her eyes, as if he had forgotten why he was in this place at all. But the second took her fancy, being young and with that arrogance of the street tough, the selfish self-doubt that amused her in its undoing, for most of that ilk recognized her in their heart of hearts, and knew that they had met what they had hated all their twisted lives. That kind was worth the hunt. That kind had no gentler core to wound her with regret. This one had no regret in him, and no one in all the world would miss him.
Where? There was an abundance of his kind in Sanctuary and its adjuncts. It was why she stayed in this place, who had known so many cities. This city deserved her. Like the young man who faced her now. She thought of Hot still running, and laughed a twisted laugh. But soon the assailant victim was too far gone to hear, and in the next moment she was. 4. Moram said, sweating. His hands shook, and he folded his arms about his ribs under his cloak, casting a furtive look this way and that down the alley of Shambles Cross, on the Sanctuary Ward side of the bridge. Look, I've got a man in sight. It just takes a little to get him here. Meanwhile, even downwind takes money. Leading a man anywhere takes money. Maybe more than you're worth, the man said, a man who frightened him, even in the open alley, alone. You know there's a string on you. You know how easy it is to draw it in. Maybe I should just say, produce the man. Bring him here. Or maybe we ought to invite you in for a talk. Would you like that, Hawk Mask? You've got it wrong. Moram's teeth chattered. The night wind felt cold even for the season. Or it was Bicho's stuff working at his stomach. He locked his arms the tighter. I take chances for what I get. I've got connections. It doesn't mean I'm. If we hauled you in, the man said, ever so softly, with the animals grunting softly in the distance, doomed to the axe in the morning. If we did that, they'd just change all the drops and meeting places, wouldn't they? So, we dribble coin into your hand, and you supply us names and places and times. And they do work, don't they? But if they should be wrong, maybe I've got someone supplying me yours. Ever wonder that, Wrigley? Maybe you're not the only Hawk Mask who wants to be a turncoat. So let's not make up tales. Where? Who? When? Names. Viz. At Mama Bicho's. That's a tight place. Not easy to get at. That's my point. I get him to you. There was a silence. The man brought out silver pieces and dropped them into Moram's hand, then clenched fingers on his as they closed. You know, the Rankin said, the last one named your name. Of course. Moram tried not to shake. Wouldn't you want revenge? Others have. You knew they would, but you want them brought out of the downwind, and I do that for you. He clenched his jaw, a grimace against the chattering of his teeth.
So, maybe we get to the big names. I give you those. I deliver them to you, just like the little ones. But that's another kind of price. Like your life, scum? You know I'm useful. You'll find I can be more useful than you think. Not cash. A way out. His teeth did chatter, spoiling his pose. For me and one other. Oh, I don't doubt you'll be cooperating. You know if the word gets out on the streets how we got our hands on your friends, you know how long you'd last. So, I'm loyal, Moram said, as a dog. The man thrust his hand back at him. Here, tomorrow moonrise. I'll get him. Moram subdued the shivering and sucked in a breath. We negotiate, the others. Get out of here. He went, slow steps at first, and quicker, still with a tendency to shiver, still with a tendency to shiver, still with a looseness in his knees. But the man climbed the stairs of a building near that alley and made his own report. The slave is gone, one said, who in his silk and linen hardly belonged in the shambles, but neither did the quarters, that were comfortable and well lit behind careful shutters and sealing of the cracks. 2 of the men were stepsons, who smelled of oil and light sweat and horses, whose eyes were alike and cold. 3 had the look of something else, a functionary kind of coldness. Into the downwind. I think we can conclude the answer is no. We have to extend our measures. Someone knows. We take the hawk masks alive, and eventually we find the slaver. We should pull the slave in, another said. No, said the first, too disruptive. If convenient, we take him. This woman is inconvenient. We hardly need more inconvenience than we've had. No, we keep it quiet. We destroy no leads. We want this matter taken out, down to the roots. I don't think, said the man from the street, that our informer can be relied on that far. That's the one who ought to be pulled in, kept a little closer, encouraged to talk. And if he won't? No, we still need him. A post, security. Get him into our steady employ, and we'll learn where all his soft spots are. He'll soften up fast. Just twist the screws now and then, and he'll do everything he has to. If you make a mistake with him, no mistake. I know this little snake. A chair grated. One of the stepsons had put his foot on the rung, folded his arms with elaborate disdain for the proceedings. There are quicker ways, the stepson said. No one said anything to that. No one debated, but slid the discussion aside from it, arguing only the particulars, and a slave who had finally run. The bridge was always the worst part, coming or going. It narrowed possibilities. There was one way and only one way, afoot, to come into the downwind, and Moram took it, sweating, feeling his heart pounding, with a little edge of black around his vision that might be terror, or something in the curragh that he had bought, that tunneled his vision and made his heart feel like it was starting and stopping by turns, lending an unreality to the whole night, so that he paused in the middle of the bridge and leaned on the rail, wishing that he could heave up his insides. Then he saw the man following. He was sure that he was following, a walker who had also paused on the bridge a little ways down from him, and delayed about some pretended business. Sweat broke out afresh on him. He must not seem to see. He pushed himself away from the rail and started walking again, trying to keep his steps even. The shanties of downwind lurched in his view under the moon, closer and closer, like the crazy pilings of the fishing dock beside it, and the sway and flare of someone's lantern near the water below. He found himself walking faster than he had intended, terror taking over. Others used the bridge. People came and went, a straggle of them passing him in the dark, passing his pursuer, and still he kept his steady pace. But one of them had veered into his path and sent his hand twitching after his knife, coming rapidly toward him. Maria! His heart turned over as he recognized his sister, face to face with him. "Walk past me," he hissed at her in desperation. "There's someone on my track. I'll get him." "No, just see who it is and keep walking." They parted, expert mimicry, important whore, and disgusted stroller. He found his breath too short, his heartbeat pounding in his ears, trying to keep his wits about him and to concoct lies Maria would believe, all the while terrified for what might be happening behind him. There might be others. Maria might be walking into an ambush set for him. He dared not turn to see. He reached the end of the bridge, kept walking, towards the shelter of the alleys. It was all right then, he kept telling himself. Maria could take care of herself, would recross the river and find her own way home. He was in the alleys, in his element again, of beggars crouched by the walls and mud squelching underfoot. Then one of the beggars before him unfolded upward out of the habitual wall-braced crouch, and from behind an arm encircled him, bringing a sharp point against his throat. "Well," a dry voice cackled, "Hawk Mask, we gotcha, doesn't we?" Maria did not run. Gut feeling cried out for it, but she kept her pace, in the waning hours of the night, with thunder rumbling in the south, and flashing lightning in a threatening wall of cloud. It was well after moonset. Moram had not gotten home, and there was a vast silence in the downwind. It was not nature, which boomed and rumbled and advised that the streets and alleys of downwind would be a swim.
The street dwellers were up, seeking whatever scrap of precious board or canvas that could be pilfered, carrying their clutter of shelter pieces with them like the crabs down by Seamouth, making traffic of their own. It was none of these things, but it was subtle change, like the old man who always had the door across from their alley door not being there, like no hawk mask watcher where he ought to be, in the alley across the way, or, again, in the alley second from their own. They were gone. Eichin might have pulled them when their lair became unsafe, but Moram had been followed on the bridge, and that follower had not led her back to Moram when she had turned round again after passing him. Panic ran hot and cold through her veins, and guilt and self-blame and outright terror. She had become alone, like that, in the space of time it took to walk the bridge and turn round again, and find that the follower did not lead her to Moram, or to anything. He himself had hesitated this way and that, and finally recrossed the bridge. Moram would be at home, she had thought, and he was not. She kept walking now, casual in the mutter of thunder, the before-storm movements of the street people, moving because if something had gone wrong, nowhere was really safe. They hunted hawk masks nowadays, and Eichin had cast them adrift. There was one last place to go, and she went to it, toward Mama Betcho's. The door still spilled light into the dark, where a few patrons sprawled, drunk and unheeding of the storm. Moria strode into it in a gust of wind, but the bodies sprawled inside in sleep were amorphous, heaped, drunken. There was no sign of Moram. A further darker panic welled up in her, her last hope gone. He still might be hiding, she tried to tell herself, might have gone to Earth and determined to stay there, or it was bad and he was still running, or even sleeping off a drunk, or dead, like the murdered hawk masks, like one who had been nailed to a pole by the bridge. She turned and strode for the door, almost colliding with the human mountain that suddenly filled it. "Drink," Tygoth suggested. "No." He lifted his stick. "You come here to steal, looking for someone."
Her mind leapt this way and that. Vise, boarder of yours, asleep. She dodged past and ran, down the alley, the only lighted alley in the downwind, that got the light of the ever-lit lantern at Mama Betcho's door. Vise, she called softly, rapping at the door. Her hands clenched against the wood. Vise, wake up, get out here, now. She heard Tygoth coming, shambling along after her, rapping the wall with his stick. Vise, for the God's sake, wake up! There was movement from inside. It's Moria, she said. The rapping was closer. Let me in. The door opened, a rattling of the latch. She faced a dagger point, a half-dressed man wild-eyed and suspecting murder. She showed her empty hands. Trouble? Tygoth said behind her. No trouble, Vis said, and reached out and caught her by the wrist in a crushing grip, pulling her inside, into the dark. They brought Moram through the dark, muffled in a foul-smelling, greasy cloak, gagged and with a bandage over his eyes, and his hands so long tied behind his back that they had gone beyond acute pain to a general numb hurt that involved his chest and arms as well. He would have run, but they had had his knees and ankles tied too, and now he was doing well to walk at all, with his knees and ankles beyond any sensation of balance, just stabbing pain. They jerked him along in the open air, and he remembered the hawk mask they had nailed to the pole near the bridge, but they had not yet hurt him, not really, and he was paralyzed with hope that this was all some irritation of the men he worked for, or fear that they were his own brothers and sisters who had found out about his treason, or. His mind was in tatters. They were near the bridge now. He heard the moving of the water far away at his left, heard the mutter of thunder that confounded itself with the sounds about him. The image flashed to him of a sodden body crucified against a pole in the early morning rain. Just put more men on it, the stepson said, never stirring from where he sat in the too great warmth of the room. The naivete of the operation appalled him. But there were necessities and places too little apt for his kind. If you can do it without sounding the alarm through every alley in the downwind. Something had gone wrong. The abruptness of the vanishing, uncharacteristic of the informer, smelled of interventions. This had better not go amiss, his companion said, meaningfully, to the man who sat and sweated across the table. It was far too productive. And you've botched the other avenue tonight, haven't you? That contact more than failed. It went totally sour. We don't like incompetence. I haven't seen him, Misdron Vis said, in the dark, in the narrow room. The woman, Moria, had a knife. He was sure of that. Sure where she was, too, by her breathing. He kept where he was, having all the territory measured, thinking, in one discreet side of his mind, that he dealt with a fool, or they thought he was one, a solitary woman coming at him like this. But a vision of dark robes flashed through the dark of his vision, with cold, with the scent of musk. She was solitary, female, and he held in his hand the knife he slept with, safer than women. Why didn't you go to your own? He sneered at her. Or is this the testing? I don't like games, bitch. They've cut us off. The voice quavered and steadied. He heard her move at him and brought the knife up. It met her body, and she stopped, dead still, hard breathing. You took our pay. It was a hiss through clenched teeth. Do something to earn it. Help me find him. Smells, woman. It smells all the way. He's into something. He's dealing in something. Cariff. Gods know what. The voice cracked. This, come with me. Now. After this, I'll swear to you you'll get money. You'll be in. I've got contacts. I'll swear for you. Get my brother. He's dropped through a crack somewhere. Just come with me. Riverside. We've got to find him. How much? Name it. I'll get it. A woman who was faithful to something. He stared at the dark, doubting all of it,
standing in the den Mama Betcho owned, and listening to the promise of gold to get him out of it. "Back off," he said, shoving her away, not wanting her knife in him, and he reckoned it was drawn. "I'll get my shirt. Don't make any moves. Just tell me where you reckon to look for this lost lamb." "Riverside." She caught her breath, a moving of cloth in the dark. "That's where they turn up, the hawk masks they murder." He stopped, his shirt half on. He cursed himself, thought of the gold, and made his mind up to it. "You'll pay for this one." Moram kicked. They jerked him off his feet and carried him, battering him against some narrow passage as he struggled, with the reek of wet stone and human filth, and suddenly warm and windless air. They set him on his feet again and jerked the blindfold off. The room came clear in a haze of lamplight, a cot, a ragged small man sitting on it cross-legged, amid a horde of others, the human refuse of the downwind standing and squatting about the room. Beggars. He felt hard fingers working at the knot at the back of his skull, freeing him of the gag. He choked and tried to spit out the dirty wad, and the same hard fingers pried it from his mouth. But his hands, they had no intention to release. They only let him stand on his own, and his knees wanted to give under him. "Hawk Mask," the man said from the bed. "My name is Maruth. Have you heard it?" "No," he said, but his tongue stuck to his mouth and muffled it. He shook his head. "Right now," Maruth said quietly, an unpleasant voice with the accent of Sanctuary's maze and not the downwind, "right now, you'd be thinking that you shouldn't know that name, that taking that blindfold off means you're already a dead man, and we don't care what you see. Might be, that might be. Turn around." He stood still.
His mind refused to work. Turn round. Hands jerked him about, facing the closed door. A mask was pinned there with a heavy iron nail. Terror came over him, blank terror, image of Brannis nailed to the pole. They spun him about again, facing Maruth. "You want to live?" Maruth said. "You're thinking now you'd really like to live, and that this is an awful place to die." Maruth chuckled, a dry and ugly sound. "It is. Sit down, Hawk Mask." He looked, reflexively. There was nowhere. A crutch hooked his ankle and jerked. He hit the dirt floor on his side and rolled, fighting to get his knees under him. "Let me tell you a story," Maruth said softly, Hawk Mask. "Let me tell you what this Jubal did. Remember? Kill a few beggars," he said, "and put the informer sign on them, so's the riffraff knows what it is to cross Jubal the slaver. Ain't it so?" The accent drifted to Downwind's nasal twang. "Ain't that what he did? And he killed us, killed boys and girls that never done no hurt to him, to impress them as might want to squeal on his business. It weren't enough he offs his own. No, he cut the throats of mine, Hawk Mask. You know something about that." He knew. He shivered. I don't know anything about it. Listen, you want names? I can give you names. I can find out for you, only you let me out of here." Maruth leaned forward, arms on ragged knees, grinned, and looked appallingly lean and hungry. "I think we've got one what'll talk, doesn't we?" Hot flinched in his concealment beneath the bridge. Screams reached him, not fright, but a crescendo of them that was pain, and they kept on for a time. Then silence. He hugged himself and shivered. They began again, different this time, lacking distinction. He bolted, having had enough, finding no more assurance even in the dark, and the thunder cracked and the wind skirled, blowing debris along the shore. Of a sudden, something rose up in his way, a human form in the ubiquitous rags of downwind, but with an incongruous long blade, shining pure as silver in the murk.
Hot shied and dodged. Ex-dancer leapt an unexpected bit of debris and darted into the alley that offered itself. Alley after alley, desperate, hearing someone whistle behind him, a signal of some kind. And then someone blocked the alley ahead. He zigged and dodged, feinted and lost. The cloak caught, and the fastening held. He hit the wall and the ground, and a hand closed at his throat. "Escaped slave," Maria said, crouching by the man they had knocked down. She had her knife out, aimed for the ribs, but the throat was easier and quieter, and Mrathan was in the way. "Kill him. We can't afford the noise." Something startled him, Mrathan said. The slave babbled a language not Rankin, not Ilzagi, nothing she knew, sobbing for air. "Shut up," Mrathan said, shaking him and letting his hand from the man's throat. Mrathan said something then, the same way, and the slave stopped struggling and edged up against the wall. He talked, an urgent hiss in the gloom, and Mrathan kept the knife at his throat. "What's that?" Maria asked, clenching her own hilt in a sweating fist. "What's that babble?" "Keep still," Mrathan said, reached with his fist and the hilt of his knife, and touched the slave gently on the side of the cheek. "Come show us, seh? Come show us the place, seh? Fast!" "What place?" Maria demanded, shoving Mrathan's arm. Mrathan ignored her, hauling the slave to his feet. She got up too, knife aimed, but not meaning to use it. The slave had straightened up, like a human being, if a frightened one, and moved free of Mrathan's grip, traveling with lithe speed. Mrathan followed, and she did, as far as the opening of the alley. "River," the slave said, delaying there. "By the bridge," Mrathan said. The slave rolled his head aside, staring back at them, muttered something. "Seh?" Mrathan repeated. "Move it, man." Mrathan set an empty hand on his shoulder. The slave gave a gasp for air like a diver going under, and headed down the next alley, stopping again when they reached a turning. "Lost," the slave said, seeming to panic. "I can't remember, and there were men with swords, and the screams. It was the house by the bridge, that one." "Get moving," Maria hissed frantically, and jabbed him with the blade. The slave flinched, but Mrathan stayed her hand with a grip that almost broke her wrist. "He's likely still alive," Mrathan said. "You want my help, woman? You keep that knife out of my way. And his." She nodded, wild with rage and the delay. Then, "Quit stopping." "Hot," Mrathan said. "Stay with us." They went, running now, with no pauses, down the twisting ways even she did not know. But it was Mrathan's territory. They passed through a shanty alleyway so close they had to turn their shoulders, and came out upon sight of the bridge. It was quiet, excepting the wind, the dry, muttering thunder. A lightning flash threw the pilings of the bridge and the house by the pier into an unnatural blink of day, exposed a bridge vacant of traffic. "There," said the slave, "there, that was the place." "Better stay back here," Mrathan said. "It's quiet," Maria said. Her voice shook despite herself. "Man, hurry up." She pushed at him and got shoved in turn. He caught a fistful of her shirt and jerked at her. "Don't shove. Get your mind working, woman. Cool down, or I'm off this." "I'll get round by the windows," she said, shivering. "I'll find out. But if you run out on me, I'll be working up the other side, Hot and I. If it's even odds, we take 'em. If it isn't, we pull off, here, and refigure." She nodded and caught her breath, trotted off with a looseness of her knees she had not felt since her first job. Felt as vulnerable as then, everything gone wrong. She sorted her mind into order, pretending it was not Morem in there, in that long quiet, where screams had been before. She took a back alley, disturbing only an urchin girl from her rest, going round the long way, where boards might gape and afford sight or sound, but none did. She kept going, focused now, lost in the moment-by-moment calculations, and found the windows she hoped for, shuttered, but there was a crack. She listened, and something went twisted inside. It was a quiet voice that described streets with deadly accuracy, a strained voice that told no lies. Morams, giving away all they had, and more than 3 of them in there? There's another house, her brother volunteered all too eagerly, by the west side. There's a way from there out into a burned house. We used that in the old days. Shut up, she wished him, having difficulty holding her breath. Something moved behind her. She whirled, knife thrusting, and got the man in the belly, leapt, and saw others. "I," she yelled, slashing wild, a howl that was the last shred of honor. "It's all up. It's done." She tried to run. There were still more, arrived from out of nowhere, a sweep of men and knives in the dark, rushing the house and alley from the riverside. She stabbed and killed. The urchin girl shrieked and ran into shadows as beggars scattered and guardsmen shouted orders. Fire streaked Maria's side. She slashed and stumbled back, as wood cracked, and the house erupted with shouting and with knives, and the back way opened, pouring out bodies. She fell. Someone stepped on her back as she lay there, and she braced and rolled against the shanty wall as the battle tended the other way. She crawled for the alley, scrambling to her feet as she reached the corner of the shanty. Someone grabbed her from the back and dragged her aside. The slave Hot pinned her knife hand under his arm, and a hand muffled her as they hit the dark, leant together, a knot of 3. "Keep low," Mrathen hissed in her ear as tumult passed their hiding hole. A man died not far from them in the first pattering of rain. She lay still, feeling the pain in her side when she breathed, feeling for the rest as if she had been clubbed. Moram! Fire glared, a quick flaring up of orange light in the direction of the shanty. She struggled then. The 2 of them held her.
"You can't help him," Mrathen said, his arms locked round her. "She's hurt," said Hot. "She's bleeding." They tended her, the 2 of them. She hardly cared. "It's him," the stepson said, looking disdainfully at the human wreck they deposited on the road across the bridge. Rain washed the wounds, dark threads of blood trailing in a wash of water over the skin. The guard towed the informer in the side, elicited a little independent movement of the arm, lit in lightning flashes. "Oh, treat him tenderly," the stepson said, "very tenderly. He's valuable. Get a blanket round him." "We lost the rest," his companion said tautly. There was rage beneath his tone. The stepson looked up. A shadow stood there in the lightning, in the rain, an unlikely cloaked shape, a darkness by the bridge. When the lightning next flashed, it was gone. Fire danced on the water, full of tricks and shadows on this side of the bank. The blaze might have taken all of downwind but for the rain. It was dying even now. 6 horsemen thundered across the bridge from Sanctuary to downwind, securing the road. "You'd better send more," the garrison officer said. "They're like rats over there, small but a lot of them. You saw that." The stepson fixed the man with a chill, calm eye. "I saw catastrophe. 2 of us could have turned the town upside down if that were the object. Perhaps you misunderstood, but I rather doubt it. 6 could raise the town, but that wasn't what we wanted, was it?" He looked down at the moaning informer, then collected his companion and walked away. "Drink," Mrathen said. Moria drank, holding the cup herself this time, and stared blearily at the 2 men, Mrathen leaning over her, Hot over against the wall. It was decent food they gave her. She wondered where they got the money, dimly, in that vague way she wondered about anything.
She was curious why these two kept treating her as they did, when it cost them, or why two men she had never met had proved dependable, when those she had known best had not. It confounded her. They never used that language they both spoke, not since that night. Hot had put on freeman's clothing, if only that of downwind. He had scars. She had seen them when he dressed. So did Mrothenvis, but different ones, made with knives. So did she, inside and out. Maybe that was what they had in common, the three of them. Or that they wanted what she knew, names and places. Or that they were just different, thinking differently, the way people did who had not grown up in the downwind, and that kind of foreignness she never tried to figure. She just took that they wanted something, and so did she, which was to fill a nebulous and empty spot and to keep fed and warm and breathing. Moram was dead. She hoped so, or things were worse than she had figured. A fugitive art, Diana L. Paxson. The fleeing king ran towards the gate, the strained lines of his back and arms, and the bunched muscles of his thighs, eloquent of desperation. His face was shadowed, and his crown rolled in the dust. Behind him lay a confusion of arms and weapons, and the bloodied sword of his conqueror raised against a sunset sky. And here we have the last king of Ilsig, pursued by Ataraxis the Great. Crimson damask rustled stiffly as Coricidius the vizier motioned towards the mural that glowed on the ancient wall. He bowed to the prince and his companions. The other guests at the reception stood in a respectful half-circle on the checkered marble of the floor. Lalo the limner, trailing self-consciously a few steps behind, squinted at the painting and wondered if he had made the sky too lurid after all. What would they think, these great lords of Ranke, who had been sent by the emperor to evaluate Sanctuary's preparations for the war? Prince Cadakathus flushed with pleasure and peered more closely at the figure of his ancestor. Coricidius fixed Lalo with an eye like a molting eagle's, summoning him. His aged skin was pallid above the vehemence of his gown. He should not wear that color, thought Lalo, suppressing an impulse to duck behind one of the gilded pillars. Coricidius always affected him that way, and he had almost refused the task of refurbishing the presence hall for this visit because of it. But however discredited the vizier might be in Ranke, in Sanctuary his power was second only to that of the prince-governor. Indeed, some said that his influence counted for more. Remarkable, such freshness of line, such originality. One of the imperial commissioners bent to examine the brushwork, chins quivering with enthusiasm. "My lord Raxamander, thank you. May I present the artist? Master Lalo is a native of Sanctuary." Lalo hid his paint-stained hands behind his back as they all looked at him, curious as if he had been in Maena's menagerie. It must be only too obvious that he lived in the city. The battered buildings through which the painted king was fleeing belonged to the maze. Exuding attar of roses and geniality, Lord Raxamander turned to Lalo. "You have great talent, but why do you stay here? You are like a pearl on the neck of a whore." Lalo stared at him, then realized that the man was not mocking him. Neither the prince nor the vizier had ever ventured west of the processional, and the maze had not been included on the commissioner's sightseeing tour. He stifled a grin, thinking of these popinjays at the mercy of some of his old friends from the vulgar unicorn like alley cats with some lady's pet lovebird they would be. The other commissioners were looking at the painting now. The general, the archpriest arbalist, Zandere the provisioner, and an undistinguished relative of the emperor. Lalo listened to them, commenting on its naive charm and primitive vigor, and sighed. "Indeed," came a soft voice close to his ear. "What recognition can you expect in this city of thieves?" Lalo jumped, hearing his own thoughts vocalized. and saw a slight man with clipped graying hair and a skear weathered brown, draped in dove-gray silk. Zandere. After a moment, his memory supplied the name, and for a moment he imagined he recognized amused understanding in the commissioner's eyes. Then blandness masked them, and as Lalo opened his mouth to reply, Zandere turned away. A meek non-entity, Lalo had thought him when the prince introduced the commissioners to them all, and now Zandere was a mouse once more. Lalo frowned, trying to understand. A youthful eunuch, somewhat over-aware of the splendor of his new purple satin and fringe, approached with a tray of pewter goblets. It was wine of Corone, the whisper ran, cooled by snow that had been packed in sawdust all the way from the northern mountains, whose possession was now being disputed so bitterly. The commissioners took new goblets, and Coricidius motioned to slave away. Lalo, whose cup was almost empty, looked after him longingly, but did not quite have the confidence to call him back again. I should have used myself as a model for the cowardly Ilsig king, he thought bitterly. Too many people here remember when I was drinking myself to death, and Jala took in laundry from the merchants' wives, and I am afraid they will laugh at me. And yet he had painted the walls of the temple of the Rankin gods, he had decorated this hall, and the prince himself had complimented him. Why could he not be satisfied? Once my dream was to paint the truth beneath the skin, he thought then. What do I want now? The air pulsed with polite conversation, as rich merchants of sanctuary pretended they were accustomed to such affairs. The Rankins tried to look as if they were enjoying this one, and the prince and his officers uneasily enjoyed the empire's belated recognition, while wondering whether it was to their advantage. Except for Coricidius, Lalo reminded himself. Rumor had it that the vizier would stop at nothing to spend what remained of his old age back in the capital.
Where? A wave of scent set Lalo to coughing, and he turned to confront Lord Raxamander's beaming face. "Why not return to the capital with me?" the commissioner said expansively. "A new talent! My wife would be so pleased." Lalo smiled back, his vision expanding in images of marble columns and pavements of porphyry that far outshone the face-lifted splendors of Prince Kittycat's hall. Would Gilla like to live in a palace? But we need not waste the few weeks I have to spend here. Lalo's skin chilled as Lord Raxamander went on. A picture of me, for instance. You could do that here in the palace as a small demonstration of your skill. Before Raxamander had finished, Lalo was shaking his head. Someone must have misinformed you. I never do portraits. Some of the others, attention attracted by the raised voices, had drifted toward the mural again. Zandere was watching with a faint smile. Coricidius motioned towards the wall with a bony finger. "Who poses for all your pictures, then?" Lalo twitched like a nervous horse, trying to find an answer that would not alienate them. Anything but the truth, which was that a sorcerer's spell had enabled, nay, compelled him to portray the true nature of his sitters' souls. After a few disastrous attempts to paint sanctuaries wealthy, Lalo had learned to choose his models from those among the poor who were still uncorrupted. "My lord, that one was done from imagination," he said truthfully, for the Ilsig king had been inspired by his memories of fleeing through the maze just ahead of local bullies when he was a boy. He did not tell them that he had got the hellhound Quag to boast of his feats on campaign while he posed for the figure of the Rankin emperor. One of the eunuch pages scurried towards them, and Coricidius bent to hear his message. Released from his gaze, Lalo stepped backward with a sigh. "You are too sensitive, Master Limner," Zandere said softly. "You must learn to accept what each day brings. In these times, ideals are an expensive luxury." "Do you want a portrait too?" Lalo asked bitterly.
"Oh, I would not be worth the trouble," Xandere smiled. "Besides, I know how I appear to the world." Cymbals crashed, and as Lalo's startled pulse began to slow, he realized that the other end of the room was flaring with the colored silks of the dancing girls. He should have expected it, having watched them rehearse almost every afternoon while he worked on the paintings here. Such a commotion, he thought, for a few strangers who will make notes on Sanctuary as most artists make portraits, recording only the surface of reality, and then will be gone. Happily abandoning their conversations, the commissioners let the purple-clad pages usher them to couches below the dais on which the prince was already enthroned. The dancers, chosen from among the more talented of Codicithia's lesser concubines, moved sinuously through the ornate topography of their dance, pausing only from time to detach a veil. Trembling with reaction, Lalo drifted towards the row of pillars that supported the vaulted and domed ceiling. Someone had left a goblet on the marble bench, nearly full. Lalo took a long swallow, then made himself put it down again. His heart was pounding as loudly as the drums. "Why am I so afraid?" he wondered, and then wondered how he could be anything else, in a town where footpads dogged your steps by day, and if you heard a scream after dark, you ran not to help, but to bar your door. It must be better in the capital. There must be somewhere Gilla and I could live in safety. He lifted the goblet once more, but the wine tasted sour, and he set it back half full. Corycidius would not care if he left the celebration now that he had exhibited both the pictures and their creator. Lalo wanted to go home. He got to his feet and stepped around the pillar, then halted, startled as something in front of him seemed to move. After a moment he laughed, realizing that it was only his reflection in the polished marble that faced the wall. Dimly he could see the glitter of embroidery on his festival jerkin and the sheen on his full breeches, but they could not disguise the stoop of his narrow shoulders or the way his belly had begun to round. Even the thinning of his ginger hair was somehow mirrored there. But through some quality of the dark marble, or some trick of the light, Lalo's face was as shadowed as that of the Ilsig king. Lalo worked his way around the outside of the presence hall to the side door. The corridor seemed quiet after the clamor of music and the wine-fueled babble of conversation, and the government offices that occupied the spaces between the hall and the outside of the palace were empty and dark. As he had expected, the side door leading to the courtyard was bolted tight. With a sigh, he went the other way, passed through the Hall of Justice that fronted the palace as quickly as he could, and out through one of the great double doors that led onto the porch and broad stair. Torches had been fixed in the pillars at the top and bottom of the stair, and their fitful light gleamed on the armor of the guards who stood at attention on each of the 4 wide steps, and glowed on the purple pennon tied to each spear, then rayed out across the inner courtyard in uneven ribbons of brightness and shadow, as if the soldiers had become part of the palace architecture. Lalo paused for a moment, noting the effect. Then he saw that the first guard was Quag, nodded, and received in answer the flicker of an eyelid in the wooden patience of the hellhound's face. Lalo's sandals crunched on grit as he crossed the flagstones of the inner courtyard, punctuating the patter of applause that drifted from the palace, at this distance as faint as the sound of wavelets on a shore. He supposed that the concubines had stripped off their final veils. He must remember not to show Gilla the sketches he had made of them practicing. One of Honald's many nephews was on duty in the guard box set into the massive archway of the palace gate. Tonight, the double doors were opened wide, and Lalo passed through unquestioned, though he remembered a time when all he owned would not have been enough to bribe the gatekeeper to let him enter here. He felt dizzy, although he had hardly had any wine. Why can't I be satisfied with what I have? He wondered. What is wrong with me? He crossed the expanse of Vishanka Square more quickly, heading diagonally towards the West Gate and the Governor's Walk. For a moment, the east wind brought him the rank, fuggy smell of the zoo gardens. Then it shifted, and he felt on his face the cool breath of the sea. He halted just outside the gate, and with a sigh, reversed his cloak, so that its dull inner lining concealed his festival clothes. It was well known in the appropriate places that Lalo never carried money. In the old days he had never had any, and now Jilla controls the family treasury. But he would not want anyone to make a mistake in the dark. A waxing moon was already brightening the heavens, and the rooftops of the city made a jagged silhouette against the stars. Not since he was a boy, slipping from his pallet behind his father's workbench to join his friends adventuring, had Lalo seen Sanctuary at this hour with sober eyes. Just now, with all its sordidness obscured by shadow, it seemed to him to be possessed of a kind of haphazard but enduring integrity. His feet had carried him almost to Shadow Lane without his attention when they encountered something soft. He leaped awkwardly aside to avoid stepping into the contents of a honeypot, which someone had emptied into the street to stink and steam, until the rain washed it into the city's underground maze of sewers and it was carried off by the tide. He had been into those tunnels once, on a dare, through an entry shaft near the vulgar unicorn. He wondered if it were still there. "What am I doing getting sentimental about Sanctuary?" thought Lalo, as he inspected the sole of his sandal to see if any ordure remained.
I must have had more wine than I thought. He had heard that in Ranka, armies of street cleaners scoured the streets every night to rid the city of the refuse of the day. He remembered the flatteries of Lord Raxamander and that strange man Xandaray, and he remembered the days when his one desire had been to get out of Sanctuary. It seemed to him that his life had consisted of cycles in which he dreamed of escape, found new hope for life in Sanctuary, discovered that his hope was unjustified, and began to plan flight once more. This last time, when he had found that if he stuck to mythological subjects and chose his models carefully, he could turn Anus Yorl's gift to a blessing, he had been sure that his troubles were over. But now here he was, bewailing his fate again. I should have learned better by now, he thought morosely. But what is there to learn? Will anything but death stop this wheel or make it take a different path? Houses leaned close together above him now, cutting off the sky. In some of the windows, lamplight glowed, though most of them were tightly shuttered, edged and chinked with light that dappled the worn cobbles below. Lalo winced as a murmur of voices exploded into abuse. A mangy dog that had been nosing at something in the gutters looked up at the noise, then went back to its meal. Lalo shuddered, visualizing death as a starving jackal-hound waiting to spring. There must be some other way, he told himself, for however much he hated his life, he feared death more. Human shadows slid from the shadows behind him, and he forced himself to walk steadily, knowing that at this hour, in this part of Sanctuary, it was indeed death to be visibly afraid. By daylight, the area shared in the quasi-respectability of the bazaar, but by night it belonged to the maze. From ahead came the sound of drunken song and a burst of laughter. Torchlight danced around the corner, followed by the singers, a group of mercenaries emboldened by numbers to make the pilgrimage to the ale casks of the vulgar unicorn. As the light reached them, the shapes that had followed Lalo slipped back into alleys and doorways, and Lalo himself edged beneath the overhang of a tenement until the soldiers had gone by. He had almost reached Slippery Street now, and the cul-de-sac which for 20 years had been his home. Now, at last, Lalo allowed himself to hasten, for in all the ups and downs of his fortunes there had been one constant, and that was the knowledge that he had a home, and that Gilla waited for him there. The third step of the staircase squeaked, as did the seventh and the eighth. When Lalo had become fashionable and had, for the first time in his life, had money,
He and Gilla had bought the building in which they lived, and repaired, among other things, the staircase. But the stairs still squeaked, and Lalo, hearing the lullaby Gilla was singing to their youngest child halt a moment, knew that she had heard him coming home. Breathing a little faster than he would have liked after the climb, he opened the door. "You're home early!" The floor quivered beneath her steps as Gilla came through the door of what had once been the adjoining apartment. Lalo saw beyond her the curly head of their youngest, whom they still called the baby, even though he was now nearly 2 years old, and the outstretched arm of an older child. "Is everything all right?" Lalo unfastened his cloak and hung it on the peg. "It was only a nightmare." Softly she closed the door. "And what about you? I was sure you would be at the palace all night, imbibing the wine of paradise with all the great ones and their gilded ladies." The carved chair groaned faintly as she sat down and lifted her massive arms to pat the elaborate curls and coils of her hair. "There weren't any ladies." Tactfully, he passed over the dancing girls. "Just an unlikely mixture of military and priests and government men, like a stew from the bazaar." She set her elbow on the table and rested her head on her hand. "If it was such a bore, why did you stay so long? Don't tell me they wouldn't let you go?" Her eyes narrowed, and he flushed a little beneath the acuity of her gaze. Deliberately, he began to unhook his vest, waiting for her to speak again. "Something happened," she said then. "Something's troubling you." He draped his vest across another chair and sat down in it with a sigh. "Gilla, what would you say to the idea of leaving Sanctuary?" Beyond her, he could see his first study for the picture of Sibelia, which graced the great temple now. Gilla had been his model, and for a moment he saw a double image of woman and goddess, and her bulk took on a monumental dignity. She put down her arm and sat up straight. "Now, when we are secure at last?" How secure can anyone be here? He hunched forward, running stubby craftsman's fingers through his thinning hair. Then he told her how they had praised his picture and what the future Lord Raxamander had offered him. "Ranka!" she exclaimed when he had finished. "Clean streets and quiet nights. But what would I do there? All the fine ladies would laugh at me." For a moment she looked curiously vulnerable, despite her size. Then her eyes met his. "But you said he wanted a portrait. Lalo, you can't do that. You'll end up in the Imperial dungeons, not the court. Even there? Surely there must be some honest men and virtuous women at the heart of the Empire," Lalo said wistfully. "Will you never grow up? We are doing very well as we are. You have a position, people like what you do, and the children will be well apprenticed and married when the time comes. And now you want to go chase some other dream? Why can't you make up your mind?" He put his hands over his aching eyes and shook his head. If only he knew. There was something missing in him, something that he sought in each new thing he tried to do. "What use has it been to have my heart's desire," he thought, "if I myself am still the same?" After a little, he heard the chair scrape and felt her coming to him, and sighed again, more deeply, as the strength and softness of her arms enclosed him. She had scented her skin with oil of sandalwood, and he could feel the opulence of her body through the thin silk of the nightrobe she wore. It changed nothing, but in her arms he could forget his perplexities for at least a little while. Gilla kissed him on his bald spot and drew away, and with a sense of having made a truce with fate, he followed her into the other room. "Thieves!" Lalo jerked upright, shocked from sleep by Gilla's scream and the crash that had shaken the room. Was it morning? But everything was still dark. He rubbed his eyes, still half drugged by dreams of marble terraces and applause. Shadows moved, and feet that no longer troubled to be stealthy thudded on the floor. Hard hands grasped Lalo's shoulders, and he cried out. Then something hit the side of his head, and he sagged against the hard hands that imprisoned him. "Murderers! Assassins!" His head still ringing, Lalo recognized Gilla in the voice and in the dark bulk that heaved upward from the bed to fling another assailant against the wall. Water spattered his cheek, and he smelt roses as the vase that had stood on the bedside table flew past him and shattered against someone's skull. Men careened into each other, swearing, as Gilla groped forward. There was no sound from their neighbors. He had not really expected it. They would ask their questions when morning came. In Vashanka's name, somebody silence the sow! In the half-light, a drawn sword gleamed dimly. No, he croaked, gasped in air, and cried out, Gilla, stop fighting! There are too many! Gilla, please! There was a final convulsion, then silence. Flint rasped steel, and a little light sparked into life. Gilla lay sprawled like a fallen monument. For a moment, Lalo felt as if a great hand had closed on his chest. Then there was movement in the tangle of limbs. Gilla rolled over and levered herself to her feet without spending a glance on the man who had cushioned her fall.
Savankala, save me! She's squashed me flat. Sir, help me! Don't leave me here! Sir? But the man on the floor was a hellhound. Lalo recognized him now. I don't understand, he said aloud, and as he turned, the light was quenched, and he blinked at darkness again. Carry him, said a deep voice, and you, woman, be still if you want to see him whole again. Sick from the blow and aching from rough handling, Lalo did not resist as they shoved his sandals onto his feet and thrust an old smock over his head and marched him along the empty streets back to the palace. But instead of rounding the outer wall to the dungeons, as Lalo had dismally expected, they hustled him through the palace gate and along the side of the building and down a little staircase to the basement. Then, still without a word of explanation, he was thrust into a dank hole, smelling of dry rot and full of things to stumble over, to shiver and wonder why they had brought him here, and gnaw his paint-stained fingers while he waited for dawn. Wake up, you wriggly scum! The Lord wants to talk to you. Lalo surfaced, groaning from a dream in which he had been taken prisoner and dragged through the night until something hit him hard in the ribs and he opened his eyes. It was morning, and it had not been a dream. He saw flaking whitewashed walls and splintered crates and furniture heaped on the bare earth of the floor. It was not a prison then. A little pallid light filtered down to him through one barred window set high in the wall. He forced himself to sit up and face his tormentors. Quack! At Lalo's exclamation, the hellhound's pitted leather face became, if possible, a richer shade of terracotta, and his eyes slid away from the painter's gaze. Lalo followed the look to the doorway, and suddenly began to understand what power had brought him here, though he was as far as ever from comprehending why. Coricidius hunched in the doorway like a sick eagle, with his cloak clutched around him against the early morning chill, and a face like curdled milk. He eyed Lalo sourly, hawked and spat, and then stepped stiffly into the room. "My lord, am I under arrest? I've done nothing. Why have you brought me here?" babbled Lalo. "I want to commission some portraits." The lined face twitched with the faintest of malicious smiles. "What?" Coricidius snorted in disgust and motioned to one of the guards to set a folding camp stool in the middle of the room. Joint by joint, the old man lowered himself until he settled fully upon it with a sigh. "I have no time to argue with you, dauber. You say you don't do portraits, but you will do them for me." Lalo shook his head. "My lord, I can't do pictures of real people. They hate them. I'm no good at it." "You're too good at it," Coricidius corrected him. "I know your secret, you see. I've had your models followed and talked to them. I could kill you, but if you refuse me, I have only to tell a few of your former patrons, and they will save me the toil." Lalo clutched at the folds of his smock to hide the trembling of his hands. "Then I am doomed.
If I do portraits for you, my secret will be known as soon as they are seen. Ah, but these pictures are not for public display. Coricidius hunched forward. I want you to make a likeness of each of the commissioners who have come from Ranke. I shall tell them that it is a surprise for the emperor, that no one must see it until it is done, and before that happens, some accident to the painting is certain to occur. The vizier was shaking with subtle tremors that ran along each limb to end in a grimace which Lalo took minutes to recognize as laughter. But not before I have seen it, the old man went on, and learned the weaknesses these peacocks hide from men. They have come to power in the court since my time, but once I know their souls, I can constrain them to help me return to favor again. Lalo shivered. The proposal had a certain superficial logic, but there were so many things that could go wrong. But perhaps I have simply not yet found the right stick to make the donkey go, Coricidius went on. They say you love your wife. He peered at Lalo disbelievingly. Shall we blind her and send her to the street of the Red Lanterns while we keep you prisoner? I should have gone away, thought Lalo. I should have taken Gilla and the children out of here as soon as I had the money to go. Once he had seen a rabbit transfixed by the shadow of a stooping hawk. I am that rabbit, and I am lost, he thought. And after all, the internal dialogue went on, what are all these plots and counterplots to me? If I can help this Rankin buzzard return to his own foul nest, then at least Sanctuary will be free of him. All right, I will do what you say, Lalo said aloud. Lalo, brow furrowed and an extra brush held between his teeth, leaned closer to the canvas, concentrating on the line the soft brush made. When he was painting, his hand and eye became a single organ in which visual impressions were transmitted to the fingers and to the brush which was their extension without mediation by the consciousness. Line, mass, shape, and color all were factors in a pattern which must be replicated on the canvas. The eye checked the work of the hand and automatically corrected it without either interpretation or reaction from the brain. And then I was promoted to be under-warden of the great temple of Savankala in Ranke. The archpriest Arbalest settled a little more comfortably in his chair, and Lalo's sensitive fingers, responding, adjusted a line. An excellent position, really, right at the heart of things. Everybody who is anybody pays homage there eventually, and whoever transmits their petitions to the god can gather quite a lot of useful information in time. Smiling complacently, the archpriest smoothed the brocaded saffron folds of his gown. Very true, murmured Lalo, with the fraction of his mind that was not mesmerized by his work. I wish you would let me look at what you are doing, the priest said petulantly. It is my face you are immortalizing, after all. Shocked into awareness, Lalo stepped back from the easel and looked at him. Oh no, my lord, you must not. It has been strictly ordered that this picture shall be a surprise. None of the sitters is to see it until the entire painting is revealed to the emperor. If you try to look, I will have to call the guard. Indeed, it is as much as my life is worth to let anyone see the picture before its time. And that, at least, was perfectly true, thought Lalo, daring to look at the canvas with conscious eyes at last. Against the crude backdrop of a pillared hall had been sketched the rough outlines of 5 figures. The one on the far left had been filled in yesterday with the picture of Lord Raxamander, the first of the commissioners to serve as model here. He looked like a pig, complacently self-indulgent, with just a hint of stubborn ferocity in the little eyes. Lalo wondered that the commissioners had consented to it. Since they came, they had been busy with inspections and meetings and listening to interminable reports. Perhaps they were glad of a chance to sit still. Or perhaps they feared the consequences of refusing to contribute to a gift for their emperor. Or possibly they really were eager to have their visit to this outpost of empire immortalized. Raxamander, at least, had appeared to take the sitting as tacit agreement from Lalo to paint another portrait which the commissioner would be allowed to see. Now the picture of the archpriest was almost complete beside Lord Raxamander's. If the thing had been meant seriously, Lalo would have wanted several hours more to work on the finishing of the gown and hair, but it was already sufficient for the vizier's purposes. Lalo looked at it with normal vision for the first time, and repressed a sigh. Why had he dared to hope that just because the man was a priest he would be virtuous? But Arbalest was not a pig, more of a weasel, Lalo thought, noting the covert cunning of his gaze.
"Where, if you are tired, we can end the sitting now." He bowed to the priest. "I will not need your presence for what remains." When the priest had gone, Lalo refilled his mug from the pitcher of beer provided by Coricidius. Aside from the infamous manner of the commission, the vizier had not treated him badly. Having blackmailed him into painting, the old man was at least allowing him to do so in comfort. They had set aside a pleasant room on the second floor of the palace for his use, at the front, next to the roof garden, so that windows on 3 sides gave him light working conditions. At least were ideal. But the painting was an abomination. Lalo forced himself to look at it again. He had sketched in columns and a carven ceiling just in case someone should catch a glimpse of the canvas from far away. But the faces with which he was filling the foreground made the rich surroundings seem a travesty. Everyone at the palace appeared to believe the tale that the painting was a bribe to the emperor, and some, believing that this must give Lalo some influence, were already toadying to him. Even to Gilla, Lalo had had to pretend that the midnight arrest was a mistake and the commission real. But if she did not believe him, for once she had the sense to let the subject alone. Would others do the same? What if the project became so famous that people insisted on seeing the picture? What if one of his sitters proved nimble enough to get a good look before Lalo could call the guard? Lalo sighed again, drained his mug, and told the hellhound currently on duty to bring the third subject in. Lalo sat on a low stool next to the table where he had laid out his painting things, waiting, like them, for the fourth of the commissioners to arrive for his sitting. He supposed that he had been lucky to get in Arbalest and the royal relative yesterday. He glanced at the third picture with distaste. Something Axis, the man's name was, but already he had trouble remembering. Not surprising, his portrait revealed a bovine complacence that avoided evil mainly through lack of energy. And these are the pride of rank, thought Lalo. He found himself almost grateful to Coricidius. I would never have known. He grimaced at the painting again. I would have uprooted my family to seek my fortune in the capital, innocently certain it must be superior to sanctuary. But there, the evil is only better disguised. From the courtyard below, he could hear the even tramp of bull-hide sandals. The prince's guard was drilling again. These days, even the city garrison marched and polished their armor, but whether it was in hopes of being sent to the war or the opposite, he did not know. Nor at this moment did he care. He found it hard to believe that any new invader could make things any better or worse in sanctuary. Still, the incessant marching made him nervous, as if his former certainties were illusions, and just around the corner lay some new threat that he could not see. Restlessly, he paced to the window, and was just turning back when the guard brought the fourth sitter in. "My Lord Zandaray." Lalo bowed to the man to whom he had spoken at the reception. "Please be seated," he indicated the sitter's chair. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting, Master Limner," the man said plaintively. "I was detained at the warehouses. There seems to be some confusion regarding the grain supplies set aside for the war."
Lalo busied himself with his paints to hide a grin. He could well imagine that the web of bribes, kickbacks, substitutions, and out-and-out shortchanging, characteristic of business in Sanctuary, would make confusion an understatement. Glancing at him again, Lalo realized that Zandaray had one of the least remarkable faces he had ever seen. I suppose it comes of a lifetime of deference, he thought. The man displayed no individuality at all. But for the first time in this project, Lalo found himself eager to set brush to canvas, knowing that once he did, no dissimulation could hide the truth of the man from him. Am I posed correctly? I can turn my head the other way if you like, or fold my hands. Yes, clasp your hands. Your head is very well as it is. You must relax, sir, and think how near your business is to its conclusion. Lalo poured thinner into the cup and dipped his brush. Yes, Zandaray echoed softly. I am almost done. A week or less will show me if I have accomplished all I was sent to do. The conflict draws very close to us now. His thin lips curved in the faintest of smiles. Lalo's eyes narrowed. He drew his brush through the light ochre and began. A half-hour went by, and an hour. Lalo worked steadily, without really being conscious either of the passage of time or of what he was doing. Zandaray was light and shadow, color and texture, a problem in interpretation. The artist adjusted to the changing light and even gave his model permission to move from time to time without emerging from the trance which was his art and his spell. Then, from the Hall of Justice below, the gong for the 4th watch began to toll. Zandaray got to his feet, gray robes shifting like shadow around him. Lalo, fighting his way back to awareness like a man awakening from sleep, saw that dusk was beginning to gather in the corners of the room. I am sorry, I must go now. Zandaray took a few steps forward, more smoothly than Lalo would have expected, considering how long the man had been sitting still. Oh, of course, forgive me for keeping you so long. Are you finished? Will you want me to come to you again? Lalo looked at the picture, wondering if he had captured the reality of this man. For a moment he did not understand what he saw. He glanced quickly at the other portraits, but they had not changed, and paint still glistened wetly where he had given a last touch to Zandaray's hair. But he had never been unable to recognize the model in one of his portraits before. He saw a face like stone, like steel, a face with no life but in the eyes, and there only an ancient pain. And in the hands of this image a bloodied knife was gripped fast. Coricidius wanted to see these men's weaknesses, but I see death here. And like the canvas, Lalo's face must have revealed the turmoil in his soul. For now Zandaray was blurring towards him in a swordsman's swift rush that brought him past Lalo to comprehend the picture in one searching stare, and still in the same motion to whirl and flick into the throat of the oncoming guardsman a knife that had been hidden in his sleeve. "Sorcery!" exclaimed Zandaray, and then, more slowly, "Is that what I look like to you?" Lalo jerked his appalled gaze from the ruby rivulet that was snaking its way from the throat across the floor. Now Zandaray stood with a predator's poise, and his face and the face in the picture were the same. Did they set you to trap me? Have my master's plans been betrayed? Softly he moved towards Lalo, who stood shaking his head and shivering. Ah, of course, it was Coricidius, setting traps for everyone. I doubt that he expected to catch me, he added more softly. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a clerk? Lalo stared at Zandaray, seeing something flicker behind the still eyes, as if the mask he had penetrated only covered a veil that hid another truth deeper within.
I am fate, or I am nothing. It all depends. My masters wish the prince to do his part in the war, but it would not be well for him to do it too effectively. Watch him, but do not let him become a hero, Zandere. Until that happens, I will serve him." His voice ran smoothly as an undammed stream, but Lalo knew that what he was hearing doomed him more surely than what he had seen. "You're going to kill the prince?" Lalo stepped backwards until he bumped into the table on which his paints lay. "Perhaps," Zandere shrugged. "You're going to kill me?" The other man sighed, and from the other sleeve a second knife flickered into his hand.
"Where do I have a choice?" he said regretfully. "I am a professional. No one will deplore the work of the vandal who tills you and destroys the painting more than I. Or perhaps it will have been you who suffered a revulsion of feeling and did it yourself. For I am sure that Coragidius forced you to this work. But one way or another, the painting must be destroyed." Zandere looked at the other portraits, and for the first time amusement flickered in his eyes. "You are far too accurate. Reckon up your life, Master Limner," he said more gently. "For once the painting is gone, the painter must disappear." Lalo swallowed, afraid that his churning stomach would deny him dignity even in his death. And what had his life been worth to anyone, after all? Zandere took flint and steel from a pouch beneath his robe, and in a moment light flared in the dimness of the room. Then the assassin set a stained paint rag aflame and held it to the canvas. Lalo groped for support, and his hand closed on the smooth side of a paint pot. His throat ached, holding back the urge to beg the man to stop. He hated the painting. He wished it had never been done. And yet, why did he feel the same pain as he had when the hellhound struck Gilla to the floor? His eyes stung with unuttered grief for his work, for himself, for his family left fatherless. The canvas had caught fire and was beginning to crackle merrily now. Bright flame fattened on the paint-soaked cloth and cast demon flickers on the face of Zandere. "No!" the cry burst from Lalo's lips, and as Zandere straightened, Lalo's hand closed on the paint pot and he flung it at the other man. It struck Zandere's shoulder, and red paint splashed like blood across the gray robe. The assassin exploded towards him, and Lalo scrambled frantically around the table, snatching up more paint pots, brushes, anything he could throw. One of them hit Zandere's forehead, and as paint sprayed across his face, he hesitated for just a moment to mop his eyes. And in that moment, Lalo kicked over the table and ran. Lalo hugged his chest as if he could muffle the drumming of his heart, and stared around him. He had confused memories of having fled down the corridor that edged the upper half of the presence hall, towards the back of the palace, down the stairs by the dais, and then still farther, into a part of the palace he did not know. Though the floor was still marble, the slabs were cracked and discolored, and plaster was chipping from the wall. Then he heard crockery clattering nearby, and realized he must be hard by the kitchens. At least, he thought gratefully, Zandere the commissioner would be even more out of place here than he. Cautiously he turned into another passageway, and moved forward. But as he eased open the door at the end of it, he heard once more a faint pattering behind him, the steps of one who, from long training, ran so lightly his footfalls were only a whisper of fine leather on polished stone. Stifling a moan, Lalo burst through the door, dashed across the wooden floor and the platform that opened out onto the kitchen courtyard, and flung himself into the first concealment he found. It had looked like a cart, and as Lalo sank into its contents, he realized what it was. Not the honey wagon, thank the gods, but the cart into which they had collected the garbage from several days' worth of princely meals. Gagging, Lalo wriggled deeper into the mass of turnip peelings and sour curds, soggy rice and pastry crusts and meat trimmings and bones. He thought grimly, as long as I can retch, I'm still alive.
The cart moved beneath him, and he heard the stamp of a hoof on stone. He realized then that not only was he alive, he might even escape. For if the horse was hitched, it must be time for the garbage to be taken away. He waited, breathing shallowly, for the endless minutes until he heard voices, and the wagon lurched with the weight of somebody climbing onto the driver's bench. Then they began to move. "Faster! Faster!" Lalo prayed as he was jounced deeper into the reeking mass. The clatter of wooden wheels on stone was deafening. Then there was a pause, a moment's conversation with Honald at the gate, and the duller vibration as the wagon trundled across the pounded earth of Vashenka's square. Then the cart shuddered to a halt. Lalo strained his ears for the night noises of Sanctuary, but heard instead shouting and the clamor of an alarm. "Is that smoke?" "The Tebus pops! It's the palace! Leave the wagon, Tam. We can give the beasts their slops in the morning." The wagon heaved again, and Lalo heard 2 sets of footsteps pounding back the way they had come. He settled back down, realizing with wonder that for the moment at least, he was saved. And what will I do now? Xandaray would tell everyone that Lalo had killed the guard and started the fire. If caught, he would be cast into the dungeons, if they did not kill him out of hand. And if he offered to demonstrate his skill in his defense, he might wish that they had. He could not return to the palace to accuse the commissioner, but if he could reach the maze, he could hide indefinitely. There were still a few who owed him favors there. And then Xandaray would either assassinate Prince Karakithis, or go peacefully home. The former seemed more likely, for one does not return a honed blade to the sheath without blooding it, and in that case Coragidius would fall as well. And what would become of Sanctuary? The thought troubled his satisfaction. What kind of tyrant would the Empire send to avenge its son? For all his clumsiness, at least Prince Kitty Cat meant well. And if they must be ruled by foreigners, surely the ones they were accustomed to would be best. And it's all in my hands. Trying to control laughter, Lalo unwisely took too deep a breath and began to cough again. Here I wallow in the prince's garbage, deciding what his fate shall be. Power bubbled in his veins like wine of Corone. I could send word to Coragidius. He started this. He might believe me. Or he remembered rumors he had heard about Shadowspawn. I might be able to get word to the prince himself. But first, I have to get out of here. Cautiously, Lalo poked his head over the rim of the cart. There was a whiff of smoke in the air, and above the wall he could see torches winking like glowworms in the upper windows of the palace. But he saw no glare of fire. Perhaps they had put it out in time. The cart in which he was sitting was parked just outside the zoo gardens, a few feet from the processional gate. Sighing with relief, Lalo clambered over the side and began to strip off his smock and brush away the worst of the filth that coated him, and stopped, feeling a gaze that was not the dispassionate stare of the mangy lions beyond the barrier. He turned then and looked across the square to the palace gate from which a familiar gray-robed figure had just emerged. For a moment fear froze him again, but he was still glowing with the inebriation of power. He let his smock fall to the ground. Xandaray's robe was of rich silk, while his own worn shirt and stained breeches would attract no attention. If he could entice the Rankin into the town, Lalo would be on his own ground, and the city itself might rid him and the prince of their enemy. Grinning nervously, Lalo walked into plain, and then urged his stiff limbs into an awkward dash through the gate as Xandaray and half a dozen hellhounds leaped into motion across the square after him. Looking back over his shoulder at every other step, Lalo pressed his cramped limbs to greater speed along the processional way. Hearing the guards close behind him, he dodged among the merchants' houses to Westgate Street and down Tanner's Row, heading for the Serpentine. And as he ran, the blood began to course freely through his limbs once more, and he shed middle age and awkwardness as he had shed his ruined smock, and his fear. Lalo leaped over a handcart that had been abandoned in the road, and paused to send it spinning broadsides.
That would not long delay them, but he could hear mercenaries laying bets on a dogfight in the next street. Laughing like the boy who had raced through these streets so long ago, he let his pursuers follow him around the corner, slid eel-like through the crowd, and laughed again as the tinny clash of weapons told him that the hellhounds and the mercenaries had met. But what about Zandere? Lalo waited in the shadow of a quiet doorway and watched the gap at the entrance to the street. Night had fallen, and the moon, now almost at the full, was drawing free of the distorting smoke of the city and transforming the shape and shadows of the street with its own deceptive dappling. How could he tell which one? Ah, there, a shadow moved of itself, and Lalo knew that his enemy was here. So soon! Shock tingled through his veins and set every hair on end. I must run. The man moves too subtly. Before those who would attack him for the silk he wears can note him, he is away. I am a dead man if I cannot trap him somehow. The glory he had tasted seemed now as inconstant as the moon. In a moment, Zandere would reach his hiding place. And yet, it was almost as if he had done all this before. He remembered a time in his boyhood when he had come with his mates into the maze in search of excitement and been set upon there. He had escaped he looked up and saw that this house too had an external stair. Without allowing himself time to think of failure, Lalo launched himself upward. The wooden structure swayed alarmingly. Lalo clutched at a railing and nearly fell when it gave way beneath his hand. He could hear loud voices inside. A window opened and then slammed shut as he was seen, and for a moment the quarreling was stilled. Then he was on the roof, leaping over trays of drying fruit and ducking under clotheslines. He saw the dark shape behind him and jerked one end of the line free so that the hanging clothes clung damply to the man who was following him. Something flashed by his cheek in the moonlight like a line of white fire. Lalo threw himself across the gap between two buildings, clutched at the ledge of a parapet, and lay across it gasping, staring at the quivering blade that matched the one he had seen in the throat of the slain guard. He hauled himself the rest of the way into the dubious protection of the gable end. Two hellhounds trotted down the street below, paused momentarily at the corner, and gave a whistle which was answered from 2 streets away. Lalo wondered what had happened to the mercenaries. Then a shadow rose from the opposite rooftop, glimmering like silver as it came into the full light of the moon. "Limner," Zandere called. "The soldiers will kill you if they catch you before I. Give yourself up to me now." Lalo thought of the blade, which he had wedged uncomfortably into his sash, and gritted his teeth. "They call us Wrigleys," he remembered. Well, I had better do some quick wriggling now. Cautiously he squirmed across the tiles. A quiver beneath him told him that Zandere had also crossed the gap, and he scrambled for the opposite stair. But there was none. Unable to stop, Lalo leaped to the balcony in a crash of breaking crockery, and swung himself from the railing to the street below. The upper way would not save him, but as he had lain gasping, he had remembered an alternative, darker and more dangerous both to the pursuer and the pursued. Shards of terracotta smashed and rattled in the street behind him as the owner of the balcony glimpsed Zandere and pelted him with his broken wares. Lalo sped down the street and past a group wavering along from the direction of the vulgar unicorn. I wanted to be a hero, he thought, forcing his legs to more speed. But how do you tell the difference between a dead hero and a dead fool? The singing behind him faltered, and someone screamed. Zandere! For a moment, Lalo saw the assassin clearly in the moonlight. He had shed his gray silk, and his shirt was torn. He looked as if he had been bred to the streets of Sanctuary. And as if he had felt Lalo's gaze, he turned, and his teeth flashed in a brief smile. Lalo took a deep breath and stared around him.
He dared not move too quickly now, lest he miss the spot, though every sense was clamoring to him. There, at the end of the alley, a wooden cover that capped a circle of crumbling stones. Lalo pulled it free. The covers were usually left unbolted in hopes that people would throw refuse directly in. Then, gritting his teeth, he lowered himself down the shaft. It was not so deep as a well. Lalo landed with a splash in a sluggish stream, slippery with things he would rather not try to name. Fighting his stomach, he realized that the prince's garbage had been fragrant compared to the sewers, which were his last hope against his enemy. He slogged grimly forward, counting his steps and putting out a reluctant hand to the slimy walls to guide his passage, listening behind him for the small sounds that would tell him that Zonderay had followed him even here. Catching his breath, he felt for the knife, but in all his scrambling it had been lost. Just as well, he told himself, I would not have known how to use it anyway. You, Limner, you've done well, but what made you think you could win this game against me? The voice echoed dankly from water-scoured stone walls. I'll catch up with you soon. Wouldn't you have preferred to have died cleanly? Lalo shook his head, though the other man could not see. He had reckoned his achievements and found them wanting, but if he died now, at least he had tried to act like a man. He forced his way onward, fingers questing for the next break in the stone. What if he was wrong? Had he misremembered, or had the tunnels changed in 30 years? You will die, you know. This is the last bolt hole. Your end is here. An end for both of us, then, Lalo thought numbly. I will not mind. Then his trembling fingers found the crack. He moved his hand along the wall, lips whispering the numbers that had become a litany. 66, 67 steps. Please, Lord Ills, let it be here. 68. Shalpa help me. 69. 70! His fingers closed on a rusting semicircle of iron, and stifling a gasp of relief, he hauled himself upward, though his fingers slipped on the rungs. The splashing behind him slowed, as if his enemy had paused to listen, then became a tumult as Zonderay began to run. Lalo gained the top, shoved the wooden cover aside, and heart-bursting, rolled over the edge into the clean air. But he could not rest now, not yet, not until the trap was sprung. Summoning strength where he had thought there could be no more, he hauled the cover over the shaft and drove home the wooden bar. And without waiting to see if it would hold, he staggered back to the first shaft and did the same thing there. Then he sank to the cobbles beside it, pulse hammering, knowing that this last God-given strength was gone, and he could do no more. This was the only place in the network of sewers where two shafts entered the conduits so close together. Zonderay was trapped there now. How sweet the air was to his lungs! From some upper room, Lalo heard the tinkle of a gittern and a woman's low laughter. A soft wind comforted his burning cheeks, a sea wind. And then Lalo remembered, with mingled satisfaction and horror, that Zonderay was doubly doomed. With the sea wind would come a rush of dark water from the swamp of night secrets, propelled by the tidal bore. You assassin, you've done well, but what made you think you could win this game with me? Lalo whispered through cracked lips. Laughter rasped his throat, and he sat shaking by the locked well-mouth while the slime of the tunnel dried on his skin. A stray pickpocket, passing by, made the sign against madness and scuttled away. He heard a whistle and then the clink of a sword as a hellhound passed the mouth of the alley, but he supposed he looked like nothing human crouching there.
Limner, are you there? Lalo jumped, hearing the voice so close to him. The wood of the shaft top shuddered as it was struck from below, and Lalo leaned on the bar. Hanging from the rungs by one hand, there was no way Zonderay could gain enough leverage to break free. That was what Lalo had heard in dark tales whispered by childhood friends, and later over wine cups in the vulgar unicorn. If he lived, he too would have a tale to tell. Assassin, I am here, and you are there, and there you will stay, croaked Lalo when the dull hammering finally stilled. I will give you gold. I have never broken my word. You could establish yourself in the capital. I don't want your gold. I don't even want to go to Ranke, his thought continued. Not anymore. I will give you your life, said Xandaray. Cora Sidious won't believe you, you know, and the Hell Hounds will have your skull for a drinking bowl. At the very least, they will strike off your hands. Involuntarily, Lalo's fingers clasped protectively around his wrists, as if a bright blade were already descending. It was true. Surely he had lost all he had ever gained. Better to meet Xandaray's knife than to live without being able to take brush in hand. If I cannot paint, I am nothing, he thought. I will surely die. But he did not move. Shivering with exhaustion and despair, still he would not throw away this victory, even though he hardly understood his reasons anymore. Limner, I will give you your soul. You can only death, foreigner. You cannot trick me. I do not need to. The voice seemed very tired. I only need to ask you a question. Have you ever painted your own portrait, Limner, with the sorcerer's eye? The silence stretched into eternity while Lalo tried to understand. He felt a subtle quiver in the earth that told him the tide was beginning to turn. What did Xandaray mean? Of course he had done self-portraits by the dozen when he could get no one else to pose for him. In the old days, before Enos York had taught him to paint the soul? I've been too busy. No, the awareness came reluctantly. I was afraid. What will you see on your canvas when you have murdered me? The voice echoed his fear. Stop it! Leave me alone! Lalo cried aloud. He heard a deep voice shout orders in the street beyond the alley, and saw for a moment the flicker of lanterns bobbing by, pallid in the moonlight. In a few minutes, the poisoned waters would be driven from their bed by the inexorable pressure of the tide, and rush through the sewers of Sanctuary like a host of angry serpents seeking their prey. In a few minutes, Xandaray would be dead. If he disappears, maybe they will blame Xandaray for the fire. When the stir dies down, I'll be free to paint again. His hand twitched as if he held a blush, but the motion triggered Xandaray's words in his memory. Have you ever painted your own portrait? Lalo shuddered suddenly, violently. Could even Enos Yor lift the curse this man had laid upon his soul? He heard the irregular tramp of men trying to march in close order over an uneven road. The sound was louder now. In a few moments they would pass his alleyway. In a few moments the waters would be here. What will you see when you have murdered me? Without conscious decision, Lalo found himself running stiffly towards the Serpentine. Ho there! Guards! He is hiding in the sewers, down this alley! He held his ground while they debated, knowing that they could not recognize him under the sodden clothes and mud, and motioned to them to follow him. Then he pounded down the alley, bent to wrestle the bar from the shaft cover, and ran on until he found the dark overhang of a staircase to shelter him. Below, he felt a trembling and heard the hiss of many waters, and, just as the wooden lid of the shaft was knocked aside, the hollow boom of water forced upward through too narrow a way. Something dark clung to the rim of the shaft, like a rat flooded from its hole, then clambered the rest of the way out once the fury of the waters had passed. But now the Hell Hounds surrounded the shaft. There was a flurry of movement, and Lalo heard swearing and a cry of pain. Among the voices, he distinguished the soft tones of the Emperor's commissioner. Is that who you say you are? A deep voice, Quag's voice, replied. Well, if we've lost the dauber, at least we have you.
My Lord Prince will be interested to learn what sharp-toothed rats his brother keeps to guard his granaries. Come along, you." Lalo sank back against the post of the stair. It was over. The hellhounds were dragging Xandaray away, as once they had dragged him into the night. He would find a way to let Coricidius know what the painting had shown, and what Xandaray had confessed to him. Would they call him into court to prove it? Would they dispose of the assassin quietly, or send him back to Rank A to report his failure? With a dim wonder, Lalo realized that it did not matter anymore. Gilla would have harsh words for him when he reached home, but her arms would be soft and comforting. But still he did not move. For below the surface, questions in his mind pulsed one more perplexing. Why did I let Xandaray go? Today, he had faced death and fought for his life and conquered fear. He had realized that the evil of the world was not confined to Sanctuary. But if he could do all this, he was not the person that he had thought he knew. He held out his magic hands, his painter's hands, so that the moonlight silvered them, staring as if they held his answer. And perhaps that was true, for if he had beaten Xandaray, the other man's final question had also vanquished him. And he could only answer it by facing his mirror with a paintbrush in his hand. The moon was poised above the tattered rooftops, resting after the labor of drawing in the tide. Like a silver mirror, she blessed the tortured streets of Sanctuary, and the tear-streaked face of the man who gazed at her, with the reflected splendor of the hidden sun. Steel, Lynn Abbey, Wallagrin. Wallagrin listened carefully to the small noises carried on the night breeze. His survival depended on his ability to untangle the sounds of the night, and on the steel sword he clutched, sheathed at his side. Ambushers crept toward, small camp in the darkness. 2 bright Enlabar wagons sat unguarded and garish in the ruddy light of a neglected fire. Their cargo had been scattered in tempting disarray. Chunks of aquamarine ore shimmered in the moonlight. Wallagrin's cloak lay close by, covering an armload of thorny sticks, a ruse to convince the brigands that he and his men were more weary than careful and valued sleep above their lives. They'd had little enough rest since leaving the ruined mine with the precious ore, and of the 25 men who had left Sanctuary, only 7 remained. But Wallagrin trusted his 6 stalwarts against 4 times that many hillmen. Wallagrin's thoughts were stopped by the warning cry of a mountain hawk. Malm, who had a shepherd's eye for ominous movements, had spotted the enemy. Wallagrin held his ground until the camp swarmed with dark, scuttling shapes, until someone stabbed a cloak and heard wood splintering, not bone. Then, sword raised, he led his men out of the shadows. These outlaws were better armed and bolder than any the soldiers had encountered before. But Wallagrin had no time to consider this discovery. His men were hard-pressed, without their usual advantage over the hill-bred fighters. His sword stole the lifeblood of 2 men, but then he was cut himself and fought defensively, unaware of the fate of his men or the tide of battle. He was forced to retreat another step, the open back of a wagon pressed against his hips. The one who bore down on him was as yet unwounded. It was time for a soldier's last prayers. Snarling, the attacker took his sword in both hands for a decapitating cut. Wallagrin braced to take the force of the stroke on his sword, which he held in a bent, injured arm. His weapon fell from his suddenly numb hand, but his neck was intact.
Where the brigand was undaunted, his smile never wavered. Wallagrin was unarmed now, steadying himself to face death with courage. Wallagrin's leaden fingers found an object left forgotten in the wagon. The old Enlabar sword they had found in the dust of the mine. The silver-green steel showed no rust, but no one had exchanged his serviceable Rankin blade for one forged 500 years before his birth until now. Wallagrin brought the ancient sword around with a bellow. Blue-green sparks surged when the swords met.
The Enlabar metal clanged above the other sounds of battle. The brigand's sword blade shattered, and with a reflex born of experience not thought, Walgren took his assailant's head in a single, soft stroke. The fabled steel of Enlabar! His mind glazed with the knowledge. He did not hear the hillman take flight, nor see his men gather around him. The steel of Enlabar! 3 years of desperate, often dangerous searching had brought him to the mine. They'd filled 2 wagons with the rich ore and defended it with their lives. But in the depths of his heart, Walgren had not believed he'd found the actual steel. A steel that could shatter other blades. A steel that would bring him honor and glory. He found his military sword in the dust at his feet and offered it to his lieutenant. "Take this," he ordered. "Strike at me." Thrusher hesitated, then took a half-hearted swipe. "No! Strike, fool!" Walgren shouted, raising the Enlabrite blade. Metal met metal with the same resounding clang as before. The short sword did not shatter, but it took a mortal nick to its edge. Walgren ran his fingers along the unmarred Enlabrite steel and whooped for joy. "The destiny of all Ranke is in our hands!" His men looked at one another, then smiled with little enthusiasm. They believed in their commander, but not necessarily in his quest. They were not cheered to see their morose, intense officer so transformed by an off-color sword, however good the metal, and even if it had saved his life. Walgren's exultation, however, did not last long. They found Malm's body some 20 paces from the fire, a deep wound in his neck. Walgren closed his friend's eyes and commended him to his gods. Not Walgren's gods. Walgren honored no gods. Malm was their only casualty, though they could ill afford the loss. In grim silence, Walgren left Malm and returned to ransack the headless corpse by the wagon. Its belt produced a sack of gold coins, freshly minted in the Rankin capital. Walgren thought of the letters he had sent to his rich patron in the imperial hierarchy, and of the replies he had not received. In anger and suspicion, he tore at the dead man's clothes until he found what he knew must be there. A greasy scrap of parchment with his mentor's familiar seal embossed upon it. While his men slept, he read the treachery into his memory. Kilatus' treasury had financed his quest almost from the start. The ambitious aristocrat had said that the Enlabrite steel, if it could be found, would assure the Empire swift, unending victories and swift, unending fortune for whomever made the legend reality. Walgren had dutifully informed the imperial advisor of all his movements and of his success. He cursed and threw the scrap of parchment into the fire. He'd told Kilatus his exact route from Enlabar to Rank. He should have known the moment his first man died, or at least when he lost the second. The hill tribes had been peaceful enough when they'd come up through the mountains, and they themselves could make no use of the raw ore. He counted the dead man's gold into his own pouch, calculating how far he and his men could travel on it. Things could have been worse. Kilatus might have been able to bribe the tribesmen, but it was still unlikely he could find the abandoned mine. Walgren had never entrusted that secret to paper. And Kilatus had never known that Walgren's final destination had not been the capital, but back in Sanctuary itself. He'd never told Kilatus the name of the ugly little metal master in the back alleys there who could turn the ore to finest steel. "Well, make it yet," he said to the darkness, not noticing that Thrusher had come to sit beside him. "Make it to where?" the little man asked. "We don't dare go to the capital now, do we? We're headed towards Sanctuary from this moment on." Thrusher could scarcely contain his surprise. Wallgren's intense dislike of the city of his birth was well known. Not even his own men had suspected they would ever return there. "Well, I suppose a man can hide from anything in Sanctuary's gutters," Thrusher temporized. "Not only hide, but get our steel, too. We'll head south in the morning. Prepare the men. Across the desert, no one will be looking for us there." His orders given and certain to be obeyed, Wallgren strode into the darkness. He was used to sleepless nights. Indeed, he almost preferred them to his nightmare-ridden slumber. And now, with thoughts of Sanctuary high in his mind, sleep would be anything but welcome. Thrusher was right. A man could hide in Sanctuary. Wallgren's father had done it, but hiding hadn't improved him any. He'd ended his life reviled in a city that tolerated almost anything, hacked to pieces and cursed by the Sedonzo of the bazaar. It was his father's death and the memory of the curse that haunted Wallgren's nights. By rights, it wasn't his curse at all, but his father's. The old man was never without a doxy. Rezel was only the last of a long, anonymous procession of women through Wallgren's childhood. She was a Sedonzo beauty, wild even by their gypsy standards. Her own people foresaw her violent death when she abandoned them to live 4 years in the Sanctuary garrison, matching Wallgren's temper with her own. Then one night his father got drunk, and more violently jealous than usual. They found Rezel, what remained of her, with the animal carcasses outside the charnel house. The Sedonzo took back what they had cast out, and by dead of night returned to the garrison. 7 masked, knife-wielding Sedonzo carved the living flesh of his father and sealed their curses with his blood. They'd found 2 children, Wallgren and Rezel's daughter Illyra, hiding in the corner. They'd marked them with blood and curses as well. He'd run away before the sun rose on that night, and was still running. Now he was running back. 2. Wallgren patted his horse, ignoring the cloud of dust around them both. Everything, everyone was covered with a fine layer of desert grit. Only his hair seemed unaffected, but then it had always been the color of parched straw. He'd led his men safely across the desert to Sanctuary, but weariness had settled upon them like dust, and though the end of their travels was in sight, they waited in silence for Thrusher's return. Wallgren had not dared to enter the city himself. Tall, pale despite the desert sun, his braided hair roughly confined by a bronze band, he was too memorable to be an advance scout. He was an outlaw as well, wanted by the prince for abandoning the garrison without warning. He had Kilotis's pardon, the scroll still carefully sealed in his saddlebag, but using it would eventually let Kilotis know he was still alive. It was better to remain an outlaw. Hook-nosed, diminutive Thrusher was a man no one would remember. Able and single-minded, he'd never run afoul of the town's dangers, nor succumb to its limited temptations. Wallgren would have a roof over his men's heads by nightfall, and more water than they could drink to set before them. Wine, too, but Wallgren had almost forgotten the taste of wine. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, Thrusher appeared on the dunes. Wallgren waved him safe conduct. He put his heels to his horse and galloped the last stretch of sand. Both man and beast had been cleansed of yellow grit. Wallgren suppressed a pang of jealousy. "Ho, Thrush, do we sleep in town tonight?" one of the other men called. "With full trenchers and a wench on each knee," Thrusher laughed. "By the gods, I thought Sanctuary, not paradise."
Paradise enough, if a man's not choosy, Thrusher told them all as he dismounted and made his way to Wallgren. "You seem satisfied. Is the town that much changed since we left it?" Wallgren asked. "Yes, that much. You'd think the Nissibisi rode this way. There are more mercenaries in Sanctuary than in rank. We'll never be noticed. The usual scum fears to leave the shadows, and if a man knows how to use his sword, there's any number who'll hire him. Kitty Cat's gold hasn't been the best for many a month now. He's got to rely on a citizen's militia to take up the slack from the hellhounds. Wrigley's, every last one of them, pompous. And what manner of mercenaries? Wallegren interrupted. Sacred banders, Thrusher admitted with noticeable reluctance. Vashenka's bastards. How many, and who leads them, if they're led by a man? Couldn't say how many. They camp downwind. Banders are worse than hounds. A handful of 'em's worse than a plague. Some say they belong to the prince now, that their priest's dead. Most say it's Tempus at the root of it. They train for the Nisabisi, but Tempus is building a new fortress downwind. Wallegren looked away. He had no quarrel with Tempus Talays. True, he was inclined to arrogance, sadism, and he was treachery incarnate, but he moved in the elite circles of power, and, as such, Wallegren could only admire him. Like everyone else, he had heard the Tempus Talays of self-healing and pseudo-divinity. He professed to doubt them, but had Tempus gone in search of Enlabar steel, no one would have dared stand in his way. They call themselves stepsons or something like that, Thrusher continued. They're all in Jubal's turf, and neither hide nor hair of Jubal been seen these last months. No hawk masks on the streets either, except the ones found nailed to posts here and there. Sacred banders, stepsons, whoresons. Wallegren shared the prejudices of most in the Imperial Army towards any elite separate group. Sanctuary had been the dead end of the world as long as anyone could remember. No right-thinking Rankin citizen passed time there. It boded ill if Sanctuary had become home to not only Tempus, but a contingent of sacred banders as well. The Empire was in worse shape than anyone thought. What was bad for Sanctuary, and all of rank, though, was not necessarily bad for the rediscoverer of Enlabar steel. With luck, Wallegren would find good men in town, or good gold, or simply enough activity to hide behind. But whenever Wallegren thought of luck, he thought of the Skeedza. They had marked him for ill fortune. If he had good luck, it could have been better. And when his luck turned sour, the less said about it, the better. What about that house I asked you about? Wallegren asked, after the conversation had lulled a moment. The scout was relieved to speak of something else. No trouble. It wasn't hidden, though no one knew much about it. Right off the street of armorers, like you said it'd be. This metal master, Ballustrous, he must be a pretty strange fellow. Everyone thought he died until the torch Thrusher stopped abruptly, slapping himself on the forehead. God's takes, take me for an idiot! Nothing is the same in Sanctuary. The gods have discovered it. Vashenka's name was blasted from the Pantheon over the palace gate. Vashenka! Sacred Band's storm god burned clean. The stone steamed for a day and a night. The god himself appeared in the sky, and Aziyuna too. Wrigley's? Magicians? Were the Whoresons involved? Wallegren asked, but without interrupting the flow of Thrusher's theological gossip. The Torch himself was nearly killed. Some say a new god's been born to the first consort, and the war of cataclysms begun. Officially, the priests are blaming everything on the Nisabisi, and not saying why the Nisabisi would wage magical war in Sanctuary. The Wrigleys say it's the awakening of Ill's thousand eyes. And the mages don't say much of anything, because half of them are dead, and the rest hiding. The local doomsayers are making fortunes. But our Prince Kitty Cat, bless his empty little head, had an idea.
he marches out on his balcony and proclaims that Vashenka is angry because Sanctuary does not show proper respect to his consort and her child, and that he has blasted his own name off the pantheon rather than be associated with the town. Then Kitty Cat proclaims a tax on every taverna, padpool, tot, and says he's going to make an offering to Vashenka. Sanctuary will apologize by ringing a new bell. Wallagrin empathized with Sanctuary's naive, blundering young governor. Actually, his idea wasn't bad. Much better than involving the Mage Guild or setting the Wrigleys against the outnumbered Rankins. That was Kitty Cat's problem. His ideas weren't half bad, but he wasn't even half the man it would take to have people listen to them without laughing. A new idea grew in Wallagrin's thoughts. The prince had turned to Ballestris, Metal Master, to cast the bell for Vashenka. Now he, Wallagrin, would approach Ballestris to make Enlabar steel. For the prince, perhaps, but not Vashenka. A pattern of fortune might emerge, might be stronger than the Skidza curse. He imagined himself with the prince. The two of them together might make one irresistible force. "Did you see this bell of the Metal Master's?" he asked Thrusher. "Worthy of what?" Thrusher replied, not following Wallagrin's thoughts at all. 3. Dawn's first light pierced the shadows and sent the denizens of the night scurrying. The streets of Sanctuary were almost quiet. Flocks of seabirds wheeled silently over the town, swooping suddenly as, one after another, the houses opened their doors to jettison night slops into the street. A cowled, burdened monk slipped out the upper window of a tavern and disappeared down a still dark alley. The brief moment of calm magic faded. The day had begun. The establishment of Ballestris, Metal Master, was among the first in the armorer's quarter to come to life. A young woman opened the upper half of the front door and struggled to raise the huge, dingy slop-sewer to her shoulder. She froze, nearly dropping the noisome thing, when a man stepped out of the shadows. He wore a monk's garb, but the cowl had fallen back to his shoulders. A warrior's torque held his straw-blonde hair over his brow. Wallagrin had had 3 days' rest and washed the desert from his face, but he was still an ominous figure. The woman gave a small yelp when he took the ewer from her and carried it some distance before upending it. When he returned to the doorway, the Metal Master himself stood there. Wallagrin, isn't it? If the young soldier was ominous, then Ballestris was positively demonic. His skin was the color of mottled bronze, not brown, nor gold, nor green, nor human at all. It was wrinkled like dried fruit, but shone like metal itself. He was hairless, with features that blended into the convolutions of his skin. When he smiled, as he smiled at Wallagrin, the dark eyes all but vanished. Wallagrin swallowed hard. "I've come with business for you." "So early?" the bronze man chided. "Well, come right in. A soldier in monk's cloth is always welcome for breakfast." He hobbled back from the door. Wallagrin retrieved his sack and followed him into the shop. A single oil lamp set over a counting table cast flickering shadows on the Metal Master's face. He rested a pair of iron crutches against the wall behind the table and seemed to hover there, unsupported. Wallagrin's eyes adjusted to the dimmer light. He saw the price sheets nailed to the wall and the samples of bronze, iron, tin, and steel. He saw the saddle-like perch in which the Metal Master sat. But his first impression of the eerie place did not change, and he would have left if he could. "Tell me what you've got in your sack, and why I should care," the Metal Master demanded. Forcing himself not to stare, Wallagrin hoisted the sack to the tabletop. "I've found the secret of the steel of Enlabar." The bronze man shook with laughter. "What secret? There's no secret to Enlabar steel, my boy. Any fool can make Enlabar steel if he's got Enlabar ore and Ilsig alchemy."
Wallagrin untied the sack, dumping the blue-green ore onto the table. Belustrous stopped laughing. He snatched up a chunk of ore and subjected it to an analysis that included not merely striking it with a mallet, but tasting it as well. Yes, the wizened metal master crooned, "This is it. Heated and ground and tempered, this will be steel. Not since the last alchemist of Ilsig sank into his grave has there been steel like the steel I will make." Whatever else Belustrous was, he was at least mad. Wallagrin had first heard the name in the library at Coombs, where he'd gotten the shard of Enlebrite pottery Illyra had read. Cameron, the purple mage, had been supposed to read the inscription, and Belustrous would make the steel, and both men dwelt in sanctuary. Cameron had been dead when Wallagrin arrived in the city, but not Belustrous. It was said the Metal Master had been mad when he first came to the city, and Sanctuary had never improved anyone. He claimed he knew everything about any metal, but he made his living mending plates and recasting stolen gold. "I have another 10 sacks like this one," Wallagrin explained, taking back the ore. "I want swords for my men and myself. I don't have much gold and fewer friends, but I'll give you 1/4 of my ore if you'll make the swords." He continued refilling his sack. "It will be my privilege," the cripple agreed, touching the stones one last time before they disappeared. "Perhaps when you have the swords, you'll tell me where you found this. At least you'll tell what friends you have that it was the Grey Wolf who forged their weapons." "You've no need to know where the mine is," Wallagrin said firmly, looking directly at Belustrous' legs. "You couldn't go there yourself. You'd have to send others. You'd spread my secret around. Already too many people know." The sack thumped to the floor. "When can I have my swords?" The Metal Master shrugged. "It is not like telling a cloth cutter to make a tunic, boy. The formula is old. The ore is new. It will take time. I must melt and ground carefully. Tempering is an art to itself. It could take years." Wallagrin's green eyes came alive with anger. "It will not take years. There's war in the north. Already the Emperor has called for men to fill the legions. I will have my swords by summer's end, or I'll have your life." "I have," the Metal Master said with bitter irony. "You'll have your swords, my boy, as soon as I'm ready to give them to you." The blonde soldier had a ready reply, but withheld it as commotion rose in the street, and someone hammered loudly on the bolted doors. "Open up! Open up in the prince's name! Open your doors, merchant!" Wallagrin snatched up the sack. He glanced around the room, aware for the first time that it offered no hiding places. "You look as if you'd seen a ghost, boy. If you don't want to see the prince's man, just step behind the curtain. Take your ore with you. I'll be but a moment with these fools." Unable to force coherent words through his tight throat, Wallagrin simply nodded, and, still clutching the sack, eased behind a curtain and into a dark passageway. He could see narrowly into the room he had left, without, he prayed, being seen in return. Belustrous struggled with the heavy bolts. He got the door open just before the prince's man threatened to break it down. 3 men immediately surged past. 2 huge brutes in dirty rags, and a 3rd man in common dress. "Belustrous? Metal Master?" the 3rd man demanded. The man might be dressed commonly, but he wasn't common. Once Wallagrin's suspicions were aroused, other incongruities became obvious. Clean, fresh curled hair, sturdy boots with gold buckles, hands that had never been truly dirty. Unreasoning fear gripped him. He did not pause to wonder why a Rankin lord, for such the visitor must be, would enter the Metal Master's shop in such a disguise. He knew. The Swadonzo curse and his false friends in Ranke had merged. By sundown, he'd be just so much meat on the torturer's rack. They'd have his secrets, his steel, and, if he got lucky, his life. "It has cooled without a crack,"
Balustrus said when Wallegren had regained enough control over his fear to listen again. "My men will come for it this afternoon," the Lord said, resting his forearms on the table where Wallegren had spilled his sack of ore. "As you wish, Hierarch Torchholder. I'll tell my lads to hoist it up. You'll need a strong cart, my lord. She's as heavy as the god." Both men laughed heartily. Then, looking mildly annoyed, the high priest of Vashanka in Sanctuary stood up. A tiny object dropped to the floor. Wallegren felt bitter bile surge up his throat as the Rankin retrieved the bit and examined both it and his arm. "It broke my skin," he said. "Scraps," the Metal Master replied, taking the small flake from the priest's hand. "Sharp scraps." "We should put them on the edges of our swords," Torchholder laughed, and took back the offending object. "Not glass either. Some new project of yours?" No, Wallegren could not hear the rest of Balustrus' reply. His fear-clouded mind had finally placed the Lord and his name. The Torch himself, War God Priest. As if it were not bad enough to have the regular Imperial hierarchy sniffing along his trail, now here was the War God too, and the sacred bands. Wallegren was numb from the waist down, unable to move closer or run away. Damn the Swadonzo and their curses. Damn his father, if he weren't already damned, for killing Rezel and incurring supernatural wrath. But Malin Torchholder was laughing now, giving the Metal Master a small coin purse and a brief, casual blessing on his work. Wallegren, whose panicked thoughts always moved too quickly, knew he'd been sold. When the priest and his bodyguards had disappeared out the door, Wallegren confronted the withered, smiling Metal Master. "Was it worthwhile?" he demanded. "The palace has the best money in the city. Some of it was truly minted in Ranke, and not cut 3 times since with lead or tin." Balustrus looked up from his counting and studied Wallegren's face. "Now, son, whatever you've done to get Ranke on your tail, don't go thinking I'd be on their side. Your secrets are safe from Ranke with me." Wallegren tried to laugh, but the attempt failed. "Am I to believe that the Torch himself just happened to wander down here, and that he just happened to find a piece of ore stuck to his arm, and then he just happened to give you a double handful of gold?" "Wallegren, Wallegren!" Balustrus swung down from the stool and tried to approach the angry soldier, but Wallegren easily eluded him. "Malin Torchholder has only paid me what is due me for the work on Vashanka's bell. Now it might seem strange to you that such a man would come here himself, but the Hierarch has taken a personal interest in this project from the beginning. Anyone in town can tell you that. Besides, did I know you were going to be here this morning? Did I suspect that today I'd hold Enlebrite ore in my hands? No. Now, I expect you'll believe exactly what you want, but it was happenstance, all of it. And Torchholder's suspicions are not aroused. If they were, he would still be here, believe that. Mark me well, I know him and the rest better than you imagine." It was not the first time Balustrus hinted that he knew more than he was saying, and the notion did nothing to reassure Wallegren. "Truly, Metal Master, when can I have my swords?" he asked in a slightly calmer voice. "Truly, lad, I do not know. The bell is finished, as you heard. I have no other commissions waiting at my foundry. I'll start testing your ore as soon as the priest claims his bell. But, Wallegren, even if I stumble upon the right temperatures and the right proportions at once, it will still take time. I've only 2 lads to help me. I've agreed to payment in kind, but I cannot hire men with unforged swords. Besides, would you want me to contract day labor from the taverns?" Wallegren shook his head. He'd relaxed.
His body could not stand the tension he brought to it. He was exhausted and knew his hands would shake if he moved them. What Balustrus said was true enough. He paused, and a measure of his confidence returned. "I've 5 men with me, good men, more than equal to day labor.
They sit idle until the swords are ready. They'll work for you." It was the Metal Master's turn to hesitate. "I'll not pay them," he announced, "but they can stay in the outbuildings of the foundry, and Dunsha will make food for them as she does for the rest of us." He seated himself in his stool and smiled. "How about that, son?" Wallegren winced, not from the offer, which was all he had desired, but from blusterous attempts at friendship and familiarity. Of course, the smith hadn't been in sanctuary when Wallegren was a youth. He hadn't known Wallegren's father, and could not know that Wallegren allowed no one to call him son. So, Wallegren controlled his rage and grunted affirmatively. "I'll give you another piece of advice, since you're already in my debt. You've got a hate and fear about you that draws trouble like a magnet. You think the worst, and you think it too soon. You'll be doing neither yourself nor your men any good by going north. But, now listen to me, the sacred band of stepsons, and probably the hounds as well, will have to go, and then there'll be no one of any power and ability here. Jubal's gone, you know that, don't you?" Wallegren nodded. Tales of the night assault on the downwind estate of the slaveholder circulated in numerous variations, but everyone agreed that Jubal hadn't been seen since. "But I don't want to spend my life in sanctuary looking after gutter scum," he snarled back at his would-be benefactor. "Mark me, and let me finish. You're fresh back. Things have changed. There're no more blue hawks to roam the streets. That's not to say that them as wore the masks are gone, not all of them, not yet. Only Jubal's gone. Jubal's men and Jubal's power are there for the taking. Even if he should return to this town, he'll be in no condition to raise his army of the night again. Let Tempus," Zalbar Belustrous spat for emphasis, "and all their ilk fight for Ranki. With them gone, and your steel, you could be master of this place for life, and give it on to your children as well. Kitty Cat would surrender in a day." Wallegren didn't answer. He didn't remember sliding the bolts back before opening the door, and perhaps he hadn't. He was ambitious to gain glory, but he had no real thoughts for the future. Belustrous had tempted him, but he'd frightened him more. The morning sun brought no warmth to the young man. He shivered beneath his borrowed monk's cloak. There weren't many people on the narrow streets, and those took pains to stay out of his path. His cloak billowed out to reveal the leather harness of a soldier beneath it, but no one stopped him to ask questions. The taverns were boarded up, as the barkeeps and wenches alike caught a few hours' rest. Wallegren pounded past them, head erect, eyes hard. He reached the wide way without seeing a welcoming door. He headed for the wharves and the fishermen, whose day began well before dawn. They would be ready for refreshment by now. He wandered into a slant-walled den called the Wine Barrel. Fish Barrel would have been a more appropriate name. The place stank of fish oil. Ignoring the pervasive stench, Wallegren approached the rough-hewn bar. The room had fallen silent, and, though a swordsman like himself had nothing to fear from a handful of fishermen, Wallegren was uncomfortable. Even the ale was rank with fish oil, but he gagged it down. The thick brew brought the clouds of dullness his mind craved. He ordered another 3 mugs of the vile, potent stuff, and belched prodigiously, while the fisherfolk endured him. Their meek, offended stares drove him back onto the wharf before he was half as drunk as he wanted to be. The tangy air of the harbor undid him. He vomited into the water and found himself almost completely sober. In an abysmal mood, he tugged the priest's cowl over his head and held the cloak shut with a death grip. His path wound toward the bazaar, where Illyra lived, and saw the future in the Sedonzo cards. It was a market day at the bazaar, with every extra stall crammed with winter's produce, jellies, sweetbreads, and preserved fruits. He shoved past them, untempted, until he reached the more permanent part of the bazaar and could hear the ringing of Dubro's hammer above the din. She had found herself an able protector, at least. He stopped before the man who was his own age and height, but whose slow strength was unequaled. "Is Illyra inside?" he asked politely, knowing he would be recognized. "Is she scrying for someone, or can I talk to her?" "You're not welcome here," Dubro replied evenly. "I would like to see my sister. I've never done anything to hurt her in the past, and I don't intend to start now. Stand guard beside me, if you must. I will see her." Dubro sighed and set his tools carefully back in their proper places. He banked the fire and moved buckets of water close by the cloth door of the simple structure he and Illyra called home. Wallegren was about to burst with impatience when the plodding giant lifted the cloth and motioned him inside. "We have a visitor," Dubro announced. "Who?" "See for yourself." Wallegren recognized the voice, but not the woman who moved in the twilight darkness. It was Illyra's custom to disguise her youth with cosmetics and shapeless clothing. Still, it seemed that the creature who walked toward him was far too gross to be his half-sister. Then he saw her face, his father's face, for she took after him that way, and there could be no doubt. She slouched ungracefully in the depths of Dubro's chair, and Wallegren, though he had little knowledge of these things, guessed she was late in pregnancy. "You're having a child?" he blurted out. "Not quite yet," she replied with a laugh. "Moonflower assures me I have some weeks to wait yet. I'm sure it'll be a boy, like Dubro. No girl child would be so large. And you're well enough?" Wallegren had always assumed she was barren, doubly cursed. It did not seem possible that she should be so robustly breeding. "Well enough. I've lost my figure, but I've got all my teeth yet," she laughed again. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yes, and more." Wallegren didn't trust the smith who stood close behind him, but Illyra would tell him anything he said anyway. "I've brought back the ore. We were betrayed by treachery. I lost all but 5 of my men. I have made powerful enemies with my discovery. I need your help, Illyra, if I'm to protect myself and my men." "You found the steel of Enlibar?" Dubro whispered, while Illyra sought a more dignified position in the chair. "I found the ore," Wallegren corrected, suddenly realizing that the great ox of a monger probably expected to make the swords himself. "What do you need from me?" Illyra asked. "I'd think you'd need Dubro's help, not mine." "No," Wallegren spat out quickly. "I've found one to make my steel for me, Balustrous, Metal Master. He knows forging, grinding, and tempering. And Alsig alchemy," Dubro added. "Since he cast the prince's god bell, it would seem good fortune falls to him." Wallegren did not like to think that Dubro knew of Balustrous and the making of steel. He attempted to ignore the knowledge and the smith. "Lyra, it's your help I need, your sight. With the cards, you can tell me who I can trust and what I can do in safety." She frowned and smoothed her skirts over her great belly. "Not now, Wallegren, not even if I could use the cards for such things. The baby-to-be takes so much from me. I don't have the sight. Moonflower warns me that I must not use the gift so close to my time. It could be dangerous." "Moonflower? What is Moonflower?" Wallegren complained, and heard a giggle from Dubro. "She is Esdanzo." "And she takes care of me, now, Esdanzo," Wallegren said in disbelief. "Since when do the Sedanzo help you?" Illyra shrugged. "Even the Sedanzo cannot remember forever, you know."
The women have the sight, so the men feel free to wander with the wind. The women stay in one place all their lives. The men, it is forgotten. Forgotten? Wallegren leaned forward to whisper to her. "Illyra, this moonflower who tells you not to use your sight, does she see those who used to come to you?"
She or her daughter, Illyra admitted. Illyra, breeding has clouded your mind. They will squeeze you out. They never forget. If that were true, so much the worse for them. Since the mercenaries came to town, scrying is not pleasant, Wallagrin. I do not enjoy looking into the future of soldiers. I do not enjoy their reactions when I tell them the truth. She shifted again in the chair. But it is not true. When my son is born, the danger will be past, and I will see again. Moonflower and Mignorel will not keep what is rightfully mine, she said with the calm confidence of one who has the upper hand. You need not worry for me. I will not send you to Moonflower either. I'll answer your questions myself, if I can, after my son is born, if you can wait that long. It seemed likely that she would be delivered of her child well before Balustris finished making the swords, so Wallagrin agreed to wait. 4. Balustris Villa Foundry had fallen from fashion long before the first Rankins reached Sanctuary. Weeds grew boldly in the mosaic face of Shipri in the atrium. There wasn't a room where the roof was intact, and several where it was non-existent. Wallagrin and Thrusher threw their belongings into a room once connected to the main atrium, but now accessible only through a gaping hole in the wall. Still, it was a better billet than most they'd seen. The work was hard and dirty, with little time for recreation, though Sanctuary was in sight down the gentle slopes. Balustris treated Wallagrin and his men like ordinary apprentices, which meant they got enough food and more than enough abuse. If Wallagrin had not borne his share so stoically, there might have been problems, but he was willing to sacrifice anything to the cause of his swords. For 3 weeks they lived in almost total isolation. A farmer delivered their food and gossip. An occasional mercenary came seeking Balustris' services and was turned away. Only once did someone come looking for Wallagrin himself, and that was after Illyra bore twins, a boy and a girl. The soldier sent them a gold piece to ensure their registry in the rolls of citizenship at the palace. "Is it worth it, Commander?" Thrusher asked as he kneaded a soothing balm into Wallagrin's burned shoulder. "We're here 3 weeks, and all we have to show for ourselves is fresh scars. What about full bellies and no problems from Kitty Cat?" "Yes, it's worth it. We should know how steel is made. I had always thought the smiths just took the ore and made it into swords. I had no idea there were so many steps in between." "Aye, so many steps. We've gone through 2 sacks already, and what have we got? 3 half-decent knives, a mountain of bad steel, and a demon grinding away in the shed there. Maybe we'd be better running. Sometimes I don't think we'll ever leave Sanctuary again. He's mad, but no demon. And I think he's getting close to the steel we need. He's as eager to have the steel as we are. It's his life." The little man shook his head and eased Wallagrin's tunic over the sore. "I don't like magic," he complained. "He only added a little bit of Ilsig silver, hardly enough to make a difference. We've got to expect a little magic. We found the mine with magic, didn't we? Balustris isn't a magician. He said he couldn't put a spell on the metal like the Wrigleys put on steel. So he thought he'd try to add something to the steel that already had a spell on it. Yeah, the Necklace of Harmony. You went to the temple and looked at the statue of Ills. You yourself said there was a silver necklace on the statue. You yourself said there wasn't a rumor in town to the effect that the necklace had been touched, much less stolen. It's not the Necklace of Harmony." Thrusher bit his lip and looked away in thought. It was just as well that he didn't look at his commander's face. Wallagrin had been present at the moment the smith added the bits of silver to the molten metal. He could truthfully say he didn't believe the metal was the necklace of harmony, but after seeing the burst of white-hot flame, he knew it was no ordinary piece of jewelry. The whine of Balustra's grinding wheel dominated the courtyard. The furnaces had been sealed. The piles of crushed ore glittered in the sunlight. Everyone awaited the results of the latest grinding. It seemed to Wallegren, as he turned away from the sound, that it was different this time. The metal shrieked like an agonized living thing. Thrusher gave him a sharp nudge. The courtyard had become silent, and an apprentice was running toward them. It was time, the youth shouted, for Wallegren to witness the tempering of the blade. Luck, Thrusher added, as Wallegren rose. Aye, luck. If it's good, we can start thinking of leaving. Balustris was polishing the freshly ground blade when Wallegren entered the hot, dusty shed. The bronze man's tunic was filthy with sweat and dust from the grinding wheel. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" he said, giving the blade to Wallegren while he sought his crutches. Fine, wavy lines of black alternated with thicker bands of a more silvery metal. The old Enlebright sword he kept rolled in his mattress had no such striations, but Balustris said an iron core would ultimately yield a better steel. So much could be learned from the Rankin armorers. Wallegren thumped the flat of the new blade against his palm, wishing he knew if the metal master were correct. "We've done it, son," Balustris exulted, grabbing the blade back. "I knew the secret would be in that silver." Wallegren followed him out of the shed to one of the smaller furnaces which the apprentices had already fired. The youths ran when the men approached. "But there was no silver mentioned on the pottery fragment, and there's no silver in ordinary steel, is there?" The metal master spat on a weed. "Wrigley's never did anything without a spell, lad. Spells for cooking food, spells for bedding a whore. Big spells, little spells, and special spells for steel. And this time, we've got the steel spell. With respect, you said that last time, and it shattered in the brine." Balustra scratched his rutted chin. "I did, didn't I? But this feels right, boy. There's no other way to explain it. It feels different, and it feels right. And it has to be the silver. That's the only different thing this time." "Did the silver have a steel spell on it?" Wallegren asked. The metal master thrust the blade into the glowing coals. "You're smart, Wallegren. Too bad it's too late. You could have learned. You could make your own steel." He spat again, and the weed fell over. "No, it wasn't a steel spell, nothing like that. I don't know what the Wrigleys put on that silver. The torch brought the necklace here right after the prince announced the bell. I could see it was old, but it was plain silver and not valuable. I thought he'd want it for the inscription. Silver pressed on bronze is quite elegant. But no, the hierarch gives out that this is the necklace of harmony. Warm off ills, no saying how he comes to have it. He wants me to melt the silver into the bell. Let ills tremble when Vashanka's name is called, he says in that priest's voice of his. "But you didn't," Wallegren interrupted. "Not sayin' I didn't, boy. Put it in with the copper, put it in with the tin. The damned thing floated to the top every time. I had a choice. I could cast the bell with the silver buried in the metal and know that the bell would crack as soon as the torch struck it. You can imagine the omens that would bring, and what it'd bring to me as well. Or I could set the silver aside and tell the torch that everything was exactly according to his instructions."
"And you set the silver aside?" Wallegren covered his face with his hand and turned away from both the metal master and the furnace. "Of course, lad. Do you think the heavens are going to open up and Vashanka stick his head out to tell Malin Torchholder that Ill's silver isn't in the bell? Stranger things have happened of late." Wallegren faced the metal master's silence.
The silver should have melted in the bronze, shouldn't it? He asked softly. Aye, and I set it aside very carefully when it didn't. I'll be glad to see the last of it. I don't know what it is that the torch gave me, and I'll wager he doesn't either. But it is Wrigley work, and it have to be spelled, or it would have melted, see? So you come asking for Enlebright steel. You've got the ore, and, all things being equal, steel is steel. But it isn't, so I know we need a spell for hardness and temper. No one alive would know that spell, but here I've got silver that doesn't melt with a mighty spell on it. And oh, it feels right, Walagrin, it feels right. She'll take an edge like you've never seen. Walagrin shrugged and looked at the Metal Master again. If you're right, how many swords can you make? With what's left of your ore and my necklace? About 50. And as it's my silver, lad, I'll be taking more for myself. There'll be about 25 for you, and the same for me. The blond officer shrugged again. It was no worse than he had expected. He watched as Belustrous wrestled the dull red metal from the fire. There were conflicting theories on the tempering of fighting steel. Some said a snowdrift was best for cooling the metal. Others said plain water would suffice. Most agreed the ideal was the living body of a man, though in practice only imperial swords were made that way. Belustrous believed in water straight from the harbor, left in the sun until it had evaporated by half. He plunged the blade into a barrel of such brine and disappeared in the acrid steam. The blade survived. Get the old sword, Belustrous urged, and with a nod, Walagrin sent Thrusher after it. They compared the blades for weight and balance. Then, slowly, they tested them against each other. Walagrin held the old sword, and Belustrous swung the new. The first strokes were tentative. Walagrin scarcely felt them as he parried them. Then the Metal Master grew confident. He swung the new metal with increasing force and uncanny accuracy. Deep green sparks fell in the late afternoon light, but Walagrin found himself more concerned with the old man, who suddenly no longer seemed to need crutches. After a few frantic moments, Walagrin backed out of range. Belustrous stopped, sighed, and let the blade drag in the dust. "We found it, lad," he whispered. He sent the apprentices into sanctuary for a keg of ale. The soldiers and the apprentices partook lavishly of it, but Belustrous did not. He continued to sit in the courtyard with the freshly ground blade across his hidden, crippled legs. It was dark when Walagrin came out to join him. "You are truly a master of metal," the younger man said with a smile, setting an extra mug of ale beside Belustrous. The Metal Master shook his head, declining both the ale and the compliment. "I'm a shadow of what I was," he said to himself. "So, now you have your Enlebright swords, son, and what will you do with them?" Walagrin squatted in the moonlight. The ale had warmed him against the night breezes, and made him both more expansive and optimistic than usual. "With the promise of swords, I can recruit men, only a few at first. But we'll travel north, taking commissions, taking what's necessary. I'll hire more as I go. We'll arrive at the wizard wall fully mounted and armored. We'll prove ourselves with honor and glory against the Nisibisi, then become the vanguard of a legion." Chuckling loudly, the Metal Master finally took a sip of ale. "Glory and honor, Walagrin, lad. What will you do with glory? What do you gain with honor? What becomes of your men when Wizardwall and the Nisibisi are forgotten? Honor and glory were their own rewards for a Rankin soldier, and as for war, a soldier could always find a conflict or commission. Of course, Walagrin had neither glory nor honor, and his commissions thus far had been pedestrian-like duty at the sanctuary garrison, the antithesis of honor and glory. "I will be known," he resolved after a moment's thought. While I'm alive, I'll be respected. When I'm dead, I'll be memorialized. You're already known, lad, or have you forgotten that? You have rediscovered Enlabar steel. You don't dare show your face because of it. How much honor and glory do you think you'll need before you can walk the streets of rank? 25 swords? 50 swords? Do you think they'll believe you when you tell them we made the steel with bits of an old Wrigley necklace? Eh? Wallegren stood up. He paced a circle around the seated cripple. I will succeed. I'll succeed now, or die. With a quick, invisible movement of his crutch, Ballustris brought Wallegren sprawling into the dust. It is impolite to speak to the back of my head. Your fortunes have changed, and could change again. The Empire has never given you anything, and will not ever give you anything. But the Empire means nothing to Sanctuary. There is power, lad, not glory or honor, but pure power. Power you can use to buy all the honor and glory you want. I tell you, Wallegren, Jubal's not coming back. His world's ripe for taking. You've said that before. So, Jubal rots under his mansion. How many bloodied hawk masks have been nailed to the downwind bridge? Even if I were tempted, there's nothing left. Tempus is culling the ranks for you. The wiser ones are safe, I'm sure. They've heard Jubal isn't dead, and they're waiting for his return. But they don't know everything. There was an evil confidence to Ballustris' tone that made Wallegren wary. He never fully trusted the Metal Master, and trusted him less when he spoke in riddles. I was not always Ballustris. Once I was the Grey Wolf. Only 25 years ago, I led all the Imperial legions into the mountains and broke the last Ilsigi resistance. I broke it because I knew it. I was born in those mountains. The blood of kings and sorcerers runs in my veins, or it did. But I knew the days of kings were over, and the days of empire had come. I destroyed my own people, hoping for honor and glory among the conquerors. Wallegren cleared his throat loudly. There wasn't a citizen alive who hadn't heard of the Grey Wolf. A young man clothed in animal hides, given a hero's welcome in rank despite his wriggly past, and tragically killed in a fall from his horse. The whole capital had turned out for his funeral. Perhaps my friends in rank were the fathers of your friends, Ballustris said to Wallegren's skepticism. I watched my own funeral from the gladiators' galleries, where drugged, stripped, and branded I'd been left to die or improve my one-time friends' fortunes. He laughed bitterly. I wasn't your ordinary rankin general. They'd forgotten that. I could fight, and I could forge weapons such as they'd never seen. I'd learned metal mastery from my betrayed people. And Jubal, what's he got to do with this? Wallegren finally asked. He came later. I'd fought and killed so often, I'd been retired by my owners. But then the Empire himself bought me, Kitty Cat's father. I trained the new slaves, and Jubal was one of them. A paragon. He was born for the death duel. I taught him every trick I knew. He was a son to me. I watched fortunes change every time he fought. We soon both belonged to the Empire. We drank together, whored together. The life of a successful gladiator isn't bad, if you don't mind the brand and collar. I trusted him. I told him the truth about me. 2 days later, I was on the sand, fighting against him. I hadn't fought for 5 years, but even at my best, I was no match for him. We fought with mace and chain, his choice. He took my legs with his second swing. I had expected that, but I expected a quick, merciful death as well. I thought we were both slaves, equals, and friends.
He said, "It's been arranged," pointed to the imperial balcony, and struck my legs again. That was summer. It was winter when I opened my eyes again. A Lizarine healer was at my side, congratulating himself on my recovery. But I had become this. The Metal Master jerked his tunic upward, revealing the remains of his legs. The moonlight softened the horror, but Wallegren could see the twisted remnants of muscle, the exposed lengths of bone, the scaly knobs that had once been knees. He looked away before Belustrous lowered the cloth. The Lizarine said he'd been paid in gold. I returned slowly to the capital, as you can imagine, and painfully, as you cannot. Jubal had been freed the day after our battle. I searched for years and found him, downwind, already well protected by his masks. I couldn't adequately thank him for my life, so I became Belustrous, his friend. I forged his swords and masks. Jubal had enemies, most more able than I. I feared my revenge would be vicarious and his death swift. When Tempest came, I thought we were both doomed. But Tempest is cruel, crueler than Jubal, crueler than I. Solomon came here one night to say his master lay alive among the corpses at the charnel house, an arrowhead in each knee. Solomon asked if I would shelter the master until he died, as he was certain to do. Of course, I said, but he need not die. Well, send him to the Lizarine. The ale no longer warmed Wallegren. He was no stranger to hate or revenge. He had no sympathy for the slaver. But Belustrous' voice was pure, sated, insane malice. This man had betrayed his own people for Rankan, and been betrayed by Rankan in turn. He had called Jubal his son, told him the truth about himself, and believed that his son had immediately betrayed him. Wallegren knew he was now Belustrous' son. Did the Metal Master expect to be betrayed, or would he betray first? Belustrous submerged himself in his satisfaction. He said nothing when Wallegren took his mug of ale far across the courtyard to the shadows where Thrusher sat. Thrusher, can you go into the city tonight? I'm not so far gone that I can thread the maze. Then go, start looking about for men. Thrusher shook off the effects of the ale. What's happened? What's gone wrong? Nothing yet. Belustrous is acting strangely. I don't know how much longer we can trust him. What's made you agree with me at last? He told me the story of his life. I can see Illyra in 10 days, after the new moon, and after she's cleansed. We'll leave for the north the next morning, with the silver and the ore if we don't have swords. Thrusher was not one to say I told you so more than once. He got his cloak and went over the outer wall without anyone but Wallegren knowing he was gone. 5. The Metal Master organized his courtyard foundry with military precision. Within 6 days of the successful tempering, another 10 blades had been forged. Wallegren marked the progress in his mind. So many days until he could visit Illyra, plus 1 more before the swords were finished. Yet another to meet with the men Thrusher was culling out of the city, and then they could be gone. He watched Belustrous carefully, and though the Metal Master gave no overt sign of betrayal, Wallegren became anxious. Strangers came more frequently, and the cripple made journeys to places not even Thrusher could find. When questioned, Belustrous spoke of the Lizarine who tended Jubal and the bribes he needed to pay. On the morning of the 8th day, a rainy morning when the men had been glad to sleep past dawn, Wallegren finished his planning. He was at the point of rousing Thrusher when he heard sound where there should have been silence beyond the wall. He roused Thrusher anyway, and the 2 men crept silently toward the sound. Wallegren drew his sword, the first and Libar sword to be forged in 500 years. "You've got the money and the message?" they heard Belustrous say. "Yes, sir." Belustrous crutches scraped along the broken stone.
Wallegren and Thrusher flattened against the walls and let him pass. They'd never get the truth from the Metal Master, but the messenger was another matter. They crept around the wall. The stranger was dressed in dark clothes of unfamiliar style. He was adjusting the stirrup when Wallegren fell upon him, wrestling him to the ground. Keeping a firm hand over the stranger's mouth and a tight hold on his arm, Wallegren dragged him a short distance from his horse. "What have we got?" Thrusher asked after a cursory check of the horse. "Too soon to tell," Wallegren replied. He twisted the arm again until he felt his prisoner gasp, then he rolled him over. Not local, and not Nisibisi by the looks of him. The young man's features were soft, almost feminine, and his efforts to free himself were laughably futile. Wallegren cuffed him sharply, then yanked him into a sitting position. "Explain yourself." Terrified eyes darted from one man to the other, and came to rest on Wallegren, but the lad said nothing. "You'll have to give him a search, eh?" Thrusher threatened. "Aye, here's his purse." Wallegren ripped the pouch from the youngster's belt, noticing as he did that the youth carried no evident weapon, not even a knife. He did, however, have some large, heavy object under his jerkin. Wallegren tossed the purse to Thrusher and sought the hidden object. It proved to be a medallion covered with a foreign-seeming script. He had made nothing of the inscription before Thrusher yelped with surprise, and a dazzle of light flashed between them. As Wallegren looked up, a second flash erupted. Their prisoner needed no more time to effect his escape. They heard the youth mount and gallop off, but by the time either man could see clearly again, the trail was already becoming mud. "Magic," Thrusher muttered as he got to his feet. Wallegren said nothing as he got his legs under him. "Well, Thrush, what else was in that purse?" he asked after several moments. Thrusher checked it cautiously again. "A small ransom in gold, and this." He handed Wallegren a small silver object. "One of the Ilsig links, by the look of it," Wallegren whispered. He looked back toward the villa. "He's up to something." "The magician wasn't Rencan," Thrusher offered in consolation. "That only means we have new enemies. Come on, it's time to find my sister. She'll make at least as much sense as the Metal Master." The rain had kept the bazaar crowds to a minimum, but so close to the harbor there was fog, too. And Wallegren got them lost twice before he heard the sound of Dubro's hammer. Two mercenaries, a Huhorsen pair by the look of them, waited beneath the awning. Dubro was mending their shield. "You're putting in more dents than you're taking out, oaf," the younger, taller of the pair complained, but Dubro went on hammering. Wallegren and Thrusher moved closer without being noticed. A rope was tied across the doorway, usually a sign that Illyra was scrying. Wallegren tried to find the scent of her incense in the air, but found only the smell of Dubro's fire. There was a scream and a crash from the inside. Dubro dropped his hammer and bumped into Wallegren at the doorway. A third stepson yanked the rope loose and attempted, unsuccessfully, to bully his way past both Dubro and Wallegren. The smith's hands closed on the stepson's shoulder. The other pair reached for their weapons, but Thrusher already had his drawn. Everyone froze in place. Illyra appeared in the doorway. "Just let them go, Dubro," she asked wearily. "The truth hurts him more than you can." She noticed Wallegren, sighed, and retreated back into the darkness. "Lying skade donzo bitch," the third stepson shouted after her. Dubro changed his grip and shook the small man. "Get out of here before I change my mind," he said in a low voice. "You haven't finished with the shield yet," the young one complained, but his companions hushed him, grabbed the shield, and hurried into the rain. Dubro turned his attention to Wallegren. "One might expect you to be here when something like this happens. You shouldn't let her see men like that." "He wouldn't," Illyra explained from the doorway.
But that's the only kind that comes any more from mongering and scrying. The stepsons scare anything else away. What about the women you used to see? The lovers and the merchants? Wallagren's tone was harsh. Or did the scanzo not give them back? No, Mignorel was not untrue. It's the same everywhere. No woman would venture this close downwind anymore, and not many merchants either. They don't need me to tell their luck if they run afoul of the sacred band. And you need the money because of the babes? Wallagren concluded, then realized he didn't hear the normal infant sounds. Illyra looked away. Well, yes and no, she said angrily. We needed a wet nurse, and we found one. But it's not safe for her or the babies here. They're bullies, worse than the hawk masks. Those at least stayed in the gutters where they belonged. Arton and Lillis are at the Aphrodisia house. It was not uncommon to foster a child at a well-run brothel where young women sold their milk. Myrtis, proprietor of the Aphrodisia, had an unquestionable reputation. Even the palace women kept their children in the Aphrodisia nursery. But fostering wasn't the scanzo way, and Wallagren could see Illyra had agreed to it only because she was scared. Have you been threatened? He asked, sounding like the garrison officer he had been. Illyra didn't answer, but Dubro did. They make threats every time she tells them the truth. She tells them they're cowards, and their threats prove it. Lyra's too honest. She shouldn't answer the questions men shouldn't ask. But I'll answer your questions now, Wallagren, she offered, not facing her husband. The incense holders were still scattered across the carpets. Her cards had been thrown against the wall. Wallagren watched while she set her things in order and seated herself behind the table. She had recovered from the birth of the twins, Wallagren judged. There was a pleasant maturity in her face, but otherwise she was the same, until she took up the cards again. What do you seek? She asked. I have been betrayed, but I am still in danger. I wish to know whom I should fear most and where I might be safe. Illyra's face relaxed into unemotional blankness. Her expressionless eyes stared into him. The steel brings enemies, doesn't it? Though he had seen her in scrying trances before, the change chilled Wallagren. Yet he believed totally in her gifts, since she had read the pottery fragment which had led him to the ore. Yes, the steel brings enemies. Will it be the death of me? Is it the final link in a scanzo-forged chain? Give me your sword, she demanded. He handed her the Enlabar blade. Illyra stared at it a while, then ran her palms along the flat and touched the edge tenderly with her fingertips. She set the metal on her table and sat motionless for so long that Wallagren began to fear for her. He had started for the door when her eyes widened and she called his name. The future has been clouded since I gave birth, Wallagren, but your future is as the fog to the sun. Steel belongs to no man, but to itself alone. This steel even more so. It reeks of gods and magic, places the scanzo do not see. But unless your betrayers work through the gods, they will have no power over you. There is intrigue, treachery, but none of it will harm you or the steel. What of the men of rank? Have they forgotten me? When I go north... You will not go north, she said, taking hold of the sword again. Lyra, I'm going north with my men and the swords. You will not go north. That's nonsense. Illyra put the sword on the table again. It is the clearest thing I've seen in a week, Wallagren. You will not go north. You will not leave sanctuary. Then you cannot say no harm will come to me. What of the spy we trapped this morning? The stranger who got away? Do you see him? No, he can mean nothing to you, but I'll try my cards. She picked up the deck, took his hand, and pressed it against the cards. Perhaps your future is distinct from the steel. Make 3 piles, then turn over the top card of each. He placed the 3 piles where she pointed and flipped over the cards. The first showed 2 men dueling. Though blood dripped from their blades, neither seemed injured. It was a card Wallagren had seen before. The second was unfamiliar and damaged by war, running through the colors. It seemed to show a great mass of ships on the open sea. The third card showed an armored hand clutching a sword hilt that changed to flame halfway up the blade. Without thinking, Wallagren moved to touch the flame. Illyra's fingers closed over his and restrained him. You're first.
The Two of Oars, steel. It means many things, but for you it is simply this steel itself. But you already know this. Your second, this is the Seven of Ships, or it was the Seven of Ships. It was the fishing fleet, but it has become something else. She squeezed his hand. Here is all danger and opportunity. Not even the gods see this card as we see it now. The Seven of Ships sails out of the future. It sails for sanctuary, and nothing will be the same. Remember it, she commanded, and overturned the card again. We were not meant to see what the gods have not yet seen. Your third is not a sword, though you thought it was. It is the Lance of Flame, the Oriflame, leader's card. Coming with steel and the revealed future, it places you in the vanguard. It is not a card for a man who believes in scanzo curses. Don't speak in riddles, Illyra. It is simple. You are not cursed by the scanzo, if you ever were. You have been marked by the gods, but remember what we say about the gods. It is all the same, whether they curse or favor you. Since the birth of my children, this is the first future which is not clouded. I see a huge fleet sailing for sanctuary, and I see the Oriflame. I will not interpret what I see. The men in rank will not reach me, and Ballustrous will not sell me. The scanzo woman laughed as she gathered her cards. Raise your eyes, Wallegren. It doesn't matter. Rank is to the north, and you're not going north. The steel, the fleet, and the Oriflame are right here. I do not understand. The incense had burned down. Sunlight came in through the roped-off door. Illyra emerged from the aura of mystery to be herself again. You are the only one who can understand, Wallegren, she told him. I'm too tired now. It doesn't really matter. I don't feel your doom, and I've felt doom often enough since the mercenaries started coming. Who knows? Maybe you aren't the one who understands. Things happen to you, around you, and you just muddle through. Tell Dubro I'll see no one else today when you leave. She stood up and went behind a curtain. He heard her lie down. He left quietly. Thrusher was helping Dubro with a wheel rim, but both men stopped when they saw him. She wishes to be left alone the rest of the day, he said. Then you best be gone from here. Wallegru headed out from the awning without argument. Thrusher joined him. Well, what did you learn? She told me that we will not go north, and that a great fleet is headed for sanctuary. Thrusher stopped short. She's mad, he exclaimed. I don't think so, but I don't understand either. In the meantime, we'll follow our original plans. We'll come back to the city tonight and speak to the men you found. There should be 25 swords finished by now. If there aren't, well, we'll cut our losses and leave with what we've got. I want to be out of here by sunrise. 6. The light in the tiny upper room was provided by 2 foul-smelling candles. A man stood uncomfortably in the center of the room, the only place where he could stand without striking his head on the rough-hewn beams. Wallegren, deep within the corner shadows, fired questions at him. You say you can use a sword? Do you fight in skirmish or battle? Both. Before I came to Sanctuary, 2 years back, I lived a time at Valtostine. We fought the citizens by night and the Tostan tribes by day. I've killed 20 men in a single day, and I've got the scars to prove it. Wallegren didn't doubt him. The man had the look of a seasoned fighter, not a brawler.
Where Thrusher had seen him single-handedly subdue a pair of rowdies without undue injury or commotion. But you left Voltostan? The man shifted his weight nervously. Woman, and you came to Sanctuary to forget? Wallegren suggested. There's always work for such as me, especially in a city like this. So you found work here, but not with the garrison. What did you do? I guarded the property of a merchant. Wallegren did not need to hear the rest of the explanation. He'd heard it often enough. It was as if the surviving hawk masks had settled on a single excuse for their past involvement with Jubal. In a way, there was truth in it. Jubal's trade wasn't fundamentally different from the activities of a legitimate merchant, especially here in Sanctuary.
"You know what I'm offering?" Wallegrin asked flatly when the man had fallen silent. "Why come to me when Tempus needs stepsons? I'd die before I served him." That, too, was the expected response. Wallegrin emerged from the shadows to embrace his new man. "Well, die you might, Kubert. We quarter in a villa to the north of town. A sign says sighing trees, if you read Wrigley. Otherwise you'll know it by the smell. We're with Balstress, Metal Master, for one more night." Kubert knew the name and did not flinch at the sound of it. Perhaps he did not have the abhorrence of magic and near magic that most mercenaries had. Or he was simply a good soldier and accepted his lot with resignation. Thrusher emerged to open the door. "Was that the last?" Wallegrin asked when they were alone again. "The best, anyway. There's one more, another hawk mask," and Thrusher paused. "A woman." Wallegrin's sigh made the candles flicker. "Very well, send her in." It was not the custom of the army, even here in the hinterlands, to consider a woman fit for anything but cooking and fornicating. Jubal's rejection of this time-honored attitude was, to Wallegrin, far more outrageous than any of his other activities. Unfortunately, with the stepsons changing the face of the downwind side of town, Wallegrin was forced to consider these distaff aberrations if he was to leave town with a dozen men soldiers, swords, whatever, in his command. The last candidate entered the room. Thrusher slid back under the eaves as soon as he had shut the door. There were two types to these women Jubal had hired. The first was small-built, all teeth and eyes, and utterly devoid of the traditional virtues almost every soldier brought into battle. The second type was a man, save for accident of birth, big and broad, strong as any man of equal size, but as lacking in military honor as her scrawny sister. This one was of the first type. Her head barely reached Wallegrin's chest. In a way, she reminded him of Illyra, and the resemblance was almost enough for him to order her out on the spot. She was shaking out her short kilt, repairing a knot at the shoulder of her tunic, which tried to conceal a small breast as grimy as the rest of her. Wallegrin judged she hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. A half-healed slash stiffened her face. Another wound ran down her hard, bare arm. Someone had tried to kill this woman. She tugged widespread fingers through her matted dark hair, doing nothing to improve it. "Name," he demanded when she stood still again. "Scython." Her voice was remarkably pleasant for one so calloused. "You use a sword?" "Well enough. A lad's sword, not a man's, I suppose." Scython's eyes flashed from the insult. "I learned the sword from my father and my brothers, my uncles and cousins. They gave me theirs when the time came." "And Jubal?" "And you?" she stated defiantly. Wallegrin was impressed by her spirit and wished he could hire her relatives instead. "How have you survived since Jubal's death? Or don't you think he's dead?" "There's not enough of us left for it to make a difference. We always had more enemies than friends. The hawk-mask days are over. Jubal was our leader, and no one could take his place, even for a few weeks. Myself, I went to the Street of Red Lanterns, but it's not to my taste. I was not always like this. I saw your man face down a stepson, so I've come to see you and what you're worth. A man shouldn't look at his prospective officer that way. Not that she was flirting. Wallegrin felt she was trying to reverse their roles. Jubal was smart and strong, maybe not as smart and strong as he thought he was. Tempus got him in the end. I put a high price on my loyalty and who I give it to. What are your plans? It's rumored you have hard steel. Who do you use it for?" Wallegrin did not reveal his surprise. He just stared back at her. He had far less experience than the slaver, fewer men, and far less gold. Rank, in the form of Tempus, had brought Jubal down. What chance truly did he have? "I have the steel of Enlibar forged into swords."
The Nisibisi do not fight in neat ranks and files. They ambush, and we will ambush them in turn until we've made our names. Then with more swords. For one raging moment, Wallegren thought she would turn on her heels and leave. Had she honestly expected him to scrabble for Jubal's lost domain? Or did she sense the hollowness of his confidence? I doubt it, but at least I'll be out of sanctuary. She offered him her hand as she spoke. A mercenary captain welcomed his men with a handshake and a comrade's embrace. Wallegren did not embrace women as comrades. When he needed to, he found some ordinary slut, laid her on her back, and, with her skirts up to hide her face, took what he needed. He had seen women, ladies, that he would not treat in such a manner, but they had never seen him. Scythen was no slut, and she'd hurt him if he treated her that way. She was no lady either, not with her clothes half gone and covered with dirt. Still, he wasn't about to set her back on the streets, at least not until she had a good meal. After quickly wiping his hand on his hip, Wallegren took hers. She had a firm grip, not man-strong, but strong enough to wield a sword. Trying to make it seem natural, Wallegren raised his other arm for the embrace, and was saved from the deed itself by a thumping, shouting commotion on the stairs outside. Thrusher was flat against the wall. Wallegren had a knife out of its forearm sheath, and just enough time to see Scythen remove a nasty assassin's blade from somewhere in her skirt before the door burst open. "They've taken her!" The light from the torch on the landing blinded Wallegren to the details of the scene before him. There was a central figure, huge and yelling, writhing attachments to it, also yelling, and presumably his guards, and finally Thrusher, leaping out of the darkness to wrap lethal arms around the neck of the unsubdued invader. The dark hulk groaned. It fell back, squeezing Thrusher against the wall. It twisted, freeing its right arm, then calmly peeled someone off its left side, and threw him into the eaves. "Wallegren!" it bellowed. Scythen was crouched on the balls of her feet, beneath the giant's notice, but not Wallegren's. She was ready to strike when he laid a hand on her. She relaxed. "Dubro?" Wallegren asked cautiously. "They've taken her!" The smith's pain was not physical, but it was real nonetheless. Wallegren did not need to ask who had been taken, though he could not imagine how they had gotten past the smith in the first place. "Tell me slowly. Who took her? How long ago? Why?" The smith drew a shuddering breath and mastered himself. "It was just past sundown. A beggar lad came up. He said there'd been an accident on the wharf. Lyra bid me help if I could, so I followed the lad. I lost him almost at once. There was nothing on the wharf." He paused, taking Wallegren's wrist in a bone-crushing grip. "It was a trap?" Wallegren suggested, grateful for the gauntlet that protected his wrists from the full power of Dubro's despair. The smith nodded slowly. "She was gone. She hadn't simply followed you and gotten lost, or gone to visit the other Sedonzo." A deep-pitched groan forced its way out of Dubro's throat. No, 'twas all torn about."
She fought, but she was gone without her shawl. Wallegren, she goes nowhere without her shawl. She might have escaped to hide somewhere? I've searched, else I'd have been here sooner, the smith explained, shifting his grip from Wallegren's wrist to his less protected shoulder. I roused all the sconzo, and they searched with me. We found her shoe behind the farmer's stall by the river, but nothing else. I went home to look for signs. Dubro shook Wallegren for emphasis. I found this. He withdrew an object from his pouch and held it so close that Wallegren couldn't see it. A measure of calm returned to the smith. He released Wallegren and let him study the object. It was a metal gauntlet boss, engraved and distinctive enough to identify its wearer, should he be found. But Wallegren did not recognize it. He handed it to Thrusher. "Do you recognize it?" he asked. "No." Scythen took the boss from Thrusher's hands.
"Stepson," she said, with both fear and anger. "See here, the lightning emerging from the clouds. Only they wear such designs." "You have a plan?" Dubro demanded. It wasn't only Dubro waiting for a plan. With the mention of the stepsons, Kubert had re-entered the room, and Sithen was warm for blood. The hawk masks all had reasons for vengeance. Even Thrusher, still rubbing his sore head, acted as if this were a challenge that must be answered. Wallagren tucked the boss in his belt pouch. "We know it was a stepson, but we don't know who," Wallagren said, though he suspected the one who had overturned Illyra's table earlier. "We don't have time to run them all to ground, and I don't think Tempus would let us. Still, if we had a stepson hostage or two ourselves, it would be easier." "I'll go with Thrusher. I know where they're at this hour," Kubert asserted. Sithen nodded agreement. "Remember, a dead stepson won't do us any good. So if you must kill one, hide the body well, damn it." "It'll be a pleasure," Kubert grinned. "See that they get their swords," Wallagren said as Thrusher led the ex-hawk masks from the room. He was alone with Dubro. "Now you and I will search the back streets and hope we find nothing." Dubro agreed. For one generally reckoned no smarter than the hammer he used, Dubro moved well through the darkness, leading Wallagren rather than being led. The latter had expected him to be a massive hindrance and had kept him apart from the rest. But Dubro knew blind alleys and exposed basements that no one else suspected. At length they emerged from the maze to the stinking structures of the charnel houses. Butchers worked there, grave diggers and undertakers as well. Slippery mounds of rotting flesh and bones stretched undisturbed down to the river. The gulls and the dogs avoided this place, though the shadows of huge rats could be seen scurrying over the filth. They had found Rizelle here that morning and left her here. For a moment Wallagren thought he saw Illyra lying out there, but no, it was just another jumble of bones, glowing with decay. "She'd come here every so often," Dubro said softly. "You'd know why, wouldn't you?" "Dubro, you don't think I—" "No, she trusted you, and she's not wrong in such things. It's just, if she were frightened, if she thought she had no place else to go, she might come here. Let's go back to the bazaar. Maybe her people have found something. If not, well, I'll gather my men and whatever they found in the morning. We'll deal with Tempus from there." Dubro nodded and led the way, carefully, around the eerily glowing things lying on the mud. Moonflower, who was as large among women as Dubro was among men, sat awkwardly at Illyra's table when they entered the little rooms behind the awning. "She is alive," the immense woman said, rearranging Illyra's cards. "Wallagren has a plan to get her back from the stepsons," Dubro said. Between them, they almost filled the room. Moonflower got off the creaking stool and approached Wallagren, a predatory curiosity in her eyes. "Wallagren, you've grown up." She wasn't tall, no taller than Sithen, but she was built like a mountain. She wore layers of colorful clothes, more layers and colors than the eye cared to record. Yet she could move quickly to trap Wallagren before he reached the door. "You will rescue her? I didn't think you Sconzo cared about her," Wallagren snarled. "She breaks little rules and pays a little price, but not like this. You think of the mother. She broke the big rules and paid the big price. But wouldn't we all like to break the big rules? She paid with her life, but we remember her here." Moonflower pressed a beefy hand over her heart. "You go and bring her back, now. I'll stay with this one." She stepped aside and pushed Wallagren back into the night. She probably wasn't very strong, but at her weight she didn't need to be. Alone in the bazaar, Wallagren remembered what Illyra had said about the Sconzo. They were two societies, men and women, and their purposes were not the same. It had been the Sconzo men who had dismembered his father, and Sconzo men who had cursed him. But it was the Sconzo women who had the power, the sight. Wallegren made his way slowly up the hills behind Sanctuary to Balustrous Villa. His energy went into finding the ground with each foot. He'd need food and sleep before he could face Illyra's problems again. It occurred to him that he wouldn't be able to leave until she was found, one way or the other. A woman's weeping caught his attention. His half-asleep thoughts converged around Illyra as a shape rose out of the darkness and threw itself around him. By the smell, it wasn't Illyra. He pushed Scythen aside and studied her in the dawn light. The jagged cut along the girl's face had been reopened sometime in the night. Fresh clots of blood had twisted her expression into something worthy of Balustrous. Tears and sweat made vertical lines across her dirty skin. Wallegren's first impulse was to toss her head first into the brush. Instead, he took her hand and led her to a rock. He unfastened his cloak and handed it to her, telling himself he'd do the same for any of his men, and not entirely believing it. "They've got Thrusher and Kubert's dead," she sobbed. He took her hands, trying to distract her from the hysteria that made her all but incoherent. What about Thrush? Scythen buried her face in her hands, sniffed loudly, then faced Wallegren without the tears. "We were downwind, past Mama Betcho's. We were trailing a stepson pair we'd been told passed that way after sundown, carrying a body. Thrush was leading, I was in the rear. I heard a noise. I gave a warning and turned to face it, but it was a trap, and we were outnumbered from the start. I never got my knife out, they had me from behind. It was a carry-off, they weren't trying to kill us. I went down before they hit me hard, but Thrush and Kubert kept fighting. I got my chance once we were back in the city, near the palace. I didn't linger, but they only had Thrusher with us, so Kubert's dead. How long ago was this? I came straight here, and I haven't been here long. And you're sure it was the prince's palace, not Jubal's?" She became indignant. "I'd know Jubal's if I saw it. I'd have stayed and gotten Thrush out if it had been Jubal's. The stepsons and Tempus haven't had time to learn what any hawkmask knows about the mansion. But we were attacked by stepsons anyway. You knew that?" "By the smell." Wallegren was too tired to continue sparring. He'd lost Thrusher, who'd been with him longer than anyone, who was more friend and family than lieutenant. Moreover, he didn't have a hostage to strengthen his position. It was impossible to believe this scrawny, starving woman could escape where Thrush hadn't. "You don't believe me, do you?" she said. "Thrush trusted me at his back. He must have fought until they hit him hard, whereas I gave up sooner. That's the difference, Wallegren. You say women have no honor because they'll lose first and win later. You men have to win all the time or die trying. If I was in on it, would I have come back like this?" "To lead me in?" Wallegren challenged, but without conviction.
Where the sun was up when he slid the bolt of the villa gate and led Scythen into the courtyard. Balustrous was waiting for them. The metal master already knew some of the night's events. "Seems you won't be jumping early after all," he accused. "Yes, I'd planned to leave," Wallegren agreed. "The longer I stay, the tighter the noose. I'm getting out. I leave you the ore, the necklace, and the formula. You don't need anything else. It won't be that easy unless you've replaced Thrusher with that bone bag behind you. Words come from the palace." Balustrous handed him a scroll with its seal broken. The writing confirmed Scythen's story that they'd been taken to the palace by stepsons. The prince commanded Wallegren's presence in the Hall of Justice. Wallegren crumpled the paper and threw it into the dirt. He could have abandoned Thrusher. He could have abandoned Illyra. But he could not abandon them both. "Scythen," he whispered to her as they entered the room he shared with Thrusher. He looked about for a cleaner tunic. "No matter what, don't stop looking for Illyra. Hear me?
If you find her, you take her back to the bazaar. The Slendonzo will help, and Dubro. They won't ask about your past. Do you understand?" She nodded and watched without interest as he cast his filthy tunic aside and pulled another one over his head. "You should wash first," she told him. "You shouldn't stink before the prince. You won't win any bargains." Wallegrin glared at her, dropping the second tunic to the floor as he stormed toward the stream where they washed. "I wasn't always like this," she shouted after him. "I know better ways." Dripping but clean, Wallegrin returned to the room to find his tunic lying neatly on the mattress. Somehow, the girl had gotten the extra wrinkles out. His bronze circlet had been given a quick polish, and some of the mud was gone from his sandals. But Scython herself was gone from the shed, the courtyard, and the villa. Coming on top of the loss of Illyra and Thrusher, it was almost more than he could endure. Had he found her right then, he would have cheerfully beaten her. But the girl had been right, damn her. He felt better clean. His few men straightened up as he assembled them in the courtyard. He told them what he'd told Scython. They grumbled, and he doubted they'd wait more than a day before going their separate ways if he did not return. He looked for Belostris too, and found only his share of the swords. The ore, the necklace, and the metal master had vanished. He was getting used to that. Knots of people ducked out of his path once he was on the streets. He was recognized, but no one stopped him. With eyes fixed forward, he walked past the gallows, not chancing a glance at the corpses. The gatekeeper took his name without ceremony, and a lad appeared to conduct him to the hall of justice. He was left alone, there in the echoing chamber. Catechithus himself was the first to enter, accompanied by 2 slaves. The young prince dismissed the slaves and took his place on the throne. "So, you're Wallegrin?" he began simply. "I thought I might recognize you. You have been no small amount of trouble." Wallegrin had intended to be quiet and meek, to do whatever was necessary to free Thrush. But this was Kitty Cat, and he invited disrespect. Finding your clothes each morning must be equal trouble. "You've got my man in your dungeons. I want him freed." The prince fidgeted with the ornate hem of his sleeve. "Actually, I don't have your man." "Oh, he's been taken all right, and he's alive, but he's Tempus' prisoner, not mine." "Then I should be talking to Tempus, not you." "Wallegrin, I may not have your man, but I have you," the prince said forcefully. Wallegrin swallowed his reply and studied the prince. "That's better. You're entitled to your opinion of me, and I'm sure I've earned it. There's a lot to be said for playing one's part in life. Now, you'll talk to Tempus after you've talked to me, and you'll be glad of the delay. I've had gods know how many letters from Ronke about you, starting before you disappeared. I got my most recent one with the recent delegation from the capital. Zondarius, cunning as they could find. I know how much money you got from Kelit. Don't look so surprised. I was raised in the imperial household. I wouldn't be alive at all if I didn't have some reliable friends. The chief viper in my brother's nest is always asking for you. He seems to think you've discovered Enlibar steel. I assure him that you haven't, though I know you have. I know how much he said he'd pay you for the secret, so I know you're not in Sanctuary looking for a better price. But then, I also know what Belostris said about your progress with the steel. Does any of this surprise you?" Wallegrin said nothing. He was not truly surprised, though he hadn't expected this. Nothing was truly surprising today. The prince misunderstood his silence. "All right, Wallegrin. Kelit's faction found you, paid you, pardoned your absence, and then tried to have you killed.
I've run afoul of Keelite a few times, and I can promise you you'll never outsmart him on your own. You need protection, Wallegrin, and you need protection from a special sort of person. The sort of person who needs you as much as you need him. In short, Wallegrin, you need me. Wallegrin remembered thinking the same thing once, though he'd envisioned this interview under different circumstances. You have the hounds, Tempus, and the sacred bands, he remarked sullenly. Actually, they have me. Face it, Wallegrin, you and I are not well equipped. Alone with only my birth or your steel, we're nothing but pawns. But put my birth with your steel, and the odds improve. Wallegrin, the Nisabisi are armed to the teeth. They'll tie up the armies for years before the surrender, if they surrender. Your handful of Enlibar swords won't make any difference. But the Empire is going to forget about us while they're fighting in the north. Or, you want my men and my steel here instead of on the wizard wall? You make me sound just like Keelite. Wallegrin, I'll make you my advisor. I'll care for you and your man. I'll tell Keelite we found you floating in the harbor, and make sure he believes it. I'll keep you safe while the Empire exhausts itself in the north. It may take 20 years, Wallegrin, but when we return to Ranke, we'll own it. I'll think about it, Wallegrin said, though actually he was thinking of Illyra's visions of an invading fleet and her warning that he would not go north. The prince shook his head. You don't have time. You've got to be my man before you see Tempus. You might need me to pry your man loose. They were alone in the room, and Wallegrin still had his sword. He thought of using it. Perhaps the prince thought the same thing, for he sat far back in the throne, playing with his sleeve again. You might be lying, Wallegrin said after a moment. I'm known for many things, but not lying. That was true enough. Just as much of what he'd said was true. And there was Thrusher's safety, and Illyra's to think of. I'll want a favor right away, Wallegrin said, offering his hand. Anything in my power, but first we talk to Tempus, and don't tell him we've made an agreement. The prince led the way along unfamiliar corridors. They were in the private part of the palace, and the surroundings, though crude by capital standards, dazzled Wallegrin. He bumped into the prince when the latter stopped by a closed door. Now, don't forget, we haven't agreed to anything. No, wait, give me your sword. Feeling trapped, Wallegrin unbuckled his sword and handed it to the prince. He's arrived, Tempus, Catechithus announced in his most inane voice. Look, he gave me a present, one of his steel swords. Tempus looked around from a window. He had some of the gods' presents to him. Wallegrin felt distinctly outclassed and doubted that Kitty Cat could do anything to help him. He doubted that even the metal boss in his pouch could help him free Thrusher or Illyra. The steel is Sanctuary's secret, not Keelite, Tempus demanded. Of course, the prince assured him. Keelite will never know.
Where? The entire capital will never know. All right then, bring him in, Tempus shouted. 5 stepsons crowded into the room, a hooded prisoner with them. They sent the man sprawling to the marble floor. Thrusher pulled the hood loose and scrambled to his feet. A livid bruise covered one side of his face. His clothes were torn and revealed other cuts and bruises, but he was not seriously hurt. Your man! I should have let my men have him. He killed 2 last night. Not men, Thrusher spat out. Whore sons! Men don't steal women and leave 'em for the rats. One of the stepsons moved forward. Wallegrin recognized him as the one who had overturned Illyra's table. Though he felt the rage himself, he restrained Thrusher. Not now, he whispered. The prince stepped between all of them, hit the sword.
I think you should have this, Tempus. It's too plain for me, but you won't mind that, will you?" The hellhound examined the blade and set it aside without comment. "I see you can control your man," he said to Walgren, "as you cannot." Walgren tossed the hound the boss Dubro had found. "Your men left it behind when they stole my sister last night." They were of a height, Walgren and Tempus, but it cost Walgren to look into Tempus's eyes, and for once he understood what it meant to be cursed, as Tempus was. "Yes, the schizonzo. My men disliked the fortune she told for them. They bribed some downwind to frighten her. They don't understand the downwind yet. They hadn't intended her to be kidnapped, any more than they'd intended to get robbed themselves. I've dealt with my men, and the downwinders they hired. Your sister is already back in the bazaar, Walgren, a bit richer for her adventures, and off limits to all stepsons. No one guessed you were her brother. Certain men are assumed not to have family, you know." Tempus leaned forward then, and spoke only to Walgren. "Tell me, is your sister worth believing? I believe her, even when she rattles nonsense about invasions from the sea. I believe her enough that I'm remaining in sanctuary, against all my better judgment." Tempus turned away to take up Walgren's sword. He adjusted the belt for his hips and put it on. The stepsons had already departed. "You won't regret helping the prince," he said, without looking at anyone. "He's favored of the gods, you know. You'll do well together." He followed his men out the door, leaving the prince alone with Walgren and Thrusher. "You might have told me you were going to give him my sword," Walgren complained. "I wasn't. I only meant to distract him. I didn't think he'd take it. I'm sorry. What was the favor you wanted?" With Illyra and Thrusher safe, and his future mapped out, Walgren didn't need a favor. But he heard his stomach rumbling, and knew Thrush was hungry too. "Well, have a meal fit for a king. Or prince. Well, at least that's something I can provide you." Wizard Weather, Janet Morris. In the Archmage's sumptuous purple bedroom, the woman astride him took 2 pins from her silver-shot hair. It was dark, his choice, and damp with cloying shadows, his romanticism. A conjured moon in a spellbound sky was being swallowed by effigy clouds, where the vaulted roof indubitably yet arced, even as he shuddered under the tutored and inexorable attentions of the girl Lastel had brought to his party. She had refused to tell him her name because he would not give his, but had told him what she would do for him so eloquently with her eyes and her body that he had spent the entire evening figuring out a way the two of them might slip up here unnoticed. Not that he feared her escort's jealousy, though the drug dealer might conceivably entertain such a sentiment. Lastel no longer had the courage or the contractual protective wardings to dare a reprisal against a hazard-class mage. Of all the enchanters in wizard-ridden sanctuary, only 3 were archmages, nameless adepts beyond summoning or responsibility, and this hazard was one. In fact, he was the very strongest of those 3. When he had been young, he had had a name, but he will forget it and everything else quite promptly. The domed and spired estuary of venality, which is sanctuary. The nadir of the empire called Ranka. The unmitigated evil he had fielded for decades from his swamp-encircled Mage Guild fortress. The compromises he had made to hold sway over curmudgeon, courtesan, and criminal, so audacious that even the bounds of magics and plane worlds had been eroded by his efforts, and his fellow adepts felled on occasion by demons roused from forbidden defiles to do his bidding, here at the end of creation, where no balance remains between logic and faith, law and nature, or heaven and hell. All of this and more will fade from him in the time it takes a star to burn out, falling from the sky. Now, the first hazard glimpses her movement, though he is close to ejaculation, sputtering with sensations that for years he has assumed he had outgrown or forgotten how to feel. Senility creeps upon the finest flesh when a body is maintained for millennia, and into the deepest mind through thousands of years. He does not look his age, or tend to think of it. The years are his, mandated. Only a very special kind of enemy could defeat him, and those were few and far between. Simple death, morbidity, or the spells of his brothers were like gnats he kept away by the perfume of his sweat. Merely the proper diet, herbs and spells, and consummated will had long ago vanquished them as far as he was concerned. So strange to lust, to desire a particular woman. He was amused, joyous. He had not felt so good in years. A tiny thrill of caution had horripilated his nape early on, when he noticed the silvering of her night-black hair. But this girl was not old enough to be. Ah! Her premeditated rippling takes him over passion's edge, and he is falling, place and provenance forgotten. Not a terrible adept wrenching the world about to suit his whim and comfort, but just a man. In that instant, eyes defocused, he sees but does not note the diamond sparkle of the rods poised above him. His ears are filled with his own breathing. The song of entrapment she sings softly has him before he thinks to think, or thinks to fear, or thinks to move. By then, the rods, their sharp, fine points touching his arched throat, owned him. He could not move, not his body nor his soul responded. His mind couldn't control his tongue. Thinking bitterly of the indignity of being frozen like a rearing stallion, he hoped his flesh would slump once life had fled. As he felt the points enter into his skin and begin to suck at the thread binding him to life, his mortification marshaled his talents. He cleared his vision, forced his eyes to obey his mind's command. Though he was a great sorcerer, he was not omnipotent. He could not manage to make his lips frame a curse to cast upon her. Just watched the free agent, Kai Mei, who had slipped, disguised, into so many mages' beds of late, sip the life from him relishingly. So slow she was about it, she had time to be thankful she did not take him through his eyes. The song she sings has cost her much to learn, and the death she staves off will not be so kind as his. Could he have spoken, then, resigned to it, he would have thanked her. It is no shame to be brought down by an opponent so worthy. They paid their prices to the same host. He set about composing his exit, seeking his meadow, star-shaped and evergreen, where he did his work when meditation whisked him into finer awarenesses than flesh could ever share. If he could seat himself there, in his established place of power, then his death was nothing, his flesh a fingernail, overlong and ready to be pared. He did manage that. Kai Mei saw to it that he had the time.
Where it does not do to anger certain kinds of powers, the sort which, having dispensed with names, dispense with discorporation. Some awful day she would face this one and others whom she had guided out of life in an afterlife which she had helped populate. Shades tended to be unforgiving. When his chest neither rose nor fell, she slid off him and ceased singing. She licked the tips of her wands and wound them back up in her thick black hair. She soothed his body down, arranged it decorously, donned her party clothes, and kissed him once on the tip of his nose before heading, humming, back down the stairs to where Lastel and the party still waited. As she passed the bar, she snatched a piece of citrus and crushed it in her palms, dripping the juice upon her wrists, smearing it behind her ears and in the hollow of her throat. Some of these folk might be clumsy necromancers and thrice-cursed merchants with store-bought charms to ward off charms, bleeding them dry of soul and purse, but there was nothing wrong with their noses. Lastel's bald head and wrestler's shoulders, impeccable in customed silk velvet, were easy to spot. He did not even glance down at her, but continued chatting with one of the Prince Governor Kada Keith's functionaries, Mullen something or other, Vashenka's official priest. It was New Year's holiday, and the week was bursting with festivities which the Rankin overlords must observe, and seem to sanction. Since, though they had conquered and subjugated Ilsig lands and Ilsig peoples, so that some Rankins dared call Ilsigis Wrigleys to their faces, they had failed to suppress the worship of the god Ils and his self-begotten pantheon, word had come down from the emperor himself that Rankins must endure with grace the Wrigleys' celebration of Il's creation of the world and renewal of the year. Now, especially, with Ranka pressed into a war of attrition in the north, was no time to allow dissension to develop on her flanks from so paltry a matter as the perquisites of obscure and weakling gods. This uprising among the buffer states upon Upper Rankis' northernmost frontier, and the inflated rumors of slaughter coming back from Wizard Wall's mountainous skirts, all out of proportion to reasonable numbers, dominated Mullen's monologue. "And what say you, esteemed lady? Could it be that Nisibisi magicians have made their peace with Mygdon's barbarian lord and found him a path through Wizard Wall's fastness? You are well-traveled, it is obvious. Could it be true that the border insurrection is Mygdonia's doing, and their hordes so fearsome as we have been led to believe? Or is it the Rankin treasury that is suffering, and a northern incursion the cure for our economic ills?" Lastel flickered puffy lids down at her from ravaged cheeks, and his turgid arm went around her waist. She smiled up at him reassuringly, then favored the priest. "Your Holiness, sadly I must confess that the Mygdonian threat is very real. I have studied realms and magics, in Ranka and beyond. If you wish a consultation, and Lastel permits," she batted the thickest lashes in sanctuary, "I shall gladly attend you, some day, when we both are fit for solemn discourse. But now I am too filled with wine and revel, and must interrupt you, your pardon please, that my escort bear me home to bed." She cast her glance upon the ballroom floor, demure and concentrating on her slippered feet, poking out under amber skirts. "Lastel, I must have the night air, or faint away. Where is our host? We must thank him for a more complete hospitality than I had thought to find." The habitually pompous priest was simpering with undisguised delight, causing Lastel to raise an eyebrow, though Syme tugged coquettishly at his sleeve, and inquire as to its source. "Lord Mullen, it is nothing, dear man, nothing. Just so long since I have heard court Rankin from the mouth of a real lady." The Rankin priest, knowing well that his wife's reputation bore no mitigation, chose to make sport of her, and of his town, before the foreign noblewoman did. And to make it more clear to Lastel that the joke was on them, the two sanctuarists, and for the amusement of the voluptuous gray-eyed woman, he bowed low and never did answer her genteel query as to the whereabouts of the first hazard. By the time he had promised to give their thanks and regards to the absent host when he saw him, the lady was gone, and Mullen Torchholder was left wishing he knew what it was that she saw in Lastel. Certainly it was not the dogs he raised, or his fortune, which was modest, or his business. Well, yes, it might have been just that. Drugs. Some who knew said the best criff, black and Corone stamped, came from Lastel's connections. Mullen sighed, hearing his wife's quitter among the crowd's buzz. Where was that hazard? The damn Mage Guild was getting too arrogant.
No one could throw a bash as star-studded as this one and then walk away from it as if the luminaries in attendance were non-entities. He was glad he had not prevailed on the prince to come along. What a woman! And what was her name? He had been told, he was sure, but just forgot. Outside, torchlit, their breath steaming white through cold-sharpened night air, waiting for their ivory-screened wagon, they giggled over the distinction between serious and solemn. The first hazard was serious, Malin was solemn. Tempus the Hellhound was serious, Prince Catechetus solemn. The destabilization campaign they were undertaking in Sanctuary under the auspices of a Mygdonian-funded Nisibisi witch who had come to Lastel, alias One Thumb, in the guise of a comely caravan mistress hawking Corone drugs, was serious. The threat of northern invasion, down country at the Empire's anus, was most solemn. As her laughter tinkled, he nuzzled her. "Did you manage to?" "Oh, yes. I had a perfectly lovely time." "What a wonderful idea of yours this was," she whispered, still speaking court Rankin, a dialect she had been using exclusively in public ever since the two of them, the maze-dweller One Thumb and the escaped sorcerer-slayer Kime, had decided that the best cover for them was that which her magic provided. They need not do more. Her brother Tempus knew that Lastel was actually One Thumb, and that she was with him, but he would hesitate to reveal them. He had given his silence, if not his blessing, to their union. Within reasonable limits, they considered themselves safe to bargain lives and information to both sides in the coming crisis. Even now, with the war barely underway, they had already started. This night's work was her pleasure and his profit. When they reached his modest east side estate, she showed him the portion of what she had done to the first hazard which he would like best, and most probably survive, if his heart was strong. For her service, she demanded a Rankin soldier's worth of black criff before the act. When he had paid her, and watched her melt it with water over a flame, cool it, and bring it to him on the bed, her fingers stirring the viscous liquid, he was glad he had not argued about her price, or about her practice of always charging one. 2 wizard weather blew in off the sea later that night, as quickly as one of the sanctuary whores could blow a client a kiss, or a pair of stepsons disperse an unruly crowd. Everyone in the suddenly mist-enshrouded streets of the maze ran for cover. Adepts huddled under beds with their best warding spells wrapped tighter than blankets around shivering shoulders. Eastsiders bade their jesters perform and their musicians play louder. Dogs howled, cats yowled, horses screamed in the palace stables and tried to batter their stallboards down. Some unlucky ones did not make it to safety before a dry thunder roared and lightning flashed, and in the streets the mist began to glitter, thicken, chill. It rolled head-high along byway and alley, claws of ice scrabbling at shuttered windows, barred doors.
Where it found life, it shredded bodies, lacerating limbs, stealing away warmth and souls, and leaving only flayed carcasses frozen in the streets. A pair of Stepson's mercenary special forces, whom the prince's marshal, Tempus, commanded, was caught out in the storm. But it could not be said that the weather killed one. The team had been investigating uncorroborated reports that a warehouse, conveniently situated at a juncture of 3 major sewers, was being used by an alchemist to concoct and store incendiaries. The surviving partner guessed that his teammate must have lit a torch, despite the cautions of research. Human wastes, flour, sulfur, and more had gone in through those now non-existent doors. Though the problem the team had been dispatched to investigate was solved by a concussive fireball that threw the second Stepson, Nicodomos, through a window into an intersection, singeing his beard and brows and eyelashes. The young sacred band member relived the circumstances leading to his partner's death repeatedly, agonizing over the possibility that he was to blame throughout the night, alone in the pair's billet.
So consumed was he with grief at the death of his mate, he did not even realize that his friend had saved his life. The fireball and ensuing conflagration had blown back the mist and made an oven of the wharfside. Wideway was freed from the vicious fog for half its length. He had ridden at a devil's pace out of Sanctuary Home to the Stepsons' barracks, which once had been a slaver's estate, and thus had rooms enough for Tempus to allow his hard-won mercenaries the luxury of privacy. 10 pairs plus 30 single agents comprised the team's core group, until this evening passed. Sun was trying to beat back the night. Nico could see it through his window. He had not even been able to return with a body. His beloved spirit twin would be denied the honor of a hero's fiery bier. He could not cry. He simply sat, huddled, amputated, diminished, and cold upon his bed, watching a sunray inch its way toward one of his sandaled feet. Thus he did not see Tempus approaching with the first light of day haloing his just-bathed form, as if he were some god's own avatar, which at times, despite his better judgment, his curse, and his battle with it, forced him to become. The tall autumnal figure stooped and peered in the window, sun gilding his yarrow honey hair and his vast bronze limbs where they were free of his army-issue woolen chiton. He wore no arms or armor, no cloak or shoes. Furrows deepened on his brow, and a sear frown tightened his willful mouth. Sometimes the expression in his long slitted eyes grew readable. This was such a time. The pain he was about to face was a pain he had known too well, too often. It brought to features not brutal enough by half for their history or profession, the slight, defensive smile, which would empty out his eyes. When he could, he knocked. Hearing no reply, he called softly, "Nico?" and again. Having let himself in, he waited for the Stepson, who looked younger than the quarter-century he claimed, to raise his head. He met a gaze as blank as his own, and bared his teeth. The youth nodded slowly, made to rise, sank back when Tempus motioned stay, and joined him on his wood-framed cot in blessed shadow. Both sat then, silent, as day filled up the room, stealing away their hiding place. Elbows on knees, Nico thanked him for coming. Tempus suggested that under the circumstances, a bier could still be made, and funerary games would not be out of order. When he got no response, the mercenary's commander sighed rattlingly and allowed that he himself would be honored to perform the rites. He knew how the sacred banders who had adopted the war name Stepsons revered him. He did not condone or encourage it, but since they had given him their love and were probably doomed to the man for it, even as their original leader, Stepson, called Abarsis, had been doomed, Tempus felt responsible for them. His instructions and his curse had sent the gelded warrior priest Abarsis to his death, and such fighters as these could not offer loyalty to a lesser man, to a pompous prince, or an abstracted cause. Sacred bands were the mercenaries' elite. This one's history under the slaughter priest's command was nearly mythical. Abarsis had brought his men to Tempus before committing suicide, in a most honorable fashion, leaving them as his parting gift, and as his way of ensuring that Tempus could not just walk away from the god Vashanka's service. Abarsis had been Vashanka's priest. Of all the mercenaries rank and money had enabled Tempus to gather for Prince Gavernicathus, this young recruit was the most singular. There was something remarkable about the finely made slate-haired fighter, with his quiet hazel eyes and his understated manner. Something that made it seem perfectly reasonable that this self-effacing youngster with his clean long limbs and his quick, canny smile had been the right-side partner of a Cyress legend twice his age for 9 years. Tempus would rather have been doing anything else than trying to give comfort to the bereaved Stepson Nicodomos. Choosing a language appropriate to philosophy and grief, for Nico was fluent in 6 tongues, ancient and modern, He asked the youth what was in his heart. Gloom, Nico responded in the mercenary argot, which admitted many tongues, but only the bolder emotions: pride, anger, insult, declaratives, imperatives, absolutes. Gloom, Tempus agreed in the same linguistic pastiche, yet ventured. You will survive it. We all do. Oh, Riddler, I know. You did. Abarsis did. Twice. He took a shivering breath. But it is not easy. I feel so naked. He was, always, on my left, if you understand me, where you are now. Consider me here for the duration then, Nico. Nico raised two bright eyes, slowly shaking his head. In our spirit's place of comfort, where trees and men and life are one, he is still there. How can I rest when my rest place holds his ghost? There is no mot left for me. Do you know the word? Tempus did. Balance, equilibrium, the tendency of things to make a pattern, and that pattern to be discernible, and therefore revivifying. He thought for a moment, gravely, not about Nico's problem, but about a youthful mercenary who spoke offhandedly of adepts' refreshments and archmagical meditations, who routinely transported his spirit into a mystical realm and was accustomed to meeting another spirit there. He said at last, I do not read it ill that your friend waits there. Why is it bad unless you make it so? Mot, if you have had it, you will find again. With him you are bound in spirit, not just in flesh. He would be hurt to hurt you, and to see that you are afraid of what once you loved. His spirit will depart your place of relaxation when we put it formally to rest. Yet you must make a better peace with him and surmount your fear. It is well to have a friendly soul waiting at the gate when your time comes around. Surely you love him still? That broke the young stepson, and Tempus left him curled upon his bed, so that his sobs need not be silent, and he could heal upon his own. Outside, leaning against the door jamb, the planked door carefully closed, Tempus put his fingers to the bridge of his nose and rubbed his eyes. He had surprised himself, as well as the boy, offering Nico such far-reaching support. He was not sure he dared to mean it, but he had said it. Nico's team had functioned as the stepson's ad hoc liaisons, coordinating, but more usually arbitrating disputes among the mercenaries and the hellhounds, the Rankin Imperial Elite Guards, the Ilsig regular army, and the militia Tempus was trying to covertly make out of some carefully chosen street urchins, slit purses, and sleevers, the real rulers of this overblown slum, and the only people who ever knew what was going on in Sanctuary, a town which might just become a strategic staging area if war did come down from the north. Sun was trying to beat back the night. Nico could see it through his window. He had not even been able to return with a body. His beloved spirit twin would be denied the honor of a hero's fiery bier. He could not cry. He simply sat, huddled, amputated, diminished, and cold upon his bed, watching a sunray inch its way toward one of his sandaled feet. Thus he did not see Tempus approaching with the first light of day haloing his just-bathed form as if he were some god's own avatar, which at times, despite his better judgment, his curse, and his battle with it, forced him to become. The tall autumnal figure stooped and peered in the window, sun gilding his yarrow honey hair and his vast bronze limbs where they were free of his army-issue woolen chiton. He wore no arms or armor, no cloak or shoes. Furrows deepened on his brow.
As liaisons, both teammates had come to him often for advice. Part of Nico's workload had been the making of an adequate swordsman out of a certain Ilsig thief named Hans, to whom Tempus had owed a debt he did not care to personally discharge. But the young backstreeter, emboldened by his easy early successes, had proved increasingly irascible and contentious when Nico aware that Tempus was indebted to Hans, and Catechethus inexplicably favored the thief, endeavored to lead him far beyond slash-and-thrust infantry tactics into the subtleties of Nico's own expertise. Cavalry strategies, guerrilla tactics, Western fighting forms that dispensed with weaponry by accenting surprise, precision, and meditation-honed instinct. Though the thief recognized the value of what the stepson offered, his pride made him sneer. He could not admit his need to know, would not chance being found wanting, and hid his fear of failure behind anger. After 3 months of justifying the value of methods and mechanics the stepson felt to be self-explanatory, black stomach blood, bright lung blood, or pink foam from the ears indicates a mortal strike. Yarrow root shaved into a wound quells its pain. Ginseng, chewed, renews stamina. Mandrake in an enemy's stew pot incapacitates a company. Monk's hood decimates one. Green or moldy hay downs every horse on your opponent's line. Cheese wire, the right handhold, or a knife from behind obviates the need for passwords, protracted dissembling, or forged papers. Nico had turned to Tempus for a decision as to whether instruction must continue. Shadowspawn, called Hans, was a natural bladesman, as good as any man wishing to wield a sword for a living needed to be. On the ground, Nico had said. As far as horsemanship, he had added almost sadly, niceties could not be taught to a cocky novice who spent more time arguing that he would never need to master them than practicing what he was taught. Similarly, so far as tradecraft went, Hans's fear of being labeled a stepson in training or an apprentice sacred bander prevented him from fraternizing with the squadron during the long evenings when shop talk and exploits flowed freely, and every man found much to learn. Nico had shrugged, spreading his hands to indicate an end to his report. Throughout it, the longest speech Tempus had ever heard the stepson make, Tempus could not fail to mark the disgust so carefully masked, the frustration and the unwillingness to admit defeat which had hidden in Nico's lowered eyes and blank face. Tempus's decision to pronounce the student Shadowspawn graduated, gift him with a horse, and go on to new business had elicited a subtle inclination of head, an agreement, nothing less, from the youthful and eerily composed junior mercenary. Since then, he had not seen him, and, upon seeing him, he had not asked any of the things he had gone there to find out. Not one question as to the exact circumstances of his partner's death, or the nature of the mist which had ravaged the maze, had passed his lips. Tempus blew out a noisy breath, grunted, then pushed off from where he leaned against the whitewashed barracks wall. He would go out to see what headway the band had made with the beer and the games, set for sundown behind the walled estate. He did not need to question the boy further, only to listen to his own heart. He was not unaware of the ominous events of the preceding evening. Sleep was never his. He had made a midnight creep through the sewage tunnels into Catechethus' most private apartments, demonstrating that the old palace was impossible to secure, in hopes that the boy prince would stop prattling about Winter Palace, Summer Palace, and move his retinue into the new fortress Tempus had built for him on the eminently defensible spit near the lighthouse with that very end in mind. So it was that he had heard firsthand from the prince, who all the while was making a valiant attempt not to bury his nose in a scented handkerchief he was holding, almost casually, but had fumbled desperately to find when first Tempus appeared, reeking of sewage, between two of his damask bedroom hangings, about the dozen lives it claimed. Tempus had let his silence agree that the mages must be right. Such a thing was totally mystifying, though the thunder without rain and its results had explained itself to him quite clearly. Nothing is mysterious after 3 centuries and more of riddles, except perhaps why gods allow men magic, or why sorcerers allow men gods.
Equally reticent was Tempus, wringing his lacquer-nailed hands, told him of the first hazard's unique demise, and wondered with dismal sarcasm if the adepts would again try to blame the fall of one of their number on Tempus's alleged sister. Here he glanced sidelong up at Tempus from under his pale imperial curls. The escaped mage-killer, who he was beginning to think was a figment of sorcerers' nightmares. When they had had this person in the pits, awaiting trial and sentence, no two witnesses could agree on the description of the woman they saw. When she had escaped, no one saw her go. It might be that the adepts are purging their order again and didn't want anyone to know. Didn't Tempus agree? In the face of Catechethus's carefully thought-out policy statement, meant to protect the prince from involvement and the soldier from implication, Tempus refrained from comment. The first hazard's death was a welcome surprise to Tempus, who indulged in an active, if surreptitious, blood feud with the Mage Guild. Sortilege of any nature he could not abide. He had explored and discarded it all: philosophy, systems of personal discipline such as Nico employed, magic, religion, the sort of eternal side-taking by the warrior mages who wore the blue star. The man who, in his youth, had proclaimed that those things which could be touched and perceived were those which he preferred, had not been changed by time, only hardened. Adepts and sorcery disgusted him. He had faced wizards of true power in his youth, and his sorties upon the bloody roads of life had been colored by those encounters. He yet bore the curse of one of their number, and his hatred of them was immortal. He had thought that even should he die, his despite would live on to harass them. He hoped that it were true. For to fight with enchanters of skill, the same skills were needed, and he eschewed those arts. The price was too high. He would never acknowledge power over freedom. Eternal servitude of the spirit was too great a cost for mastery in life. Yet a man could not stand alone against witch-like hatred. To survive, he had been forced to make a pact with the storm god, Vashanka. He had been brought to collar like a wild dog. He healed to Vashanka these days at the god's command, but he did not like it. There were compensations, if such they could be called. He lived interminably, though he could not sleep at all. He was immune to simple, nasty war magics. He had a sword which cut through spells like cheese and glowed when the god took an interest. In battle, he was more than twice as fast as a mortal man. While they moved so slowly, he could do as he willed upon a crowded field which was a melee to all but him, and even extend his hyperspeed to his mount, if the horse was of a certain strain and tough constitution. And wounds he took healed quickly, instantly if the god loved him that day, more slowly if they had been quarreling. Only once, when he and his god had had a serious falling out over whether or not to rape his sister, had Vashanka truly deserted him. But even then, as if his body were simply accustomed to doing it, his regenerative abilities remained much slowed, very painful, but there. For these reasons, and many more, he had a mystique, but no charisma. Only among mercenaries could he look into eyes free from the glint of fear. He stayed much among his own, these days in sanctuary. A Barsus death had struck home harder than he cared to admit.
Where it seemed, sometimes, that one more soul laying down its life for him, and one more burden laid upon him, would surpass his capacity, and he would crack apart into the desiccated dust he doubtless was. Crossing the whitewashed court, passing the stables, his Tros horses stuck steel-gray muzzles over their half-doors and whickered. He stopped and stroked them, speaking soft words of comradeship and endearment, before he left to let himself out the back gate to the training ground, a natural amphitheater between hillocks where the stepsons drilled the few furtive Ilsigus wishing to qualify for the militia reserves Kadakathus was funding. He was thinking, as he closed the gate behind him and squinted out over the arena, counting heads and fitting names to them, where men sat perched atop the fence, or lounged against it, or raked sand, or counted off paces for sunset's funerary games, that it was a good thing no one had been able to determine the cause of the ranking hazard's death. He would have to do something about his sister Seem, and soon, something substantive. He had given her the latitude befitting a probable sibling and childhood passion, and she had exceeded his forbearance. He had been willing to overlook the fact that he had been paying her debts with his soul ever since an archmage had cursed him on her account. But he was not willing to ignore the fact that she refused to abstain from taking down magicians. It might be her right in general to slay sorcerers, but it was not her right to do it here, where he was pinned tight between law and morality as it was. The whole conundrum of how he might successfully deal with Seem was something he did not want to contemplate. So he did not, just then, only walked, cold brown grass between his toes, to the near side of the chest-high wooden fence, behind which, on happier days, his men schooled Ilsigus and each other. Today they were making a bier there, dragging dry branches from the break beyond Vashanka's altar, a pile of stones topping a rise, due east, where the charioteers worked their teams. Sweat never stayed long enough to drip in the chill winter air, but breaths puffed white from noses and mouths in the taut, pearly light, and grunts and taunts carried well in the crisp morning air. Tempus ducked his head and rubbed his mouth to hide his mirth as a stream of scatological invective sounded, one of the branch-draggers exhorting the loungers to get to work. Were curses soldiers, the stepsons would all be men of ease. The fence-sitters, counter-cursing the work-boss gamely, slipped to the ground. The loungers gave up their wall. In front of him, they pretended to be untouched by the ill omen of accidental death. But he, too, was uneasy in the face of tragedy without reason, bereft of the glory of death in the field. All of them feared accident, mindless fortune's disfavor. They lived by luck as much as by the gods' favor. As the dozen men, more or less in a body, headed toward the altar and the break beyond, Tempest felt the god rustling inside him and took time to upbraid Vashanka for wasting an adherent. They were not on the best of terms, the man and his god. His temper was hard-held these days, and the gloom of winter quartering was making him fey, not to mention reports of the Mygdonians' foul depredations to the far north, the quelling of which he was not free to join. First, he noticed that two people sauntering casually down the altar's hillock toward him were not familiar, and then that none of his stepsons were moving. Each was stock still. A cold overswept him like a wind-driven wave and rolled on toward the barracks. Above, the pale sky clouded over. A silky dusk swallowed the day. Black clouds gathered. Over Vashanka's altar, two luminous red moons appeared high up in the inky air, as if some huge night-cat lurked on a lofty perch. Watching the pair approaching, through unmoving men who did not even know they stood now in darkness, swathed in a pale nimbus which illuminated their path as the witch cold had heralded their coming, Tempest muttered under his breath. His hand went to his hip, where no weapon lay, but only a knotted cord. Studying the strangers without looking at them straight on, leaning back, his arms outstretched along the fence-top, he waited. The red lights glowing above Vashanka's altar winked out. The ground shuddered. The altar stones tumbled to the ground. Wonderful, he thought, just great. He let his eyes slide over his men, asleep between blinks, and wondered how far the spell extended, whether they were ensorcelled in their bunks, or in the mess, or on their horses as they made their rounds in the country or the town. Well, Vashanka, he tested, it's your altar they took down. But the god was silent. Besides the two coming at measured pace across the ground rutted with chariot tracks, nothing moved. No bird cried or insect chittered, no stepson so much as snored. The companion of the imposing man in the thick fur mantle had him by the elbow. Who was helping whom, Tempus could not at first determine. He tried to think where he had seen that austere face, soul-shriveling eyes,
so sad, bones so fine and yet full of vitality beneath the black silver-starred hair, and then blew out a sibilant breath when he realized what power approached over the rutted sanctuary ground. The companion, whose lithe musculation and bare tanned skin were counterpointed by an enameled tunic of scale armor and soft low boots, was either a female or the prettiest eunuch Tempus had ever seen. Whichever, she was trouble, coming in from some non-physical realm on the arm of the entelechy of a shadow lord, master of the once-in-a-while archipelago that bore his name, a Shekelon, Lord of Dreams. When they reached him, Tempus nodded carefully and said, very quietly, in a non-committal way that almost passed for deference, "Salutations, Ash. What brings you into so poor a realm?" A Shekelon's proud lips parted. The skin around them was too pale. It was a woman who held his arm. Her health made him seem the more pallid, but when he spoke, his words were ringing basso profundo. "Life to you, Riddler. What are you called here?" "Spare me your curses, mage. To such a power, the title alone was an insult." And the Shadow Lord knew it well. Around his temples, stars of silver floated, stirred by a breeze. His colorless eyes grew darker, draining the angry clouds from the sky. "You have not answered me, nor you, me." The woman looked in disbelief upon Tempus. She opened her lips, but a Shekelon touched them with a gloved hand. From the gauntlet's cuff, a single drop of blood ran down his left arm to drip upon the sand. He looked at it somberly, then up at Tempus. "I seek your sister. What else? I will not harm her. But will you cause her to harm herself?" The Shadow Lord, whom Tempus had called Ash so familiarly, rubbed the bloody trail from his elbow back up to his wrist. "Surely you do not think you can protect her from me? Have I not accomplished even this? Am I not real?" He held his gloved hands out, turned them over, let them flap abruptly down against his thighs. Nico, who had been roused from deep meditation in the barracks by the cold which had spread sleep, skidded to a halt and peered around the curve of the fence, his teeth gritted hard. No. Tempus had replied to a Shekelon's first question with that sensitive little smile, which meant he was considering commencing some incredible slaughter. Yes to his second, yes indeed to the third. "And would I be here now," the Dream Lord continued, "in so ignominious a state, if not for the havoc she has wrought?" "I don't know what havoc she's wrought that could have touched you out there. But I take it that last night's deadly mist was your harbinger. Why come to me, Ash? I'm not involved with her in any way." "You connived to release her from imprisonment, Tempus. It is Tempus, so the dreams of the sanctuaries tell me. And they tell me other things, too."
"Where? I am here, sleepless one, to warn you. Though I cannot reach you through dreams, have no doubt. I can reach you. All of these you consider yours." He waved his hand to encompass the still men, frozen unknowing upon the field. "They are mine now. I can claim them any time. What do you want, Ash? I want you to refrain from interfering with me while I am here. I will see her and settle a score with her, and if you are circumspect, when I leave, your vicious little band of cutthroats will be returned to you, unharmed, uncomprehending. All that to make sure of me? I don't respond well to flattery. You will force me to a gesture by trying to prevent one. I don't care what you do about Syme. Whatever you do, you will be doing me a favor. Release my people and go about your quest. I cannot trust you not to interfere. By noon, I shall be installed as temporary first hazard of your local mage guild. Slumming?
It's hardly your style." "Style?" He thundered so that his companion shuddered, and Nico started, dislodging a stone, which clicked, rolled, then lay still. "Style! She came unto me with her evil and destroyed my peace." His other hand cradled his wrist. "I was lucky to receive a reprieve from damnation. I have only a limited dispensation. Either I force her to renege on murdering me, or make her finish the job. And you, of all men, know what awaits a contractee such as myself when existence is over. What would you do in my place? I did not know how she got here, but now it comes clearer. She went to destroy you in your place, and was spat out into this world from there? But how is it she has not succeeded?" The power, looking past Tempus with a squint, shrugged. She was not certain. Her will was not united with her heart. "I have a chance now to remedy it. Bring back restful dreaming in its place, and my domain with it. I will not let anything stop me. Be warned, my friend. You know what strengths I can bring to bear. Release my people if you want her, and we will think about how to satisfy you over breakfast. From the look of you, you could use something warm to drink. You do drink, don't you? With the form come the functions, surely, even here." Ashkelon sighed feelingly. His shoulders slumped. "Yes, indeed, the entire package is mine to tend and lumber about in, some little while longer, until after the Mage Guild's fete this evening, at the very least. I am surprised, not to mention pleased, that you display some disposition to compromise. It is for everyone's benefit. This is Jihan." He inclined his head toward his companion. "It is my pleasure to wish that things go exceedingly well with you," the woman said. And Nico saw Tempus shiver, a subtle thing that went over him from scalp to sandals, and almost bolted out to help, thinking some additional debilitating spell was being cast. He was not fooled by those polite exchanges. Bodies and timbers had been speaking more plainly, of respectful opposition and cautious hostility. Distressed and overbalanced from long crouching without daring to lean or sit, he fell forward, catching himself too late to avoid making noise. Nico heard Tempus remonstrate, "Let him be, Ashkelon," and felt a sudden ennui, his eyelids closing. Adrift toward sleep, he fought. Then heard the Dream Lord reply, "I will take this one as my hostage, and leave Jihan with you, a fair trade. Then I will release these others, who remember nothing, for the interim. When I am done here, if you have behaved well, you may have them back permanently, free and unencumbered. We will see how good your faith can be said to be." Nico realized he could still hear, still see, still move. "Come here, Nicodemos," Tempus summoned him. He obeyed. His commander's mien implored Nico to take all this in his stride, as his voice sent him to see to breakfast for 3. He was about to object that only by the accident of meditation had he been untouched by the spell, which sought out waking minds and could not find his in his resting place, and thus the cook and all the menials must be spellbound. Still, when men began to stir and finish sentences begun before Ashkelon's arrival, and Tempus waved him imperatively on his way, he left on the double, ignoring the stares of those just coming out of limbo, whistling to cover the wheeze of his fear. 3. So it was that the sacred bander Nicodemos accompanied Ashkelon into sanctuary on the young stepson's 2 best horses, his ears ringing with what he had heard, and his eyes aching from what he had seen, and his heart clandestinely taking cautious beats in a constricted jest.
Over breakfast,